Exhibitions and conferences were also held through the CII Hive platform in this year to support business development and showcase Indian products to a global audience. Now, CII's competitiveness agenda was driven by its 10 centers of excellence working on enhancing business productivity, building sustainability, and adopting new technologies. Taking forward its engagement on climate change, CII worked with sustainability leaders to expand industry initiatives. CII also participated in the COP26 process in Glasgow. The green building initiatives crossed new milestones in the year, and water management remained an imperative, helping the country march towards sustainability. During the year, CII services, awards, and training programs across a range of competitiveness areas helped Indian industry to align to changing business realities. Startups were a key focus for CII in 2021-22, with the CII Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, and Startup Initiatives. CII also created the Industry Connect platform to bring together all stakeholders in the startup ecosystem. The technology aspiration was scaled up during the year, and the CII Tech Summit was hosted in partnership with Singapore, resulting in many innovative ventures. The CII Governance Series was initiated to disseminate good corporate governance practices. Special initiatives were taken for MSME competitiveness with training and advisory programs, as well as policy suggestions. Under the vision and banner of India at 75, developed by CII in 2008, programs for volunteering, aspirational districts, and literacy intensified this year, touching millions of people as India celebrated its 75th year. CII Foundation worked through the year on disaster relief and rehabilitation with the support of Indian industry. CII Foundation was lauded for its Clean Air initiative with the Global Development Award 2021. The program has shown the way for crop residue management in Punjab and Haryana, saving air pollution in northern India. This year, CII Skills carried forward skill development through multi-skill centers and model career centers, touching 1 million young lives across India. CII Young Indians' strong focus on youth leadership and nation building stepped up through its flagship projects and initiatives. Indian Women Network worked to widen CII's connect with the community and drive leadership qualities for nation building. Action at the grassroots was driven by CII's offices at the regions, as well as in states and zones. Working closely with the state governments, they facilitated business continuity for CII members during the pandemic lockdowns. Ease of doing business, state economic policies, and community outreach remained a high priority during the year. Strengthening its connect with all stakeholders, creating new opportunities for Indian industry, and driving innovative initiatives in competitiveness, sustainability, and technology. CII energized its dynamic vision for India at 75 and beyond. In 2021-22, CII proactively expanded its initiatives for national development and industry growth. Supporting industry resurgence, the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, crafted a relevant and progressive theme for 2021-22. Building India for a new world: competitiveness, growth, sustainability, technology.
So building India for a new world is something we fixed in last year. But other words are being used are competitiveness, growth, sustainability, and technology. Competitiveness and growth have featured extensively over the last 30 years in the various themes. So climate change and technology are going to be very, very important for us in the next few decades. CII has always been pioneering this process. I think it's important for us.
CII in 2021-22 charted new initiatives to strengthen industry competitiveness across its pillars of intervention. CII placed strong stress on accelerating vaccination and building macroeconomic stabilizers for growth. At the CII annual meeting in August 2021, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, urged CII members to leverage the new reform policies.
आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान की सफलता का बहुत बड़ा दायित्व भारतीय उद्योगों पर है। मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं कि सरकार के साथ है, के हर प्रयास के साथ।
Through 8 task forces, CII made impactful suggestions during successive pandemic waves on policies to support business, expand oxygen production, and ensure quick vaccination. CII's project Vaccine Nation covered millions of beneficiaries through vaccination camps. Its relief work continued to help distressed sections of society through healthcare interventions and medical equipment. CII's proactive policy advocacy worked towards creating a facilitative environment for economic recovery with close interaction with the government. CII's pre-budget memorandum and many publications based on in-depth analysis and research provided roadmaps to guide policymakers on specific issues and sectors. Many CII recommendations found place in policy announcements over the year.
We value your inputs, and I think it's, as always before, played a very critical role in the preparation of the budget, and I think that is fairly apparent. I would call upon industry to ensure that we don't lose this opportunity for India to reach a higher level of industrialization, manufacturing in India, and the global arena, which is getting opened up.
CII's research and policy recommendations across a range of areas continue to identify best policy solutions to support.
Good morning, everyone, and very warm welcome at the second day of the 7th Cii Big Picture Summit. Let us start the day with a big round of applause for the panelists who shared their views yesterday and for the dignitaries and panelists who raised the second day of the event with their presence. We will now call up on stage Mr. Ravindra Rahman, Cinema. This presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's switch on the slides, please. Thank you, Cii, for inviting me for the Picture Summit. And it was the last minute, but I really appreciate being here and all the love shared. So I'm not sure many of you here in this room know, we just launched Lamas, which is probably the first of its kind in the world, a sensory cinematic experience by Rahman, Imagine with Intel. So today is my humble attempt to just go over some of the nuances and we've been involved as a part of journey. And as we know, and love and passion we share for Mr. A.R. Rahman, all of us, what this magic is all about. So let's get started. So before I begin, I'm not sure many of you have seen or experienced any virtual reality. Anybody? Yeah, I can see a lot of hands. And some of you in this room have seen, privileged to see this at Lemas before. So this is just we want to list a few things that we have done specifically from Massive Cinema. I'm not sure many of you know, Intel has been active in digital media space in 90s, very much convincing Hollywood from bringing these films from the analog to digital. So there's a lot of technology, standards, policy, copyright, digital rights management, content access. Those are the technology that has been developed, including the first Syrian that allows to consume the images of the media that we see today. So this is a long-term vision internet. So back in 2016, when there was a technology and the content creators needs to create a new format. So this is some of the projects that we have done in collaboration with the content creators. We did a dunk with Warner Brothers, Christopher Nolan's virtual reality project. Then Rio Carnival, which I had a privilege to direct with Globo in Brazil. Then Spider-Man Homecoming, Far From Home. That was a Sony picture. Also Spider-Man Far From Home virtual reality or 5G. This was the world's first multiplayer virtual reality experience, kind of like a gaming that was launched at the World Congress in 2019. With that also Brand Dragon with many studios. Then Greece as one of my exceptionally done project. We captured more than 5 trillion pixels in 3.5 minutes. So there's a massive amount of data that I generate. So what that means is whatever light sees, they captured it. So you can become a part of any character in that iconic You Don't Have One song and experience from that point of view. Pangaea was another project that was involved in Brazil when we got Chicken and Pinanda with tribes. And we did a lot of boot camps in Rio de Janeiro. And the industry co-created that in less than $1,000. So yes, you see a lot of big names here. But this is a democratization of technology and access, affordable access for content creator. I see a lot of young students here in this auditorium. So this is something to inspire that is done less than $1,000. And yes, it was taken to Kansai part of much of the film for Cannes Film Festival. Then the first one, it's probably you might have heard yesterday, NASA launched first Artemis mission. That is also been broadcasted live in virtual reality by some of my friends. And First Man was a project we did with Universal Picture a few years back. And that gives you the first person's perspective on how to land on the moon as if you're Neil Armstrong. This was a biopic of Neil Armstrong directed by Damien Chazelle. But this is not part of movie, but this was David and from the movie that we will collaborate with Universal Picture to help them create that. And with that, actually, it all started, the Musk. Back in 2016, when Mons decided, okay, we need to collaborate and create something really not has been done before. I mean, you know, he's a grand, larger-than-life musician, but Campbell is also very pioneer of a lot of technologies. And this idea of Lemus came from his wife, Sarah, who is an ardent fan of Flag of Sand. So they have notes sent, and she has very special notes to distinguish between different aromas. So he wanted to create something with olfactory or the aroma out of story. There's not a cliche because story requires it, and over the period of few slides, I'm going to share that. So Lemus then a Santa Fe song that was taken to Master the Film, Project Cannes Film Festival last year. And this summer, we premiered Lemus film movie, which is a 38-minute investigative movie in the special motion form that we created. So all of these projects, yes, were in many level and many athletes around the world. But more than that, there is a lot of love for people who wanted to explore the unknowns of this frontier. So Lemus, as I mentioned, started this project around 2015, 2016 to visualization. 2016, more than 300 family people crew shot this in entirely in Rome, Lazio, in Italy. And after 6 years of lot of processing, close to 1 petabyte data has been created. And this is kind of like a living history of the immersive cinema that in 2016 camera that was there, John camera was very effective, more than 14 cameras were used. And that kind of like the progress when it took almost like 2021, 2022 to finish this movie. So besides like living legacy of a lot of other generations of our CPUs and magic that Intel creates. And of course, this is a X-Mix story and all those things were combined together. So with that, I would just like to show you what are the reaction from fans about this movies. What you do if you've won 2 Oscars, 2 Grammys, Golden Globes, BAFTAs, it's a very long list. His latest project is a first. It's his directorial debut, a 37-minute film called The Mask. And of course, it is groundbreaking film referring combining smells and interactive seating. It's been played with the Cannes Film Festival in France and the West. Technology that sure people are right in front of you in a way where you instantly experience, in a way that you don't even experience people in real life. It's being said by photography and just reading, you know. It's reminding me when you are engaging here, you feel like you're in the same as the guy. And like, yeah, you know. It's been deeper using battery and just being an experience. No, sure, I don't think it's happening to free, feeling of danger, and it just felt like a full human experience. I was the one didn't know what to expect over feeling something. I think. Just like the testing on the wheels, I'm very sure that we need to not follow something like this. It's not just usage of camera technology and other thing. It's literally much more than that. It's like somebody who's sent it and forgive us for something like this. Sense of wonder. So, we're saying. You can tell it. Appreciate the window system. Even though the exposure. If that's on my body, it gives me a sense that I could be anywhere doing anything to have some language restriction. It was amazing. The best thing that I saw in VR is the Lisa, is the Sam, is the movement, is the chair. It's amazing. The song was really, really because your head's first thing you do is to be close to the it's reality. Sure that you can feel. The best film I've ever seen at Cannes Film Festival. I think this is my 6th time. I'll do it like a couple of 20 more times. So there's a huge void between what your soul wants and what is given to you. And we as a technologist and a storytellers, this is our responsibility to bridge that gap or narrow that gap. So give you something surreal that you have not experienced before. And as you saw here, it's not about just like usage of technology and just like doing just for a sake of it. This is an humble attempt to achieve that emotional connect that we all strive for. And this is what we have done is to bring that empathy into the storytelling and the emotional connection. And, the creativity is an essence of life or humanity. And you must leave your comfort zone to see what's possible here. And this is why, why people, when they experience this, you're not watching this, you're experiencing. You feel something because there is emotion in the story. Because from the technical terms, when you are watching a virtual reality movie, if camera moves, it gives like a lot of motion sickness. So here, there's no motion sickness, and that is why a lot of people don't want to use, especially not so young generation. So this basically brings everybody together. People have tried from 5-6-year-old all the way to 93-year-old, and they just loved it and they feel attached to it. And that's kind of like achieving that balance between story and the emotional connect, for the very essence of this particular project for us. And just you just have to change often. If you find solace in wisdom and happiness, then yes, you might have to always step onto your comfort zone and just do something amazing. So this is our team that counts in the middle. You can see Nora Armigadar, Burnett, who is right now co-starring in Christopher Nolan's new project, and our team from Rahman Sir, Hashim, Sriraj, and close to 1,000 people who found this projects around the world. So this is done by, of course, AR Sarmas being in India, we take a time. But this is truly essential to involve creators from around the world. So an example, Richard Attenborough gave us a Gandhi, and Shekhar Kapoor gave us Elizabeth. So there's a lot of that crossover needs to happen between the culture and connection. So this is a foreign film. This is an international film, not a foreign film. And this is very striking because Eastern story needs to be told to the Western world, but there is more collaboration that is needed. And we, the technology cluster, this is the gap that we are going to bridge here. And the chair that you saw at the base of it is Intel PC that drives where the motion ascend. Amazing audio, actually. It has been shot with in the sonic second, third order. And when you experience this, the audio itself drives the entire story. And of course, it's coming from Rahman Sir. And you can simply guess how amazing. Some of the soundtrack that you just saw in the previous video was done by AR Sir himself. He worked as a musician, he the technologies. Then it was scripted by him, composed by him, and he's a director. So this is a direct film. And just on a creative process, how it was made, it was, sorry. Go back a little bit. So shot in RAW with multiple cameras, 60 frames per second on the global shutter. There's a lot of care and consideration were a part of this design process over the last 6 years. So we make, because in virtual reality, the character literally, more advanced a certain scene, she comes like a 1 to 2 inch closest to you. So literally, you can see what's going on in the soul. And when there are certain objects that are coming that close, you can kill somebody, you can hurt someone. So very careful attempt has been made, kind of like an good humanity with a part of storytelling, and the technology is still used by everyone, trying to bring all those components together here. And that's why we feel very proud of working this. But you as a filmmaker, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of filmmakers in the room. What is the difference between the 2D filmmaking and immersive filmmaking? So first of all, you have to unlearn a lot of things which you learn in the 2D side in order to come to the immersive cinema or virtual reality or even like a metaverse. And specifically, this is because anytime here, you are there. So there's the imaginary wall. That is what we call a fourth wall. When it's come to like in a traditional cinema, In virtual reality, there is no fourth wall. If you see camera, camera sees you. So this you are watching from the character's perspective. So if you're attending concert, somebody's playing cello or like a piano, you can be part of stage and watch that concert right from the stage. And that has not been achieved in the storytelling before. So when we are combining those aspects in the narrative storytelling, especially cinema, is a very, very important to kind of unlearn a lot of things we have learned in the traditional filmmaking and learn this new edge of immersive storytelling where your storyboards needs to be like in a completely 360 equilateral. Then how you are writing the scripting, how you are going to do like your screenplay, how you are going to like turn your actors, actress, acting coach also needs to know more of this thing. And then of course, there's a technology pipeline, how you are going to take all the images, going to stitch it, process it, and every screen is a CG basic screen. So close to 500,000 frames were rendered for this one. And as I mentioned, petabytes of data, every single frame require like a meticulous color correction, then the artifact reduction. And that's where there's a lot of computing power has been used. More than 10 VFX houses around the world work on this project. And that's where like a power of our computing and data center comes to help creators like A.R. Rahman to drive this story forward. So that's a humble attempt. And this is a really big attempt into this one. So I just want to show you some of the glimpse of picture that we have done. We just launched this one week before in Los Angeles when it went live. It was done during the Infinity Festival of Hollywood, which I helped start in 5 years back. And our mission for that is actually is a Silicon Valley next to Hollywood, because we cannot just think like a traditional filmmaker, not the tech community can think. We are just a technologist, whatever we can throw out it, the industry will come out of it. It's a marriage between Silicon Valley and Hollywood is what we have created together. And what you are seeing, the Lamask is the finest example, which is leading the world cinema in this foray into this new format. So this one is a picture from company called the Lighthouse Immersive. They did the Van Gogh Experience, Frida Kahlo, and many. And this is a projection mapping. When you look at all the resolution, is close to 20K resolution. That's what we have done. This is from the Toronto with Malala Entertainment, the distributor. This was launched just 2 days back, actually. So I just got this picture last night, just landed yesterday. So this is how it was done. It's magnificent in terms of like when you get to see this. And then this is launched from Infinity Festival in Hollywood, where Rahman said we talked about like the future of filmmaking and importance of technical story. And Sarah Man is also there with a lot of attendees. And 5 Cheers Theatre is already operational. You can go to lemus.com. If you know somebody in LA or Toronto, they can book the ticket and experiences right now. We'll be operating there till December. And many of the community has seen it and gives us an endless praise and encourage, because sometimes this is a foolish attempt, but somebody has to take a bold step. And what I mean, just look at like how the Indian cinema started. When the Dada Saheb did Raja Harishchandra in 1913. So literally next year we are celebrating 110 years of first Indian cinema, which was a feature length. When the Lumiere brothers did the first movie, people were just walking out of that theater because a train was coming at them. They did not know how to react. So this is also like a kind of like a metamorphosis of future of cinema here. What we have tried to do after 110 years or 150 years when the first cinema was made, this is probably the first time the immersive cinema has been brought to the world stage at feature length level. So this is 38-minute movie. And this is a brand new frontier. And I don't think there's anybody have attempted. There might be people who might have done it, but with the bringing the motion, sound, haptics, surround sound, great quality visuals, everything combined, this is what we're able to achieve. This picture is from Toronto, which we just launched on the 14th of November, just 2 days back. And with that, actually, I would like to show you how Venice from LA installation look like. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelt. Blood on my hands, the poison on my hand. I'm elating with the ground fire. Just you that
So if your friends in LA, feel free to send them and more than welcome to experience. It will be available. And one thing I mentioned, I get a lot of queries when it is going to come to India. I will try to avoid this question later, but think of this when the first movie was made here in India, there were no theaters. Still, like, those hills were carried from like in bullock carts or cycle or whatever the form of vehicle, though there was not any theater, but somebody made a bold attempt. Let us say Falkeji made a bold attempt to start an Indian cinema. So there is not an exaggeration to say after even like 110 years, this is another like a bold step. Of course, we can release it tomorrow on online platform. You can watch it on Oculus or some other platforms. You might not get the full view of how this cinema should be in terms of the motion sent. This is not just like just like stunning visual. It's about every single thing comes together. Motion creates an emotion. It's a very important for driving this virtual reality and storytelling audio. And of course, when Raman himself creates an audio, I highly doubt it, like, that can be beaten here. But again, all of us, we're still learning, and with all humbleness, like, I really appreciate everybody's comment. And, like I said, the only thing worth learning is to continue to learning after you know it all. And I was 17 once, I used to know everything, now I know nothing. So still going to like continue on this path. And for me, it's our co-founder scope when we uncover the history and do something wonderful. The 3D filmmaker, 3D filmmaker, and getting into the immersive, what exactly, how it process, whether can the 2D maker can do this through immersive or it's other way around. So for me, I'm neither a filmmaker, not a musician, I'm just a humble technologist. And when I was working in Amazon River, and that very interesting discovery in Brazil, Colombia, and Peru, the Tres Fronteras. There's a tree called the Rio Honda, which is named after a scientist from Kerala who worked in Rio de Janeiro. And that is, there's a river underneath the Rio Amazon, which is almost like close to 300 miles. Amazon is close to, I think, 4,000 miles. Rio Honda is 3,500 miles, and by 2.5 miles wide. Sorry, my imperial system. Maybe later I convert into kilometers. It's a subterranean system. It's a system. One lies underneath. So what it means for me, there's always like a Rio Honda residing under you. You just have to discover and then let this like what you're on a surface, whatever profession you are, and then the clarity, if it gives these two gaps, then we have very wonderful things to achieve and get back to the humanity. And with that humbleness, I would like to thank Grace Boyle, who was the Sensei director on this movie, thousands of people who worked together, directing from Intel, our partners, co-producers, and Roman, and everybody who worked on it. And with that, actually, thank you very much for allowing me to come here and share my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vilan, for the lovely presentation. We really enjoyed it. Would request you to kindly accept the token of appreciation from CII.
Second.
Token of appreciation from CII.
You don't have to. Any questions?
मैंने जो देखा है कि 3D मूवीज में सिनेमा हॉल्स जो सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक ग्लासेस है वो दोबारा यूज कर लेते हैं बिकॉज द इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस ऑफ द सिनेमा थिएटर ओनर्स आर नॉट वेरी गुड बाय द बॉलीवुड मूवीज आर नॉट परफॉर्मिंग वेल सो यू यूज न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी how you make economic friendly for cinema theaters and as well as the viewers. Thank you.
So I'm an ardent cinema lover, and best for me to watch is going to the movie theater. And this is my personal opinion. The cinema and the online needs to coexist. This is not a replacement for them. It's a complement of each other. So what you are seeing right now, this is a cinema and the exhibition in terms of like art installations kind of getting together. So there's nothing preventing to bringing this kind of format into that. Plus, there were a lot of like a live events like we did recently the Beijing Olympics live in virtual reality. As I mentioned, the Artemis also launched them by our friend's company also live. So there are several of this format, and again, we just need to kind of like re-innovate and reinvent ourselves each and every. We cannot just, especially right now, there's artificial intelligence there. There's a lot of uncertainty, like on how it will be used, what is the responsible use of technology. I think, again, like I'm not expert into like the cinema distribution, but this is an attempt to constantly reinvent ourselves here. Any other question?
I'm Shashi from ETV. Generally, the talks are there for this virtual reality. Suppose in Minecraft, when a child uses goes to the aircraft and when he gets land down, totally different emotional setup is there in his mind. It gives a very, very totally different, I mean, hormonal imbalance because he's in the sky, suddenly coming down to the earth. While making all these kind of movies has this particular human aspect. I mean, the physical aspect has been taken into consideration, taken into the different age groups or the different socioeconomic groups when they watch the movie. Does it have any bad impact on the mindset if it being seen continually by this sort of great creative making? Sir, just my question.
A really, really great question, by the way. So this is a very long answer. So pardon me if I go a little bit over, but here. So technologies like this, I highly recommend. I think the presentation from Chaitanya Chinchayakar from Whistling Wood, it talks a lot about this particular aspects, how certain technology alters your cognitive bias. It's all about like a combination, how brain perceive the information, how you feel. So there are 5 primary senses, except taste, you should capture also here. So take as well as like sound, motion, and aroma, olfactory. And there are 27 secondary senses. So for example, if you're falling in the bed, gravity is another sense. So when the traditional cinema, it's every time immersive is a very broad word. There is no such thing like when the transition happens from black and white to color, or even the black and white to audio, that itself is immersion. So now we are exploring like in various layers of senses. And that is why I mentioned in my presentation, it has to be used very sensibly to heal humanity and touch. I mean, Rahman talks quite a bit about this. In fact, yesterday did a keynote, and he talked about, to him, when somebody comes to him and says, like, your movie saved my life, he takes a lot of pride. It's a much more award than any award that he has already received. So with this comes some responsibility, and that is why we're very proud to be an associate, because those are the things, the nicer side of humanity is what we have explored and experienced with this one. And that, at least personally, that is my attempt. I will never get to move into this one. Another thing, when you mention about the gravity, there is a first man that I've co-produced with Universal Picture. It literally will feel like a sort of gravity energy going into the space and landing on the moon. So check it out. We have done it like 3-4 years back. So this is an iconic moment in history. One cannot relate, especially generation who have never been experienced. They don't go into relate. When you sit in this motion chair, then you actually feel what it must have felt as a Neil Armstrong going onto the moon. So that's when you come back, there's a lot of mind declutter also happens. So that's the very powerful. And yes, there's a lot of use cases in meditation and yoga. Those things are also being used. So thank you. Any other question? I can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Firstly, I would like to say that presentation was really commendable. And secondly, I want to ask, how can we make virtual reality available for masses? Because masses को भी बहुत जरूरत है इस चीज की.
Sure. So it is available for masses, as you know, like the Google Cardboard and this technology has been used. And by the way, if you, I don't know whether you noticed, we don't call this as a virtual reality movie. We call it Lemas a cinematic sensory experience. Because we kind of like broaden our horizon so that we don't lock ourselves into this VR and XR or even metaverse. So the way we kind of like an achieve a skill, an example, Tech that is marketed using the times, I think. And they put it, many people just go and call it. If they have a cell phone, you can watch it. But for certain format like a lemmas, especially when we want to preserve and give something user that has never been experienced before, we have to take a very careful consideration about how we want to set a standard, because there is no such standard right now when it comes to this kind of cinema. So, and again, like we are not a traditional company, but working with Rahman and the creators like him gives us immense pride to kind of like explore this new frontier or horizon or push ourselves, push the boundaries together. So it's a tech meets story meets tech, not the other way around. So again, the scale will happen, economy of scale happen. And I mentioned the first movie how it was distributed. So just it takes its own time. Thank you. I think I might be out of time unless yeah. I've been told actually I have a section with a singer song, or you can ask me more questions. So whichever you prefer. And I'm not a singer. So what's your question?
Hello, sir. I'm from Amity Global Business School, Noida. Sir, I would like to ask that, as you mentioned, that 3D experience often in 3D experience, often people have a nauseating experience or they get dizzy. So, how would you ensure such things won't happen in your case?
Sure, great question. So I'll give you my personal thing. I used to play a lot of games when I was like really, really young. So parent has to go live, and that time it was a PC-based gaming. I mean, I've been watching VR following for a long time. We always used to do a few things from early lab days. But 2015, 2016, I started watching, really putting the headset. I remember there's a project I watched called, I think, the test flight in New York. So where you put in the headset and it basically camera moves you. There's a lot of camera movement. So then it went up and down. All of a sudden, within like 10 seconds, I started getting dizzy. And then on top of it, I tried there was like a cowboy race where you sit on a horse, like it was a bicycle. You sit on that one, it rides like a horse. So camera was continuously moving. And then literally within like 30 seconds, I just took those glasses and put it on and I started finding the best part of it. It literally, I said, I'm never going to fit this one again in my life. So that same time something happened in my mind. Yes, I think there is this cognitive potential. And that time, this was around 2016, we were on the lot as a part of Advanced Imaging Society. We started something called VR Society in Hollywood. So this was at the time on picture law. And there's a lot of early demos were scheduled. And there are at least like a 10, 15 this motion share companies were in the business, but mostly there was like a gaming specific, Star kind of like experience specific, like a narrative storytelling. So this company like Hezatron, I sat on the chair and I tried the exact same piece, The Flight of New York, and we created something called motion encoding. So it was kind of the reason of the dizziness, if you like a wrong shutter speed, if you move the camera too much, or if like the quality and everything. So kind of like a process, a lot of this dizziness problem. So what he did, put the same content, and wherever you feel dizzy, kind of like, because in here, we have pan and zoom. So director has to direct your attention because you're watching all over, but still, if you land of the law of filmmaking, it can still happen in your front end. It's not like 90% of action just happened. Maybe certain objects coming down from the other side. So this particular share company did an exceptional well job on motion encoding. And same exact content I watched like 30 minutes before, I felt a zero motion sickness. I could not believe what happened in my mind. I really liked the format, and I did not experience the same motion sickness I was, because I pretty much like gave up on VR at the same time, because by the VR I cannot just take it. And when this happens, it's basically that's when in 2015, 2016 May, then we got this company for the Lemmas project. And in fact, the project that I showed you earlier, the Lemmas then from First Man, Rio Carnival, which directed where you can become a part of the Rio Carnival parade, and some other project. And again, First Man was exceptionally done with experience of gravity. There's not a single person felt motion sickness. So Lemmas itself, I think I showed to close to maybe 6,000 people over the last few years, and not a single person complained that they had motion sickness. And the majority of our user the first time VR experience, like nobody would like tried the VR before. So we have to kind of like, take that thing. So, uttermost care. So Lemmas, a lot of people think, oh, we make movie, then how come it take 6 years? It's the meticulous care has been taken to kind of like, sensory click and the motion. As I mentioned in my talk earlier, motion creates an emotion. And so there is a separate process for the scent track encoding, because we have 6 different aromas and 30 different tracks it comes. So even motion and scent, it's not just you are sitting in a coffee shop and coffee smell coming. The mom is actually a mother arrangement store. And when the parents get killed, she didn't see anybody who got killed took her parents. So she kind of go on the journey, and only piece of evidence, since she has not seen the killers, is I don't know. That's the what she follows. These are the story purposes. So sensory use where it's needed. It's not a sense use of anything. And again, the motion is a very important. Take care. Any other question?
So what's the duration of the movie?
We call it 38 minutes. It's 37 plus 1 minute, so 38 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's itself is if you know, when all the other expenses are done, 5-7 minutes is maximum I think you can take it. But this was pushed to the limit of the storytelling in virtual data format, and so far still only one person reported because he had a meeting and has to go to toilet or something like that. But other than that, we never had the show. And I think you saw that, right? You saw it. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? You have some question? You raise your hand.
So was the movie made with the intention of making money?
So how we will make money? So of course, intention is to make money, but intent is to like give a legacy and do something that has not been done before. So not every single thing can be measured in money, especially if you are doing version and like Rahman, 6 years making, but before that, 7 years ago, we started exploring this format. So this is, I would say, like kind of inflection point of immersive cinema. If you give them the right amount of content, if you give them like content that is in produced with that on score, yes, the logic of money will follow us. And as you know, with the we can put it on Oculus and we can make money. So we'll give it a same. And other gentlemen, how to keep this theaters also in the business. This could be like a potential model where theater owners can explore this kind of format, maybe in the lobby or in the converging theater, where there is a potential of this thing can be made. But again, our approach is want to inspire generations to start producing content or present the stories that otherwise will never been explored in the format. What is the budget? I am really bad at converting from dollar to rupees, but I would say it's a lot. Approximately, it's a lot.
So coming to invest in the story,
Sorry.
I was asking if any investors in India to come in to take up this project.
So Rahman is Indian, so
But was not invested in India.
Yeah, and again, this also like we have to kind of think we should West always innovate, and why can't we? This is also like somebody has to take that bold step. Yes, there has been like a significant inquiries. People, I mean, amount of level and inquiries we're getting, we need to do this in India, when are we bringing? But again, in order to achieve those scale, we need like a distributor. They need to kind of like, do it in this kind of format, whether they want to like and take this further. And like we are just mentioning the deal, just stay for a student in Toronto. There are people coming on board, and like I said, so we're just taking one step at a time. Yeah.
Cat to watch this film cost $30,000.
Right.
So, how are you going to bring the cost down? And there are also plans to make the chairs in India. Can you throw some light on that?
Sure. So it's also like, when you take yourself a pioneer of cinema or pioneer drawing format, go through all this thing. When like airplane industry goes, you want to like fly the balloon by like $500, but somebody has to build those airplanes. So cost of being down ultimately depend on the economies of scale. How much you're going to scale it, the distribution, inter distribution, mass production. When you hit that number and more partners starts coming, the prices start getting affordable. So just this is very classic with anyone. I mean, I've been here from April, as you probably know. The Tokyo Olympics, when I bought the first 850, that's $160,000. Now I can buy for $600. But if you decide to invest and do that technology when it was there, when we could have not able to bring it and drive that economy of scale. So this is a senior attempt to drive the frontier of cinema, and that's what's very important. I think in the room, just Apurasa is here. Here we also saw this at Conference Festival with Roxanne. Any other questions here?
Can this be deployed in other sectors?
Give an example. So virtual reality in the immersive cinema is only one use case that I've showed. The first one I told you, somebody teaching about the moon landing versus the experienced ones to do the solution done. Combine that with the high resolution imagery in terms of medical education has been 10 of these surveys already done, because the gentleman from UTV asked me a question whether it helps to alter your cognitive bias. So in terms of education, if you don't want to somebody to remember that topic, you should do this, because there's a complete disconnection between you and outside world. And actually, education is a very, very important, especially somebody with ADD anxiety, there's a lot of awareness, because when you're taking those glasses and watching this, you're really disconnected. You have some kids going out to go figure 37 minutes. And a lot of young generation comes and gives feedback. This is the longest I have been from my cell phone, besides when I was sleeping, when I'm touching the cell phone or using WhatsApp or Instagram. Yeah. And eating popcorn, yes, we can use aroma popcorn with here. Any other question? Okay, so with that, actually, thank you very much. Thanks for giving me this time. Okay. Any on the
Hello. Okay. So that was
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request the meeting started. The minister is on his way and will be with us shortly.
I don't know what happened. This one. Okay. Let's speak out. This was the next step.
Ladies and gentlemen, please request all of you to take your seats. The minister has arrived. We welcome Honorable Mr. Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles. May I request all of you to welcome him with a round of applause. May I also request our other dignitaries to join us on the dais. We have with us Mr. Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Mr. K. Madhavan, Chairman, CII National Committee on Media and Entertainment and Country Manager and President at Disney Star, and Mr. Bill Ghosh, Vice Chairman, CII National Committee on Media and Entertainment, Chair, CII Subcommittee for ABGC Country Head at Technicolor India. May I request Mr. Madhavan to please deliver his opening comments.
Good morning. I'm delighted to welcome PhD, Honorable Minister for Commerce, Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and Sri Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information Broadcast. PhD, it is our great honor to have you here today. Thank you for making time for this, despite your busy schedule and couple of elections happening around Gujarat, Himachal, all these places. Apurva, thanks to you as well. He was out of country to attend a global summit, and I forcefully took him back to India. And we actually cut short his trip, and he's with us today. And he's one of the secretaries, best secretaries, who is always proactive and forward-thinking, and address media-related complicated issues in a positive way to support the industry. Thank you, sir. The summit started yesterday, and we have covered many topics that are of priority for media and entertainment industry. We as an industry are bullish about India growth story, and we are confident that the next decade is surely belong to India. At a time when the global macroeconomic situation is getting increasingly challenged, with Ukraine war, high oil price, recession, inflation, whatever. But we are fortunate, India remains insulated with our GDP at 7% growth rate. What's happening in which I covered yesterday, but for the sake of this get-together, this meeting, we have a building digital ecosystem supported by low data cost, with wireless broadband connections, availability of 5G, which was rolled out recently, and the smartphone base that is expected to cross 1 billion in another year. It's a matter of pride that the usage of our homegrown API has recently exceeded $150 billion worth of transaction that happened in last month, that is in October. It is being used every local corner of the country, and the developed countries are seriously looking at our example, and they want to introduce this in their country, including US. So it's a big achievement, especially for the media and entertainment industry. Then favorable government policies and the thrust to boost local manufacturing can surely help us becoming the supplier to the world. As I mentioned earlier, the media and entertainment industry has phenomenal potential and can certainly become $100 billion industry by 2030. But ministers here, which are repeating, you have certain demands and requests. There are tremendous growth opportunities in broadcasting, streaming, advocacy, especially gaming, and other related sectors. Industry also highlighted the support required from policymakers and regulators like anti-piracy, MTO decision from TRAI, need for a light touch regulation for new and growing areas like legacy industry, the modern industry. There is a lot of complication here, this thing, and also MIB secretary is there. And don't club content into one better that there is entertainment content and there is news and current affairs content. You bring together, then there is a huge lot of a problem. And it gives the full freedom to entertain the people and to make this a global destination India. That is a difference which we will discuss. There is also need to have a comprehensive national broadcast policy. So considering the whole copyright act, there are many acts which is obsolete, which has nothing to do with the modern trend. It should be clear to the national broadcast policies and much for us to move it. There are few essential prerequisites to make this $100 million ambition a reality. I must say that the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting is playing a crucial role in formulating policy recommendations and establishing the goals required to meet the significant benchmarks set for itself. The advocacy policy is setting up a center of excellence for AVDC, strengthening NFDC are some of the commendable examples that MIB has initiated recently. Your address in this summit is very important as we look up to you for your vision and support and to grow the industry, specifically promoting exports for the media and entertainment sector. I do not have a long wish list here, only 3 items. That also I'm categorizing it into 1, where we need policy and regulatory support. 2, where we need some facilitation and intervention from the government. 3, where business is entirely on the industry, but I still want to mention it here. Firstly, AVDC sector will seek strong support. AVDC is a industry globally. That huge talent force in the country, we need a 100% share. It is seriously which we should discuss. This can be another IT sector, and we can definitely target 5% market share of the global share in 5 years' time. That means that $40 billion business with the potential to create 160,000 employment. It's a huge sector. And the MIB has initiated a lot of measures in this direction, and that is enough.
to take this target. The 5 years, another 40 billion business. And there is a lot of focus on the ABGC task force, setting up national center of excellence, and however, opportunity is substantial, and we should evaluate how we can really fast track this and take advantage of this big, fast growing sector. Second one is an opportunity to make India a preferred location for global content production. We have everything here. This is an area where some intervention and facilitation can help to tap the opportunity. With the beautiful and diverse locations and landscapes, good infrastructure, high quality manpower, we have all the ingredients required to tap this opportunity and to become the preferred destination for international film shoots. While instances, some sort of incentives have been announced for this, a single window clearance focus global marketing, that India is the destination. Many of the countries are doing that. And we did a dedicated task force to study and provide end-to-end recommendations and making India the destination. And we are dedicated to this market and realize the export potential from this opportunity is huge potential. Third area is complete industry. We need to take inspiration from countries like South Africa, which I mentioned yesterday, and create a content that appeals to global audiences, which is possible. And which I mentioned, everybody is passing through a very tough phase, and they have to reinvent their content and the product to make it global. By assuring that we do something on this thing, and we will make it a global content production center in India, and this is the honesty of the industry. We need to figure out the industry need to find solutions, and we assure you, we will do it. CA always an active dialogue with the ministry on some of these topics, and I'm sure your support and intervention can take a fast track on these 3 points. Thank you once again. We look forward to your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Madhavan. The presence of the Minister and Secretary of Ministry of Information and Broadcasting to release 2 of the CII reports. The first is a CII BCG report on shaping the future of Indian M&E. Second is the CII RBBS technology report on sports broadcasting in India. Okay. We'd like to present the second report. This is the CII RBBS report on sports broadcasting in India. May I now request Mr. Abhi Bachandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, to please address the gathering.
Principal Shri Piyush Goyal, Shri Badwan, Shri Dhiren Ghosh, and all those present. Yesterday, you would have heard my video message, so I don't know whether I should be repeating what I said yesterday, but I am here today on the insistence of Mr. Badwan. I was in Abu Dhabi yesterday, but he said, I was in the Global Media Congress. He said that the summit here is much bigger than the Global Media Congress, and I must agree with him that today I find that the attendance as well as the interest which people have and always have in the Cii Big Picture Summit, it is much more fulfilling than what it was at the Global Media Congress in Abu Dhabi. Regarding the Global Media Congress, which I attended for a couple of days, I would just like to mention that nowadays the concern of the entire media, which was assembled there in Abu Dhabi, was on the rise of social media, that the traditional media is now on the decline, and the rise of the social media, that is how the consumption of media now takes place. And that also now it is a short video format, which has become much more popular. In fact, I was surprised to learn here that the youngsters now refer to TikTok for searching any piece of information rather than Google. So TikTok has become more popular than Google as a search engine because short videos are available on any and everything. Now the issue is of credibility. For people of our age, the credibility of media is paramount. And in that context, that was the main topic of discussion there also, that credibility in social media, how to achieve that, and how to fight the menace of fake news. So in that context, I think that is the major challenge which these summits and the media organizations will also have to deliberate that if the tastes are changing, the consumer tastes are changing towards shorter and shorter versions, and the speed at which these media is coming, then the question of credibility, fake news, and how to protect our people from such media. At the same time, I also there was quite happy to share with the world that we in India and are quite working very closely with our media organizations to take forward the works of the government. For example, we managed to give 2.3 billion doses vaccine during the COVID. And it would not have been possible without the support of media, the entire media, whether it is social media, whether it is print media, whether it is TV media. In India, there was no vaccine hesitancy, and everybody willingly went forward and took the COVID shots. And whether it is power conservation, water conservation, power saving, say no to plastics, so many campaigns that media runs on its own, and we are happy to collaborate with the media in this regard. As regards coming to the topic at hand, that how to take media from $25 billion industry to $100 billion by 2030. We, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, are always there to support the media. Mr. Madhavan raised some issues, and we are always collaborating. We see ourselves as partners of the industry, not as regulators. And whatever policies we bring about or whatever changes we bring about, we are always in consultation with the industry, to the benefit of the industry at its core, rather than anything else. Recently, the application downloading guidelines have come out for the TV media. And we have tried to ease out many of these provisions so that the ease of business is there, more and more TV channels can be from India. India becomes a teleport hub. That is the guiding principle there, apart from easing out the compliance burden for the channels in India. The next big thing which is likely to happen, which we are working on, is the direct mobile broadcast. The pilot study by IIT Kanpur and Sankhya Labs, they have launched something in the city of Bangalore. They want to do it something close to Delhi, also in Noida or some other place. And I believe that it is quite successful, and that is going to be the next big thing, because once we start direct to mobile broadcasting from the 20 crore TV households, it will reach to, there are 60 crore smartphones in the country, 80 crore broadband users. So the reach of the TV media will be much higher, and I'm sure that that will lead to a profusion of content. And because in India, the data costs also are amongst the cheapest in the world, and people are used to watching everything on the mobile. We are also working on the issue of TRP ratings. The reverse path data, that pilot has also been successful. The report is now submitted, and we will now take it forward on integrating more and more reverse path data, because that was a major driver of everyone, that the number of households where mark is taking the meeting is much low, is very low, and it should be increased. So once the RPD happens, I'm sure that TRP will become, and the set of from which the TRP is taken will become much more larger. For the FM also, recently the cabinet has announced with a lot of relaxations in terms of transfer of channels. The initial cap on the city, initial cap on FM has been removed, and there's other issues which FM radio channels have raised with us. We have raised that with TRAI, and TRAI has told us that they will be coming out with consultation papers by December on many of the issues, and we would see big changes in how the FM is governed. Mr. Madhavan mentioned about the EPC task force. The task force, the report is complete, and we are giving the finishing touches, and we hope that within this month we will be submitting it to the government. And in that, sir, the role of DPIIT and the Department of Commerce will be very big, because AVGC is the sunrise sector of this media and entertainment industry. Whether it is gaming, whether it is animation, whether it is virtual reality, the kind of manpower which we have and the skilled manpower, Mr. Biren Ghosh is also there, and there are so many others in Bangalore, because we are the backbone and the in post-production for most of the Hollywood, the large productions. And the slogan which we want to give is like it was Make in India, for AVGC it will be Create in India. So Create in India will be the slogan that under AVGC that we should be creating this content in India. And in that context, the National Center for Excellence, which has also been talked about for a long time, now that is also reaching its final stages. We are taking up government approvals, and we are tying up with CII and FICCI as industry partners. And on the lines of Invest India, we will be creating this NCOE, because Invest India under the leadership of Shri Piyush Goyal is one of the biggest success stories of the country. And we are also partnering with Invest India under for the Film Facilitation Office of NFDC. We want to attract more and more foreign filmmakers to come to our country to shoot, and also for post-production and animation and virtual reality, for which we are the backbone. Today itself, I think we have the people from the Spanish Film Commission. We are going to have the Goa Film Festival also very shortly, and we are looking for more and more such tie-ups and opportunities to happen. We have also this time under Shri Piyush Goyal, the Skill Export Promotion Council, we tied up with them and participated for the first time in MIPCOM, which is again broadcasting and animation event. And the idea is that henceforth, when we go abroad and participate, whether it is Cannes or whether it is any other film festival or such event, then we have an India pavilion, really the country, rather than individual entities having their own pavilions. So that we create an India pavilion, we have a big image, we have a big pavilion where others very little space to others, and we would like all our industry come as a group and show the strength of India as a united force, where we can then showcase all our activities in one particular pavilion to the entire world. And that will, I'm sure that will benefit the industry as well as the country as a whole. So, and with that, I would like to end. I would like to invite all of those who are interested to come to IFI in Goa, which is starting on the 20th of November, just 5 days down the line. And there again, for the first time, we are the market. In that market, we have now this time created 45 pavilions. Here we again want industry, countries, states, everybody to participate to showcase what they have to offer to the world. And this is the first time. We look forward to more and more industry participation in future. So with that, I would like to end, and I would like to say that Ministry of Information and Broadcasting is a partner, not a regulator, and we look forward to working with you throughout this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra. Now I request Honorable Minister to please deliver the keynote address.
Mr. Purva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Mr. Madhavan from Business Star and Chairman of CII National Committee on Media and Entertainment, Mr. Varun, Vice Chairman, all the distinguished participants of this Big Picture Summit, friends from the Neighborhood, and ladies and gentlemen. We accept my apologies for having that we're in the midst of election fever. And you will appreciate that there's a lot of activity going on. And I was trying to pin some other pressing meetings. My great gratitude to all of you for having allowed me or indulged in my getting late. This is a remarkable opportunity for India. But it won't be estimated just if the entire industry gets together and grabs that opportunity. I truly appreciate the very important role all of you have played through the COVID time. I can imagine having been through COVID without the huge amount of entertainment that all of you have provided to us. The fact that television channels kept growing, we got the news of what's happening. It's another matter that access almost every anchor as television news can a COVID expect through that period. Sometimes I used to be amazed. Questioning our doctors, we are managed to expect even the day. It is the entire country was able to remain connected and informed through one of the most trying periods that the country has gone through. The sector, the sunrise sector, as Mr. Manchu and Pullet rightly mentioned. And the figures that I just saw, particularly through these books, and I don't want to carry these books with me because it's information which was somewhere else in the film. We've not focused as much on this sector as one should have. If we are less than 1% of the global market space on media and entertainment, and on the other hand, find ourselves in our Bollywood and Hollywood and various film industry centers, we find ourselves in all the wonderful presentations that have been made. So, serious introspection. And I can assure you that I will be talking to my colleague, Mr. Anurag Kakri, and together, we need the different arms of the government to engage with their industry and see how we can plan some significant growth in the second, more than 30%. When the basis is very simple, I think we can do one more ambitious. We can start looking for better outcomes. But people don't have a lot to leverage on our technical skills, our talent in the young boys and girls. The fact that we are a digitally connected nation, very few nations in the world which have 4G through the length and width of the country, and which has already launched 5G, which over the next 18 or 24 months would have spread throughout the country. Particularly areas which will be of interest to your industry. So there's huge things which are available. So your sector to cash in on, to grow, and I do this we have to work together in the spirit of partnership between the private sector and the government. Which would suggest, Mr. Madhavan, the less the sector depends on the government, the chances are significant success and growth. But case in point is the IT sector. And this is it's up to government that is in on a day-to-day basis for shops and handholding. But has been able to find its niche markets in India and through the world. Through the sheer strength of our talent and our competitiveness. And the quality that we present to the offer to stakeholders across the world. Our reference was mentioned earlier, a large market itself. We have 900 million people connected on the net. Yesterday, I was at a program that was to sale of television sets, particularly the LED television sets, is growing very rapidly in the country. But I still believe we reached the inflection point. We can expand the entire ecosystem. But I would feel that we can make some out of the box ideas that can only come from. I suspect that if, first of all, different industry together, the fact of life is that even today, we are represented by a very small subset of this entire sector. Animation and visual effects and filming and the mechanics or whatever is what you should see that represented in this room before me today. And an organization like CII certainly can sectors to you. I also believe that it's important that we see our proposition. It's not necessary we have to be the best. But when I was the kind of business that I'm making for example. The same thing in India in a very, very cost competitive manner. And actually start becoming a content creator for the rest of the world. We simply visited there are so many headquarters in Los Angeles. And I do think that if you showcase talent and the opportunities there, the solution is made in India. Even for the experience. Value-added products from India, quality products from India, content from India. And I like your idea that we submit together to make our entire living payment content. I was just told that some of the laws on wireless about go back maybe 100 years.
Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has already said that we have to get out of the colonial mindset, move out of all these old traditional laws and engage with the world on modern terms. And I do believe the Telecom Ministry of MeitY and INB are working together to make the laws more contemporary. I'm sure they will engage with your industry also. And together you all can come up with something which is truly facilitating growth in this sector and helps you in your day-to-day operations. Of course, that's the soft power of India that has a potential to transform lives. It has the potential to add a lot of jobs. It has a potential to get the best creative skills out of our people. But I do believe that some form of self-regulation also within the industry, within the media and entertainment industry is called for. On the one hand, we talk of our culture, our rich tradition, our heritage, our family value systems. And on the other hand, some of what we see on television or some of what we see on the OTT platforms certainly is beyond what is ordinarily acceptable standards within the Indian cultural landscape. I would wonder if in any of our families amongst all, and I see a lot of young children here also, whether they would use the kind of language that is sometimes reflected on some of these OTT shows, and children and parents talking to each other in that language. It's something I don't think any of our children here would ever indulge in. It may, I don't know if it helps you sell your product any better. I suspect not. And while we welcome modern content, we welcome all the work that you're doing in presenting, let's say, exciting or very catchy serials or very catchy content, I do believe that some form of self-regulation and some levels of decency in the presentation of India and Indian families and Indian culture is something where the captains of this industry should also be in a position to play a role. And some of the things, for example, would never be acceptable when it is shown in a movie. I don't see why that should be acceptable on an OTT platform. And then if you don't self-regulate, there would be a clamor from society that then government will have to regulate. So I do believe it is important that everybody participates in an effort to make your industry more acceptable and really bring in value propositions. We are not at all against any humor. We are not at all against any of the murder mysteries or whatever else. But I do believe that in the messaging, please do not totally give a message which is disconnected with the Indian reality. And I do think that that will help the industry in its engagement with the law also and with new ideas to be able to help us. You can make that content if at all that's very much acceptable or wanted in international markets. But I do believe that back home, some levels of what is acceptable should be the norm, not the exception. We do want to take our platforms global. We certainly want to bring new technology, new equipment, which can help us make the kind of films, the animation films or the visual effects that are very much popular today. I don't think it's only about money. Other day I was told in Bengaluru that this recent movie, Kantara probably, was made for 16 or 18 crores and had a gross revenue which was 20 times that. While of course there are many big budget movies also, and that some do well, some don't do well. But I do believe that it's not only a question of money. We have a lot of talent in India also. We have a lot of capabilities, creative skills. We have a large domestic market, which is in a way opening up new opportunities for economies of scale also. The fact that you can have such a large audience may not be easy anywhere else in the world. And I do believe that the immense popularity that our entertainment or the media sector has, both in India and in the world, the opportunities are there. We need to see what we need to do collectively. And for that, I seriously believe that your entire industry, through the length and breadth of India, also needs to speak in one voice. That will give you strength. For example, you were mentioning to me just now about some suggestions around the taxation structure. That will need a holistic pan-India acceptance and can't be done only by engaging with the central government. A lot of it would be local. For example, the entire ecosystem of permissions for shooting and filming in India. It may include the licenses for shooting. It may include shooting in trains or aeroplanes. It may include shooting on our beaches. It may include shooting in maybe our monuments or our heritage sites, the ASI controlled site. There's so many different possibilities. We're happy to engage with you and see how all of that can be made simpler, how we can provide one single window platform for this to be easier for both international film shooters or international advertising filmmakers and for the Indian industry, and work towards a simplified framework, a less deliberating situation where the red carpet is genuinely opened out for both Indian and international artists. And then we can imagine that India's rising soft power can provide opportunity for the next generation. That will also mean some regulation on the end of the industry in terms of what social security is being done, paid or taken care of, how all the people engaged in this sector, whether they're getting proper wages, proper labor laws are followed, what's their long-term social firmament, how we are ensuring that they are taken care of in terms of healthcare or other needs. I think it'll have to be also, that'll have to be a part of any such engagement to make them an integral part of the success story of this sector. There are, of course, certain issues which are of concern also. For example, to what level and extent we would like to have gaming in this country. Are we willing and happy to have the next generation completely taken in by betting or by engaging with money on the various gaming platforms? That's another question that requires deep thought. And I think all of you well-meaning senior people in the industry will have to guide us. What is the right balance? How do we ensure that this does not lead to an addiction or does not spoil the social firmament of our society or the culture that we've inherited over the years? So it'll be a great thing to have more engagement. It'll be great to work together as partners in the progress of this industry. It'll be wonderful if we can keep out of the controversies and focus more on positive outcomes. I don't know whether the controversy is something done to help sell a product or a film. I'm told that sometimes that is also the intention behind controversial subjects. But I would tend to believe that nobody would like any controversies. People would really like an organized growth and development of the industry. We on our part would like to support the industry in every which way we can. We have already increased the foreign direct investment limit to allow even 100% foreign ownership so that we can attract technology and attract companies from around the world to leverage on India's strengths. But in the new emerging world, we do recognize there'll be certain ground realities with which we will have to engage. I understand that we'll have to embrace innovation in the storytelling exercise or the way stories are told or communicated. I do believe that we still have a huge, huge market for Indian culture. We have a rich archive of historical relevance and importance for India. In fact, I did see one of the recent, I'm a movie buff, incidentally, so I keep engaged with your sector at least as a user and hopefully help you get some revenue, because the PVRs and the multiplexes are pretty expensive these days. But I do want to see many more of these multiplexes across the length and breadth of India. I'm given to understand that some of our neighboring countries have maybe 10x or 20x the number of multiplexes that we have in India, whereas we are the country which always was known to be a movie lover. So I do believe that there's a lot of potential, a lot of new markets that we have not yet explored. We can diversify into new markets. We can create better ecosystems, providing new canvas for your creativity to flourish. We can become the quality content producer for the world. And our Indian talent truly has that potential. We need to have more skill development courses or more educational courses to further bring in more talent or hone the skills of our young boys and girls to be able to come out with international class of content. And I'm very sure that, as was said earlier by Apurva, we need to create an India for the world. And towards that end, we would love to see what the dedicated task force comes up with. I will also study the reports of BCG and KPMG that have been presented today and see how we can, as government, work with you, maybe a small group of well-meaning captains of your industry can sit down with the telecom or minister, INB minister and us, and we can collectively work with the state governments, work with all the stakeholders throughout the country and see how this industry can become one of the fastest growing industry in the country, how this soft power of India can reflect India's strength and rich culture to the rest of the world, how this can become a big provider of opportunities. It could be jobs, it could be creative talent, it could be our new startups. I think there's huge potential that we can all together leverage. And I assure you, full support from the government in your endeavors to take this industry fast forward on a mission mode. My compliments to CII for this Big Picture Summit. I wish all of you well in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. May I now request Mr. Biren Ghosh to please deliver the closing comments.
Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Mr. Apurva Chandra in absentia, Madhavan, friends. Piyush ji, thank you very much. The ballot box is here. Thank you for coming to cast your vote. It's election time and you have cast your vote here, and it's up to us now to honor the manifesto that we have presented to you. So that's just for starters. I think you've echoed the vision of the Prime Minister, who also talked about the soft power and what we can do. And I think we're on the way to doing that. But soft power requires hard decisions, and we've touched upon that as well. The other point I'd like to mention is that the CII Committee for Media and Entertainment, which has 7 sectors, has never before had a constellation of the leaders from the whole industry. So at one place, you can actually talk to all of us at the same time. And the most important thing, as you mentioned, movies like Avatar. Sir, may I please tell you, we make 30 movies in India for Hollywood at budgets that are equal to or larger than Avatar. And a significant portion of that is done in India already, but we haven't finished. We haven't got started yet. I would also like to, thank you, sir. I would also like to tell you that, Mr. Apurva Chandra and the MIB working now interministerially, which I think is a big change from before. 5 ministries, 7 of us from industry, many other stakeholders from the government, NFDC, etc., the Media and Entertainment Skills Council. We've never before created a policy as quickly. 8th of April, we were tasked to start this effort. We met every Friday morning for 2 hours, and the policy got done in 3.5 months. I think we need that kind of insight and the partnership to go forward in many of the other areas. I'd like to also mention that if we look at the 11th Big Picture Summit, 55% of the revenues in our industry, when we did the first summit, no longer exist as products or services in our industry. And that's the pace of change that we need. So commerce and industry has recognized us as a champion sector. But how are champions made? You have physical coaches, you have mental coaches, you have equipment, you have diet, and you have many other things that champions need to be fed. We had a fantastic meeting at your ministry. In fact, I was in a room that had your name all over it. Unfortunately, you were not there, but we got the champion sectors together. There's an agenda, sir, for your consideration. And I do believe that that agenda and that action plan can really be actually catapult us into a very large area. Like the fast food restaurants, the combo is in your hands because our industry gives you foreign exchange. It gives you jobs. We are 180,000 people short per year in our industry, just in AVGC. We need that kind of a combination of everything that can be delivered at one go. And it's in our hands to do that. And I think your words today are very encouraging to make that happen. Finally, while we say that industry can do things without the government, we do need from you a prime pumping. And the prime pumping is market access. We are an infrastructure industry. There is no industry in this country. Studios that are producing visual effects and animation sometimes have more computing firepower than ISRO. And this has to be recognized. And that's why we are creating centers of excellence. So small and medium companies that can't afford that infrastructure can actually come and avail of that. And finally, you talked about the fact that, yes, we are in tough times, but we are here because it is better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ghosh. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present a small planter to Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, you're requested to please remain seated. We will begin with the next plenary immediately. Please give us a moment to set up the dais. The next session is on the changing face of Indian cinema. May I please request our panelists for this particular session to join us on the dais. This session will be moderated by Mr. Shivashish Sarkar, Chairman and CEO at the International Media ACQ Corp, President, Producers Guild of India. We have with us Mr. Prithul Kumar, Joint Secretary Films from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. The panelists are Mr. Blaise Fernandez, President and CEO, Indian Music Industry, Mr. Bobby Bedi, Founder, Content Flow Studios, Mr. Sanjay Vadva, Founder at the AP International, Mr. Senthil Kumar, Co-Founder at Real Image, and Mr. Ashish Singh, Chief Executive Officer at Leica Productions. Mr. Sarkar, I'll hand it over to you to please begin your opening comments and take the session forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, CI, for getting all of us together for this interesting event. The subject matter, what we intend to discuss today, while the subject matter talks of the changing scenario of Indian cinema, I think to a large extent when I was coming here, I was thinking the subject matter could have been the changing scenario of the world cinema. The scenario what we have been seeing, and probably next half an hour, 45 minutes, all my colleagues and all of us will try to discuss and decipher that what is the scenario, what is going on. Largely, to a large extent, this is scenario not only in India, but that's a scenario what is happening for the entire global film industry per se. For a longish, for our entire career, when we have basically taken the time zones into AD and BC, probably in our industry, the time zones will be a lot of discussions for many years in future. People will talk of pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. What we are observing post-pandemic scenario in the overall content creation, film business per se, cinema industry per se, we have been seeing some kind of a paradigm shift. It is there is a shift in the audience's thought process. There is a shift in the behavior. There has been a shift in the consumer approach. There has been changes in content style. There has been changes in likes, dislikes, and we, at the end of the day, we are as a part of the industry, have been navigating, processing, trying to understand those shifts, and at the same point of time, trying to build and rebuild ourselves to the requirement of the consumer or to the requirement of the audiences. With this, I'll probably, set the tone of the today's discussion, and probably next 30-40 minutes, we have a very learned, my colleagues are here from across the country, across different sectors within the cinema industry, and we'll take their views. But at the start, probably I will request Mr. Prithul Kumar, Joint Secretary of the Films, Ministry of I&B, to say his initial words.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished panelists, distinguished guests, and friends from cinema and, of course, the media and entertainment industry. So first of all, before I begin, I would just like to ask and see how many people here, sitting here, have seen the National Museum of Indian Cinema in Bombay, which we just commissioned about 3 years ago. So I don't see any hands raised. I think one hand at the back, just there. And I'll assure you that it's such a wonderful museum. If, if somebody goes and see, he will really get to see how the face of Indian cinema has evolved. I mean, it's not just changed, it has evolved over the years. Right from the start, as we talk from the days of Raja Harishchand and Alamara, and how, in terms of the content, the Indian cinema has changed, how in terms of the technology of filming, the 35 the 70 and then the other formats. So how, and also in terms of how the evolution has been in terms of, what is the kind of the star cast was there, the how the clothes was there. It's very interesting to see that museum. So I will advise you, and you will not be disappointed. Actually, I was really disappointed to see one thing in there is that, the footfall is very less, about only 50 to 60 people every day watch that, come and do that museum. But it has been really curated wonderfully, and it is housed in a 19th century mansion and also a new building which we have made over there. So I'll request first of all to go everyone over there and then see that thing for us to have a real feel of what cinema was and what do we have till today. But now, as we talk here today in terms of what the changing face of cinema is, for me, I think the definition started when in 90s, the major changes which we see as of today started in 90s when I saw the movie Jurassic Park. And the reality of the dinosaur, which was more than real. I mean, I could not have imagined that, some makeup has been done and some artifact has been created, but it was very real. And that was the start of visual effects, I think. And I mean, in a big way, of course, they had started much earlier. But then that was the very, very defining moment for Indian cinema, that, visual effects are here to make the virtual reality even more real than one could think of. Then I think came the multiplexes. I still remember as a college student when I came here to Delhi, PVR and was the first multiplex. And then, people could go and see multiple cinemas, or, they could choose. And the way the exhibition was there, I think the technologies had also improved. So that was one thing. And then I think the advent of YouTube in around 2005-6 also changed the way we used to engage with the cinema. And then I think the major thing which came after that was the advent of OTTs. I think 2015-16, it all started. And COVID period, we have all been witness to. I think all of us were glued on to OTTs. And that is how we could pass our loneliness. And then, of course, the content was not getting created, but I think whatever was created had a viewership much larger than it was earlier. In fact, that point in time, I still remember to have started watching the regional movies dubbed in Hindi. So, and when I started, it was only 1 million, 2 million kind of, the best movie would be 1 million, 2 million. But by this time, now I see that, those movies have crossed 100 million views. So this is also one of the very important things that, in India also, if we feel that earlier it was Bollywood, which was most prominent, but now the prominence is distributed. I mean, it's just about the content. It's about the way you create the content is actually, tells us, gives you the viewership, not just in India, but also across the world. So this is the kind of thing, evolution, which I see here till now. And tomorrow is going to be no change, that no different, that, change will be much more faster with metaverse getting created. Not just the kind of content which we see will change, but the way we see the content. Maybe, we are in the metaverse participating in a movie. Who knows that what happens tomorrow? So that is the kind of, expectation which I have right of today. But, since you've called me here, not just for the part of, what is happening across the world, but let me also give you a government's perspective of what government is doing as a facilitator for all of this. So as in the previous session, you've already been told that under the Ministry of INB, we have a task force set up for the AVGC sector. But that is only animation and visual effects, as we call about. I mean, it's not just that sector we are focusing about. But that sector has the potential to put our content across the world. So, we are focusing on creation of that content, and also that our Indian content, Indian stories, they travel across the world. That is what has also been the focus alongside when we're working on the task force. And then, of course, we were discussing in the previous session about filming and the clearances. There were talks about single window clearances. In fact, the central government's portal, there are about 100 and odd, more than 100 state government clearances which are already there on the portal. And we are trying to amalgamate it through a film facilitation office. And soon it's going to be operational. We are also going to do a IT revamp so that the film facilitation in regard to the animal wildlife clearances and all those things, they also come on a single portal. So that effort from our side is on, and I think you can see that in the times to come, you will not need to interact anyway for the clearances for filming and all. It'll be all done through a portal. So these are the kind of efforts which we are seeing from the government. But then, as there has also been talked about, that the content is also has to be self-moderated. Although we are also getting into the act, we are contemplating on putting in the UA markers, which sort of give age restrictions, which are more of guiding in nature, not a strict age compliances. So that kind of a thing is coming. We also recognize that piracy is one of the major impediments in content creation in the M&E industry. It actually kills the industry in the core itself. So we are trying not just to recognize the way the films are pirated in our cinema hall, but we are also going beyond that. And we are trying to find ways and means that there has to be a legislative, legal connection between uploading of that content or an exhibition of that content over the web through the appropriate legal remedies available in the Copyrights Act or the ID Act. So we're trying to do that connection also. And so with this, I think this is, I will request that the other panelists give their viewpoints, and thank you from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Prithul. So let us start the discussion from my farthest side of the left. Ashish, you have a very unique experience in the industry. I mean, you have spent the longest period of time in the most marquee studios and the production houses in the north, as well as now you are helping the affairs of one of the largest studios from the south. I mean, while I'm not trying to make a north-south division, but I'm saying just looking at the preference of the continent and etc. With your rich experience, the kind of scenario, at least what we are seeing in the, we'll come to the entire Indian industry later, but probably what we are seeing in the Hindi film industry now almost over a year after the last November when with Suryavanshi the markets opened up. But last 1 year, without being in a denial mode, is depressing overall as an industry situation. So what is your take on it? Where do you think that the things are getting wrong, or where do you think that things can have a better future from here?
Thanks, Shibashish. Thanks for having me here. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, we are going through challenging times as far as the North Indian films are concerned, mainly Hindi. But what we should not forget is that we've just come out of COVID, and the industry is actually trying to reset. Most of the content that came out earlier was actually commissioned, or those films had started before COVID had come in our lives. And during COVID, each one faced their own set of challenges. So right from the creators, the production houses, and the OTT platforms that actually used to pay us the maximum money in terms of initial revenue, and the theaters, exhibitors. So if you speak to each one of them, each one has their own set of challenges. You speak to the theater owners, you tell them that your pricing is very high. They'll say, my rentals are so high. What do I do? So the pricing discussion goes for a toss. You speak to the creators, they are facing the challenges with the actor prices because these were like set much before the COVID had hit us, and the business was very different then. Now, I think over a period of time, we all have realized that content is king, without a doubt. And more so now, there's more importance given to filmmakers now. And most of the films that have done well have been directed by filmmakers of repute. Filmmakers have become bigger than the stars now. That's a very good learning for all of us, and which will actually help us a lot as the industry grows from here. A lot of the actors have understood that the pricing was wrong, and they have already announced that they want to correct the prices. So probably in a year's time, we'll see the reaction and the good things that will come out of this learning for all of us. We've gone through a terrible crisis. We all know it. Films have not done well. People have lost money. Exhibitors have been fighting their own battles of survival, but they've now come out of it, because some of the other films have done well, especially from the South market and other markets in Hollywood. So everybody has kind of survived it, and hats off to all the stakeholders that we've come out of it. Now let's reset. Let's assess the situation. Let's find where the gaps are. So the gaps are very clear in 4 words. Content has to be great. The pricing has to be correct. The actors are doing it, thankfully. The exhibitors have learned that the ticket pricing will have to come to a certain level despite the high rentals and the other challenges, which again is working for some of the smaller films. Recently, we saw it with Uchai. We saw it with some of the other Hindi films that released with the lower pricing. And finally, consumer is king, right? So we have to give them the best content at the right price at the theaters. And the OTT platforms will definitely reset, and they are here to stay. I mean, there's a lot of dialogue about, OTT, where will they go? But all of them have a 5-year plan in India at least. So from that point of view, if we can continue creating good content, sky is the limit. We all know that every 7th person in the world is an Indian. So there's so much of demand for content, and we love to watch our content. Let's just make great content and fly high.
Thanks. I think we definitely need optimism at the end of the day to fight this scenario. Senthil, while Ashish has spoken and given a background and the details of how the consumer behavior has been shifting and what are the things at every stakeholders level, how it has got affected at a pre-pandemic to a post-pandemic scenario. Large part, to give an impression that large part in India, when we consider a film or consider a film's success or failures, we generally go by the scene of Indian box office performance as a scene. With your huge experience, we know that there is a world beyond the domestic theatrical performance for the success and failures of a film. What do you think in that part of the area, in terms of whether overseas market, whether in terms of the sales to the non-theatrical rights? How do you think that part of the experience is panning out over a period of last couple of years?
Thank you, Shubhasish. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a little before the pandemic, we started a service to deliver movies around the world. So I have pretty good data based on our Cube Wire delivery, how things have changed over the last few years, especially in markets like the US. If we take a good comparable, it would be, I think, Bahubali 2, which was a very large international release, and RRR, which is a much more recent release. So between 2017 and 2022, the number of countries that our movies went to increased from about 65, which was the number of countries that Bahubali 2 went to 90 that RRR went to. And this is happening for all movies. This is just an anecdotal example of how much the release has expanded internationally for Indian movies, but also the number of locations in which movies release. For example, again, Bahubali 2 released in about 2,600 locations worldwide outside of India, and RRR released in about 3,800 locations. So almost like a 45% growth despite COVID. So we've been seeing really good traction, and exhibitors around the world are realizing that if they have a 4 or 5% profit margin, the volume of content that they are playing from India is actually around that much. So it's become very critical for international exhibitors to play Indian content, to embrace Indian content. They all have special Indian bookers who understand Indian content and choose how many screens they will release Indian movies. And so that's been a very good thing. But within India itself, I think we are, the theatrical industry has gone through a very difficult phase because obviously theaters had zero revenue during COVID. And even companies such as ours really just barely made it through thanks to the ECLGS loans and really tightening our belts during this time. So it's going to take some time to get back to normalcy, to rebuild and to have the space to breathe again. But I think we are on the right track. And as content changes, as Ashish mentioned, we will hopefully have more and more audiences coming back. And the fact that ticket prices have been, there's a realization that ticket prices need to be much more moderate is a real good thing, because that will also help in the F&B revenues and in advertising revenues being better.
Thanks. Blaze, you have seen the industry for few decades from different spectrum. Many point of time when you speak of or about film industry, generally a general tendency is always to go towards the content making or the production side of the story, and generally the things, what goes right, what goes wrong, and what are the impacts of it. A very important part of an ecosystem, or for any industry for that matter, to survive or flourish, is to look at it holistically, whether it is a part of the creation or it is the part of the distribution or the part of the medium. While we have been all discussing and have been dabbling about the thoughts that how the journey of from the pre-pandemic to now, the experience in terms and the impacts on the producers per se, what is your take on a very important factor and without which probably the film industry won't survive, is the situation in the exhibition sector, especially the multiplex? What are their economies? How the things are working? Do you think that they have been getting enough margin or enough footfall to for a survival? We are talking about the ticket prices, whether a reduction in ticket prices is possible for them to maintain a break-even level or not. Probably you can give a lot of inputs on that segment.
Thanks, Subhashish. Yes, I've seen the multiplex involvement, because the first multiplex in Delhi, PVR, was actually the VR's Village Roadshow, which was a Warner subsidiary and a partner. They, even before the pandemic, you kind of differentiated pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. I think the tremors were being felt in filling up the multiplexes for every content that was made. Occupancy was not there. Few films are working, few films are not working. But let me make it very clear up front. The storefront for cinema, the first exposure of any cinematic experience is going to be the cinema, and that's here to stay. Cinema has survived many earthquakes, many tsunamis. Video came, everybody said cinema will go. Television, broadcast, pay TV, cinema survived, and cinema will survive. But it's no longer what they call the temples of India, where every weekend families would drive in hordes of cars, because today they are competing in what we call the attention economy. Today, the consumer's attention is splintered between OTT, television, food and beverage at home, comedy, etc., etc. So they will have to reinvent themselves. But before I kind of get into the reinvention, I think some of the signs that are coming out from Hollywood and Wall Street, which is basically, which drives the business in terms of funding. I think, direct to OTT, I think that experiment was needed, but I think it's not being recognized. And I think more and more CEOs of the global studios are saying, we will look at the theatrical experience, but we'll also negotiate with the exhibitors, NATO in America, in terms of the windows. Okay, so I think that's a very clear distinction that's coming out in the last 3 months. every Hollywood studio has says we will look at the cinematic experience because that's a good cash cow and also a good platform to kind of, publicize your film before it goes into OTT. In terms of cinema in its multiplexes in its current format, I think for multiplexes, they should be now looking at multi-purpose venues. So just dependent on cinema to fill up, say on an average, you have 4 screens to 5 screens, 5 shows a day, say 35 sessions a day. It's going to be very difficult. But they have an Audi, they have seats, they have a platform in terms of a stage, they have acoustics. I think to repurposing some of the Audis in terms of making stages where you could have, theater, where you could have stand-up comedy, where you could have concerts, where you have, a lot of cultural activities which will attract different sets of audience. So I think the key is from multiplex to multi-purpose. Also, don't forget, a lot of the engagement today is collective and community. And one of the ideas that I did write about in for Money Control during the pandemic is, I think multiplex will also have to look, if they have to survive, they will have to look at other sources of box office revenues, sports. Some of them have just started screening the ICC, but in a matter of time, in a few years, you probably have EPL being screened in multiplexes. So probably one screen will be a Chelsea screen, the other screen would be Man United screen where fans would go there and collectively Mumbai Indians or, those kind of collective experiences. And I think it's time for them to reinvent themselves to survive. But cinema is going to survive as long as the owners and the promoters of multiplexes repurpose their venues to multi-purpose venues. Thanks.
Very, very interesting point, Blaze, because it's at the time when there is an infrastructure and there is a certain capital cost, and if the entire load of the ROI or raising the capital cost come on the only one sector, is there an opportunity of looking at it so that making that sector as a little to reduce their capital load, and that's why less dependence on the film per se. I think that's probably the theory what you were saying. Interesting thought. We'll come back on this. I think in this forum, the most experienced among us is Bobby, and I will probably not try to limit Bobby's thought on specific to the point or the agenda what we are discussing today. You have seen the changes, or you have seen this the growth of the media and entertainment sector for decades now, whether film, television, content creation in any other medium or say. I'll probably like to pick your brain, or I like you to share your thoughts that over a period of last 30, 40 years, the way you have seen the overall media and entertainment space, which has been growing in India, and what is your take now in the shifting technologies, in the stage of shifting audiences thought process? What is your take that where is Indian media and entertainment on an overall space is getting into?
Thank you, Shivashish, and greetings to all of us over here. So I am actually in a very interesting mood. I am both feeling very aggressive and critical, and at the same time, I'm feeling very, very optimistic. So, I mean, I'm going to give you my take on the exact subject today. What is the changing face of Indian cinema? And I'm going to tell you that in the context of the changing face of world cinema also, or of the whole world. So today was a very watershed day in the history of conferences in India. We had a minister, Piyush Goyal, come and publicly acknowledge at the beginning of his talk that we are less than 1% of the world's entertainment business. A lot of what he said afterwards said, yes, the glory of India and the glory of Indian cinema and all, but the harsh reality was in his opening remarks that we are less than 1% of the global entertainment business and have been ever since cinema started. We understand that Bollywood is a global word, it's popular, all of that, but the numbers have never ever added up. now let's come to specifically why this is the situation, and then what I feel will change it or might change it. I think the model went wrong in the 60s, and we got caught up in this entire star system of cinema. The minute a producer or a director decided to, or a producer director, really, producers almost don't exist in our business in this country, started saying, I will get a star and I will pay him 80% of the budget to make my film. It was a major acknowledgement of intellectual bankruptcy, because you were relying on spending 80% of your money on one person on the hope that he would draw the audiences. You're not spending it on cinema at all. So really, when you look at the success or failure of a film, make up your mind about what the above the line cost should be. If it should be 30%, then take the below the line, put 30% on that, and then say, this is the cost of my film. And the rest of it is adjusted profits or losses or whatever. Because those are not real figures that we worked with. And what caused that, the effect of that moral bankruptcy was very clear, that we lost the concept of producers. An actor became a producer, a director became a producer. I mean, today, if I try to count producers, successful producers on my hands, I can't fill up both my hands. Say these are in the history of currently in Bollywood, there are more than 10 producers who are not also actors and who are also not directors. That's not true of Europe. That is not true of Hollywood. That is not true of any other place. And that is one of the reasons why there needs to be a change. So there's been a lot of talk also of pre-pandemic, pandemic, post-pandemic. I think the elephant had been shot in the head even before the pandemic. It was just taking its time to die and for us to realize that it is dead. The industry actually was impacted by another major event, which was the big OTTs moving into the country. For the first time, our audiences were able to see real quality. Not necessarily of subjects that were close to them, not necessarily of films that they would have liked to see, but whatever they could see, they realized that the way films are written, directed, edited, composed, finally post-produced was way different in the world than it was in India. And that slow impact is what you're seeing of the final rejection of star-led Bollywood. So I was at an event almost this time last year in Dubai, and I'm having to repeat myself, but I don't think any of you were there that time. So it was Expo 2020, and we were talking about the same thing, how the world has changed. And I tried to express it in a very interesting quotation from Bob Dylan's citation in his Nobel Award citation for the award for literature. It said, "Come, mothers and fathers throughout the land, don't criticize what you can't understand. Your sons and your daughters are beyond your command. The old road is rapidly changing. So get off the new one if you can't lend a hand, for the times they are changing." Now, times have changed. Some of us have changed. Some of us will refuse to change. Those who are refusing to change, get off the road, you'll be thrown off it, or change, because the world has changed. And now we need to bring ourselves through education, through industry, through organization, through rethinking infrastructure. And you think you have a film city running in Bombay? No, it's just a ground with bits of wires stuck on it, you can go and shoot over there. Go and see the infrastructure that in 3 years UAE has put in, or Saudi Arabia has put in their countries. It's completely different. And people said, what role does the government have to play? Yes, the government can help us create the infrastructure. They can't help us make the movies, but certainly they have a role to play in, especially with the cost of properties in India, to create the infrastructure. So we have to rethink it from the writing, the editing, the music, the stories that we tell. If we change, and I see a lot of young people here, so there's a lot of hope. If we change, we will be able to move on. If we can't change, then the elephant is dead. I'm sorry, there's not much to say. Because we have been present. Those who have taken the plunge have succeeded. I mean, look at Prime Focus. They're all over the world. They're doing all the work in India. So we have grown, we've done lots of stuff, but if we want to create cinema, and my last point is, the world has opened up, the world is flat, subtitles and dubbing is no longer bad words. So think of your product for a world audience. It can change your economics completely. Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. Sanjay, you have probably, again, in this panel, you probably have the scenario in South is reasonably or way better than especially in the industry per se. We have seen films which are doing well, whether in every language, whether in Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam or Kannada, and they're doing well even across India. So what is your take on the scenario that what's happening actually in the South film industry, which are doing better at different we need corrections or we need to change our mindset in terms of to see the things.
Rooted to reality, not wanting to make it a north-south divide, but for some reason maybe about 15 years ago, Bollywood kind of went into a candy floss cinema, or the multiplex cinema as you call, where you're showing, the Karan Johars and the Dilwales kind of, glossy cinema, not deep rooted to the actual happenings in the country. The thought process, the meticulous planning in most of the South Indian cinema has been right from day one, right? In the early 80s also, South Indian cinema was known to be doing it in a compact way. So that's the first thing that is important. The content is really rooted to the ground. Like, for example, you have you have Ponniyin Selvan, for example, where Ashish is involved. He made a statement that, content was made pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. Ponniyin Selvan was started pre-pandemic. It actually went through the pains of 2 years of pre-pandemic. I mean, I was closely involved with the maker, so I knew what pains they went through in the shooting and stuff like that. It's not that, for example, KGF 2 or RRR, they were also made pre-pandemic. It's nothing but pre and post. It just happened that the content was more rooted to the ground. That's basically the point.
You think that what is the kind of corrections you think which is needed from your perspective? If you think that, I mean, there has been one thing was probably pretty clear that the kind of content which is into 2019 or before, audience were generally used to go to the cinema halls. Probably the audience is very clear now that there is no scope of average. And I take that point what Bobby was mentioning, that probably with the advent of the OTT, probably with the advent of quality content which is available for someone to consume, since the language is not a barrier, with the scenario, what was the situation there, that kind of urgency is not there with the audience on today's date. So while we all believe that there has to be a clear quality which has to be a different, but in the same country, in the some geographies, some things are working, audiences are coming back, some things are not working. You have any thought that what are the things one should follow?
So OTT, as we speak, has, it's been a boon for the producers because you get an insurance policy for your risk that you're taking. Unfortunately, it's also been a bane because the star system, as Bobby said, drives up the prices higher. Now you're having your clear demarcation of two categories of films. The tentpole film, the big ones, the large format ones, audience want to come out to the theater and celebrate, especially in the South, because you have the fan system, which you don't have up north, right? You have the fan system. So they all come into the, worship their demigod, or for that matter, even the large scale, like for example, in Ponniyin Selvan, you really don't have a A-grade star from South, but the film has done that well, right? He's an A-grade. I'm talking about the star. Okay, you're talking about KGF. KGF, the actor is not really known, but the subject that went through, right? Now, there's also, on the other hand, there is a movie like Love Today. I don't know if anybody has heard about it. It's about 3 weeks old. It's absolute new star cast, and it's doing phenomenal business. So either you have to have a tentpole film, or you need to have gone the ones in the middle.
Time slot also with the Netflix. While there has been a great scenario of at least that, and there's a very positive scenario that a significant amount of film content were going to the OTT platforms per se. Last 6 months, 1 year, globally, the platforms or most of the global technology companies are in their stress. They have the market caps are probably 50%, 60% down. Every technology companies are in the laying off zone. What do you think the impact will be on the Indian cinemas or content buying? Will it be or will it not be? Is it too small or is it too insignificant? It's just a matter of time, it will pass.
Yeah, so clearly they are facing their own set of challenges internationally, which logically should have an impact on India. But personally, I believe it won't have an impact on India. And I'm talking about the platforms that are based in the US, 3 ones. Obviously, we have Hotstar here, we have Netflix, Amazon, Prime. The reason for that is that they have more or less covered themselves in their own market, right? They've already reached a saturation point. Now to sell to the investors, they have the broadband is still expanding in India. The subscriber base is not that huge. So the only way they can do it is by continuing to invest in India. If they kind of just back out now, it'll read very badly with the investors in the US, because they will see, okay, so where is your growth? Okay, fine, you're facing challenges. You're facing challenges in India as well. But where is this company going to grow? And the investment was done based on growth. So if you track the share market, the PEs are pretty high. The price to earnings are pretty high of these. It's based on growth. There's no way they can say that India is not a key market for us. More so because China is not a market for them.
Okay.
So we will definitely get money coming into our country for content. There will be some highs and lows. There will be some adjustments. There will be some things like Netflix has announced the ad revenue model that they want to come up with. So those changes will happen internally. But there is no way they can ignore Indian content. More so because of the way the Indian content is behaving across all platforms globally also.
Will content prices come down significantly?
Prices of what, sir?
The purchase price of content.
So there will be a correction, because what happened during the pandemic was that we started, and Shibashish is aware of it, obviously, and most of us who have dealt with it directly are aware, there was a 4-week windowing that had started. So they started paying extra for films if the window was just 4 weeks after the release of the film, and I'm talking about Hindi content. And unfortunately, most of the films actually did not perform at the box office. So it kind of backfired big time for them because they paid a premium to get good content on their platform within 4 weeks, but that content itself did not fire. So that correction will definitely happen. They have definitely paid a lot of money earlier for the Hindi content. So there will be a correction, according to me, for the Hindi content. But currently the momentum is with the South content. So the prices of the South content is actually going up even now. And with the success of RRR, KGF, Punniyin Selvan now, Kantara, they are definitely chasing the South market because they had not peaked out at any point. It was still a growing market. So they've understood the importance of the South market, and they've understood that, yes, there is viewership to that content big time across the globe again. Hindi content will see some correction, but it'll be marginal. It won't be disastrous because where there is competition, there's always a second buyer willing to pay you a certain amount, and especially for the tentpole films.
So it looks like, while we are a little bit of running out of time, but I'll ask probably a similar kind of question both to Senthil as well as to Blaze. In our journey of content industry, of filmmaking industry, every time when there has been a technology shift, we have seen this scenario of uncertainty. The point what even Bobby was mentioning, that from last 30-40 years, we have seen time when whether there was a television, when satellite television came, or when there was a video or VCR came, whenever there was a medium shift has happened. And the last 4 years back, when the whole digital platform came in the situation that it becomes so much popular and all of us start seeing the content. Now, Senthil, from your point of view, you take contents globally. Yeah, you have excelled in the scenario that how you are taking content globally to the consumers across the globe, Indian contents. Do you foresee that is it going to be something boon for the industry, or is it going to be something an issue? Because at the same time, when you are bringing content into somebody's household, are you asking that reducing that audience's urgency to go to a Friday to see a cinema? I mean, that can be a question. Whereas at the same point of time, the opportunity can be that you are probably encouraging him with so much of quality content that he will be encouraged to see more content when he wants to go to a cinema subsequently. There is a dilemma. Do you want to throw some light on that? And probably Blaze, I'll follow up with this question, especially, and if you can give a background with music in the back of the mind.
I think this windowing debate that happened because of COVID accelerated some of the decisions that people made, and we saw, and in a way it was good that all the large studios experienced the negative factor of not having a proper windowing, where you release in theaters, you spend money on publicity to get audiences to the big screen, make revenues out of that, then have the fall-off effects on streaming and television and all of the secondary streams. When people tried to make this into one same day and date release on both theatrical and OTT, I think everybody paid a price because it didn't work theatrically. It didn't really work very well at home, because movies sometimes are movies that are spectacles work very well on the large screen, and movies that require a lot of concentration also work very well on the large screen, because you have the audience around you with their emotions contributing to your enjoyment of the movie. And that's something that's impossible at home. Even if you have a home theater which is very well set up with immersive audio and a great projector, there is still the problem that you have a remote in your hand and you can pause it, and therefore you do, and your concentration is never the same. So I think that debate is over, that the social phenomena of watching movies in theaters is the premium and everything else is secondary to that. And even in terms of revenues, that is the flow that works best for the industry. But OTT and streaming has really opened up the opportunity for experimentation. We get so much more choice, and that choice also drives our understanding of what the audience tastes are. And in that way, it's really wonderful that this synergy can help the industry grow overall without affecting theatrical. In India, theatrical is so poorly served. As Piyush ji said in his talk, our screen density per million people is eight screens per million people. Would you know what it is in the US? It's about 130. In China, it's 40. Even in a very sparsely populated country like Australia, it's about 100 screens per million people. We need a lot more screens so that content is not chasing a small number of screens. There's opportunity to have segmentation even within our theatrical environment.
Thank you. So the last question to you, Blaze, on the same background.
So, Pishish, one small intervention here on the terms of the box office. You have a Tom Cruise film which is doing $1.5 billion globally across the world. You have a number of Indian films in India that have crossed the 200, 300 crore box office mark. So cinema is, yeah, it will kind of settle down at some stage. Talking about music, okay, India is very unique because 80% of our music is film-based. But we've also seen a couple of trends that are emerging. Geraya had a good soundtrack, okay, and that made it to made it to the top charts in India. We also had Sher Shah, which was released directly onto an OTT platform. That a couple of tracks from that film also kind of tracking in the charts and did very well. In terms of music, it will always be, well, at least for the foreseeable future, very closely connected with the film industry, and you'll have the hits coming from the south. But you're also seeing, it's no longer regional. You're seeing pan India. So a lot of southern songs have done very well, in the pubs of Gurgaon and Batinda and Asansol. So you're seeing it kind of moving across the country. And lastly is, pop culture is now multipolar. So you have a Sri Lankan artist who's doing very well into an Hindi song, and going back to, music and cinema will kind of probably see greater collaborations from overseas stars.
Thank you, Blaze. I think with this, we are already ran out of time. Thanks to all of you for giving your time, and hopefully now we'll probably end the session with this.
Thank you, panelists, for sharing your thoughts. Now we will present you the token of appreciation, requesting Mr. Sarkar to kindly hand it over to the panelists, please. As we are running behind schedule, we will now just quickly move on to plenary 9. Would like to now invite Mr. T.P. Agarwal, President, Film Federation of India, to come on the dais for signing of MOU to facilitate use of co-production treaty. Thank you. Request you to kindly allow us a moment. We'll just set up the stage. Would also request Mr. Bobby Bedi, founder Content Flow Studios, to join for this, please.
हाँ वापसी आ जाओ लैपटॉप बंद कर दो छोड़ दे तो इसे तो रहने दे ओपन ही रहने दो अरे और कुछ नहीं ना बस may I invite Sakshi Mehra, please, Vice President, Film Federation of India, to just join us on the dais. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome once again. Today's been very sort of vocal dialogue about India. Let's now try to cross some boundaries and go beyond India and see what's the scenario with the rest of the world. So we have here today Mr. T.P. Agarwal and Mr. Mehra from the Film Federation of India. And we have Carlos Rosado from Spain. Now, what am I doing here? So, the Film Federation, India has a co-production treaty with Spain. It's been there for a while. And India has a co-production treaties with many countries. They have not been used very much. And I suspect that there were two reasons for the treaties not being used. One, of course, was that India was not offering any subsidies and facilities as a partner country, whereas the other member countries were. That has changed. India has also now announced its, the government of India will contribute to different country people where we have a co-production. They're shooting in India, they'll get a subsidy. And that those rules are out. So that one major hurdle has been overcome. The second more important one is no one actually knows how to negotiate these treaties. And today's event is very significant in that space because this MOU that we are going to sign today between India and Spain, between the Film Federation and, with the Spanish Film Commission, and later I think they will be signing with other film bodies in India and Bombay and South India, will help us negotiate these treaties. So really, there was the bride and there was the groom. The priest was missing. This MOU is the equivalent of the priest, the Pandit who's going to make this marriage work, right? So with that, I'm just going to hand over to the two members here who are really the important ones. Shall we first sign and then you will talk? Yes. for signatures, right? So, yeah. So,
May I also now invite Mr. Ankur Garg, producer, Love Films, to be on the stage, please.
No, no. Spanish bureaucracy, same as Indian bureaucracy, huh?
Mr. Ankur Garg.
To change the paper. Thank you. Oh. Good. That's done. Give them a round of applause, please. And I may request Carlos Rosado. Thank you very much. Carlos, would you like to speak to us? You want to speak from the dais, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you very much, Mr. Betty. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this event for giving us, to me and to Springfield Commission, the opportunity to come to India, to your home. Knowing better our different culture and sharing ideas from our reality, we led to better projects. We are aware of the major role India plays on the audiovisual sector. Through your filmmaker, we have the opportunity to know more about your culture, your history, and your unique spirit. But we really want to get a step further. We want to be useful for the industry and to facilitate a closer collaboration between companies, between Spain and India industrial sectors. I strongly believe the signing of MOU with you, and of course, the development as the one we are about to sign today, will help is achieving this goal. And the best output of this agreement will be to be able to encourage new and extended co-production, a new joint script writing, as well as international shooting in Spain and India. So the world can learn a new alliance between two of the oldest and rich cultures in the world has come to compete in the international scene. We both have superb locations, skilled crews, experienced producers, talented artists, and filmmakers. Spain also have an interesting tax incentive system. Let the world listen to our voice on the screen. We may seem far away on a map, yes, but I deeply believe India and Spain are closer than ever. And this action we are developing this day in India, and the opportunity to repeat it back in Spain this year goes in that direction. I'm sorry that I am not able to spread correctly my ideas, but the MOU just signed doesn't not only have an industrial purpose. We have the obligation, the responsibility to help, acknowledge, and accept our different culture to make a better world in which the different are understood and cinema is a powerful instrument of expression. I am about to finish, but first I want to thank the Indian and Spanish government that have supported us completely in this project, a project called Shooting in Spain, that is part of wider plan by the government of Spain and the European Union to support the audiovisual sector and in our country and to set the path to become the new audiovisual hub in Europe. Also, thanks to our partner Profilm, the president is here, the Spanish Association of Service Producers that have joined us on this project. And of course, thanks to our great friend of Casa de la India, the most Indian-friendly place when acting in Spain, the most Spain-loving institution when working in India. From the bottom of my heart, thanks, Guillermo, and all your team. Finally, thanks to you all once again for being here with us today. And so please consider my invitation to come to Spain and to discover life there, another great country as Spain is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. May I now request Mr. Agarwal to say a few words?
Thank you.
Can we have this?
I think it was somewhere over there. Concentrate.
That was a very interesting intervention. Mr. Agarwal, please now. Thank you.
Mr. Carlos, Mr. Naga, Mr. Bobby Bedi. It's indeed a very good time that now India has the treaty now with Spain. And we are very lucky to have this at the Cii Big Picture Summit here today. Locations, I think now you had seen Spain has got very good locations. And for Spanish people, please remember, India has also got so many better locations. India has also so much to give you here. Your people can also come here and shoot. And now every part of India, every state of India is also giving subsidies. So when you come, because we were going there, we're getting subsidies. Now, when people from Spain will also come, they also get the subsidies, very good subsidies. India is giving now. Every state is giving now. I think India has got a culture and very, very good locations. Everything is in India you have got now. And I really thank you. I really thank Spanish government to have this treaty with India now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Ankur, you've actually filmed in Spain. So I think briefly tell us what your experience was.
Hi. We had the liberty to shoot one of the two big films which was shot in Spain earlier this year. Our film was shot with Ranbir Kapoor and Shraddha Kapoor, which is a romantic comedy. One thing I really want to tell about our experience shooting with people in Spain or the Spanish people is similar to India, they are a go-getter as well. With whatever planning we might do, but with film shoots, there will always be things which end up being last minute. You're not able to plan them well, but one of the good experiences that we had, our Spanish line producers and the crew over there was a go-getter. We never heard that this cannot be done, this is not possible, won't be able to do, this was not planned. They really did their best in being able to, making our shoot possible, making sure that we get what we wanted. And I think that becomes a big deal for a film producer and a director who is wanting to shoot a big film in Spain. Spain, our overall experience right from the first day was really pleasant. Right from the embassy here in Delhi to the consulate general in Bombay. It was a peak tourist season, but the speed at which we got our visas issues was unprecedented. I know, from a lot of other producers and a lot of people wanting to travel Europe. In summers this year, they could not manage their visa appointments for at least a month or so. Here we had a consulate general, and the whole Spanish embassy supporting us by being able to issue visas within 48 hours. It was really unheard of. One of our major concerns when we started planning was, given the peak tourist season, whether we'll be able to manage visas for all of the people or not. And I think it got sorted really, really quickly. I believe Spanish Film Commission or the Spanish authorities have also started a film shoot visa, which made it really, really convenient, where the documentation was not very bureaucratic. It was easier to get put everything together, so that the first experience before we moved to Spain itself was a pleasant one. Other than that, few of the things which really matter to a film producer when they're wanting to shoot abroad are location, equipment, and the crew. I believe and the fourth one being rebate. So on all these parameters, we have had a very, very good experience. You've already seen a video on the locations. So Spain, again, when it comes to locations, is very similar to India. I'm not saying similar in terms of the kind of locations, but in terms of the variation that you can find in Spain. Spain is not just about a European town or some European locations. It has a lot more to offer. We did our recce all the way from east to west, north to south, and we actually, had multiple different type of locations that we could have shot. We had the beaches, we had the mountains, we had the towns, both the cities and the villages. So you can really plan a much longer shoot, with a lot of different kind of locations, which is also very similar to what you get in India, but the locations are different. Equipment wise, we never faced any kind of a challenge. Everything is available in Spain. I've been made to understand once I visited Spain that Spain is also a hub for a lot of European shoots, and especially a lot of ad commercials which are shot there in Spain, which made it really convenient to be able to find the any kind of equipment that we really wanted, and in fact equipment at the last minute notice as well. We did have some challenge when it came to crew, because I believe there was one big production, I guess Mission Impossible, some big Hollywood production which was also happening in parallel. So managing to crew did become a challenge, but overall we could, we knew it early on, so we did take a lot of Indian crew members from India. So mixing and matching both from the Spanish crew and Indian crew, it really worked out well. Spain do offer a very good rebate system, which we are currently working on. We are sure the rebate is in process. So you basically get both the VAT refund back as well as the rebate on top of the spend that you have done in Spain. So that makes it economically very, very feasible and viable to be able to get a good production value shoot, but at a very good price point. Yeah, these are few of my observations when we shot earlier this year. Anything specific, more than happy to talk about.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ankur. So I think we've pretty much explored the co-production, and Ankur has been very, very supportive of shooting there. I want to actually close with two important thoughts. One is that shooting in a location is a first step. It promotes use of infrastructures, it promotes interaction between people. But the way the world is headed, we must also look for co-production to create stories that travel from both places. So for me, the happy day will come when we see Spanish films and the Spaniards see Indian cinema, and the cinema makes sense to them and their cinema makes sense to us. And I think that should be the attempt in the future years. So not only are we shooting there and you're shooting here, but we're also watching each other's cinema and participating and co-producing together in the real sense of the word. So with that, thank you very much to all of you on the dais. And I'd also like to especially thank Jean Manuel and Guillermo sitting there, who have made this possible and have been great friends of India. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Ankur. And Mr. Agarwal, thank you for coming. Thank you. You're welcome. And with that, we can close this session. Thanks.
Thank you, panelists. We will now present you the token of appreciation, requesting Mr. Agarwal to kindly hand it over to the rest of the panelists, please.
You're very much. Right, that's the for me.
With this, we'll now quickly move on to plenary session 10, impact of piracy and illegal sharing of content. For this, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Blaise Fernandez, President and CEO, Indian Music Industry of Information and Broadcasting. Joining us virtually for the session is Mr. Matthew Cherian Cheetham, General Manager, Coalition Against Piracy, Asian Video Industry Association. Thank you. Just allow us a moment to set up this dais, please. Can we have Mr. Cheetham on the screen, please?
Yeah, we have Matt Cheetham joining us. Come.
Would request Mr. Blaise Fernandez to please take the discussions forward. Thank you.
A tough session because last session before lunch, and half the mind is on lunch and half the mind is on the panel. But we will try and discuss in this session the challenges of piracy, and we've got a new element to what piracy is about. But just some stats. As per a Musso report, India ranked third globally in consuming pirated content in the first 8 months of 2022, 7.99 billion visits. Digital piracy leads to close to 300 crores losses for the recorded music industry. Pirated websites generated over 1 billion in ad revenue globally, and pirated apps generated over 2.5 million ad revenue globally. I know Sam Balsara is in the room, but this is something that, the advertising industry should be notified and take notice of. But today we're going to talk about a very different angle of piracy. So far, piracy has always eaten our lunch of the creative industry, because somebody's taken a product, monetized it, sold it without actually paying us. Can we have some silence there, please? Thank you. Without actually, they monetized our content, but the same pirates who are eating our lunch is now eating the lunch of the consumers, and we'll show you why that is. Can we have that film played, please? Thanks.
Ay, magandang morning po sa inyo mga kapanalig. Gising! Gising muna!
Thank you. Joining me to discuss this grave problem, because today it is not only a threat to the GDP, not only a threat to the creative sector, but it's also a threat to the common man, the common person, because unknowingly or knowingly, they're pressing on links, and those links have malware which unearths your data, private data, including credit card securities. Joining to discuss this is I have Ms. Dipali Sharma, Additional Director, Ministry of Information Broadcasting. And from Singapore, we have an old friend and a colleague who worked with me for a long time, Matt Cheetham, General Manager, Coalition Against Piracy, AVIA, the Asian Video Industry Association. I'll start with you, Ms. Sharma. Over yesterday and today, Chairman TRAI, Secretary MIB was talking about the digital connectivity of how India is going to be probably one of those super digital powers in the country. And it's an opportunity, but for the creative sector to kind of ride on this digital wave, smartphone penetration, data, which is absolutely the lowest cost in the world, broadband penetration across India, initiatives of the government, but it also could be a massive threat. We saw what Napster did to the music industry. Is this a challenge or this is an opportunity? And I would like to hear your opening thoughts on what I have put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaise, and good afternoon, everybody. I thank CII for giving me an opportunity. Yes, India is riding on a wave. We are more than the 1,100 crore mobile connections. We have the lowest data cost, and we are the largest producers of film, one of the biggest producers of TV content, and while the M&E industry is gaining advantage of the connectivity to reach last mile, but there are challenges that come with this opportunity. So it's neither an opportunity, not a challenge, both go hand in hand. And you've quoted some Muso's study report, and I would just add to it that piracy is the biggest thing that is impeding the sector, media and entertainment sector, and almost 30% of the revenues are going there, being lost. It's not only hurting the content producers, copyright owners, it is also hurting businesses, hurting government because it is losing revenues. But most importantly, we have a large set of masses who are ignorant about the pitfalls of or the dark side of internet, and these are the people who are becoming most vulnerable to frauds. Financial frauds are on a rise, and we've seen senior citizens being robbed off. And while piracy is one of the reasons, or the intent to consume content or get content at free or at low prices is also affecting them by way of malwares, or compromising their personal identity data, exposure to frauds. The Jamtara is very unique to India. So it's both ways, it goes both ways.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come to Prasar Bharati and the role that Prasar Bharati can play in disseminating information given its reach. But before that, Matt, I'll come to you, and I know you've done some in-depth study and in-depth work in the region on malware. I know you have a short presentation for us. In the interest of time, I would like you to kind of run through your slides and kind of talk to the audience on what you have researched and what are your findings. Over to you, Matt. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks. Hello, Blaise. Nice to see you again after so many years. Yeah, so thank you. So Matthew Cheatham, General Manager of the Coalition Against Piracy, and I represent a number of rights holders in and around the Asia Pacific. Just so a couple of points just to pick up on there. You spoke about the damage which has been done to the industry, and also we have the government in the room today as well. And I think one thing which has really changed over the last few years is the impression that piracy is a victimless crime, or if it's not a victimless crime, it's Tom Cruise and his $1.5 billion take from Top Gun. Who cares? He can afford it. I think what we're really seeing now is a much greater understanding that consumers are definitely being harmed from piracy, because free content is being used as a honeypot to attract consumers in, and consumers are then the product. They are then being on-sold, their data, their private details are being used for to be sold to infect them with malware, ransomware, Trojanware, whatever it might be. So that's one area that we have been looking at, because obviously that's a real problem, and that then becomes a problem of governments, because governments are trying to protect consumers from harm. They're not necessarily just trying to grow the economy, protect the industry, but very much protect consumers from harm as well. So that is an area that we've been working on, and I'll just, hopefully this will come up and run. I'm just going to share my screen now. Okay, is that working or not?
I don't think, Matt, I think at least from where I'm sitting, I can't see your presentation.
Yeah, this is, okay. Now?
Yeah, I think that's it. That's it. Come now. Thanks.
Got it. Okay. So, just to, yeah, you mentioned time. So let's just quickly flick through. This is who I represent. These are a number of my members. I represent around about 100 broadcasters, satellite companies, content providers around the region. We focus very much on anti-piracy. I just draw your eye there to the 4th bullet point. We're providing research and analysis. You have to know the problem that you are facing, the problem that you are fighting, if you are going to be best equipped to fight it. So for us, understanding the nature of the problem is the best way that we can address that problem. And I just want to sort of like draw your eyes to a couple of things through this presentation. And the first one is in terms of malware. Malware is becoming, as I mentioned, an increasing problem. A lot of the sites, they've moved away from subscription sites. They're now moving away from ad revenue sites. While there might be some advertising there, often, as I mentioned, the way that they make money is by attracting users and then effectively selling those users onto malware or Trojan or whatever it might be, developers. So what we did some research on is trying to identify from a consumer aspect, just how dangerous could that be for the consumer. And so what we tried to do with the study, which we did one last year and then we did another one at the start of the year, is try and simulate the average user experience by going to a pirate site and exactly what were they being exposed to, more often than not, unknowingly. And what we found is that nearly everyone that goes, whether they know or not, they are going to be infected by a Trojan or some form of malware, which more often than not is going to be operating in the back, unbeknownst to them. One of the other things that we found from the study, and this is where sort of partnership with government becomes very important, is that if we educate consumers, we can see a reduction of about 31% in terms of exposure to malware infections.
Matt, I'll just intervene here. I think your slides are not moving. I think you just kind of want to relook at it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
I've got
thanks.
too many screens going on. We're here. You're on that slide now?
That's right.
Yeah, I know, but it's not showing.
It's now showing. It's now showing.
Okay. Now it's not. Let's start again. Okay, so here we go. So what we found, as I mentioned, is that, it's annoying. 31% of consumers are 31% of consumers would no longer be exposed to piracy. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
You can, but it's not coming out. But you're seeing the information at least. The other thing is when we simulated going to a pirate site, we found that if you used an Android device, within 42 seconds of accessing a pirate site, your average user was infected with some form of malware or ransomware. If you were using, sorry, that was through Windows. Through using Android, you were infected within, on average, around about a minute to a minute and a half. I just want to show you one other thing, and hopefully this will come up. I was in the Philippines earlier on this year, and we just, the author of this study ran a quick demonstration of just how bad this is in the Philippines. So what we did in the Philippines, we went to a well-known search engine. We typed in Pinoy movies, Pinoy just as Filipino movies, 2022. And this is what we found. So this is real time actually happening through those search terms. You're able to see this?
Matt, we've lost the screen, but
Oh, you've lost the screen? Has it come up?
okay, it's come back. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. You went blank. So what we saw from that was within 30 seconds, I think it was about 22 seconds, of going to a very well-known search site, clicking on the first result or the first hit that you got, within 30 seconds, I think it was 23 seconds, you were infected with some form of malware. Just flicking back to the slide. So that's the nature of the problem in terms of the danger of piracy. It's not just an economic harm, it's a real consumer harm. But there is some hope. One of the other things that we do is that we try and measure traffic. And what this is showing you here is traffic over the last 2.5 years to pirate sites around Asia Pacific. This is reach per million. And why I'm going to come back to this in a minute is through site blocking, which is something that we are big fans of and big components of. We did a consumer survey, we do it annually, and what we found in the main countries in the region where we are in operation, Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia, where those countries, those 4 countries all implement site blocking at a relatively regular rate, you'll see the column on the left of each, 57, 58, 35, and 54. That's consumers who, as a direct result of a site being blocked, has moved to legitimate free content. But the interesting one is actually the 4th column. In Vietnam, it's 30%, Indonesia 26, Singapore 32, and Malaysia 32. That is the percentage of people as a direct result of pirate sites being blocked have subscribed to legitimate content. So what this shows us is that site blocking is a very real and effective measure when implemented correctly, and not only stopping piracy and stopping consumer harm, but moving consumers towards legitimate content. Just briefly, we only started using India over the last sort of year or so. And here is the piracy traffic in India, consolidated reach per million in terms of streaming sites. So you'll see that it's relatively high over that period. There was a couple of dips, but largely relatively high. You compare that with Indonesia, where we've been blocking more than 4,000 sites over the last 2.5 years, and we've seen a 75% reduction in traffic to piracy streaming sites in Indonesia as a direct result of heavy regulatory blocking, regulatory meaning government. But the other really good thing that we've seen in Indonesia is the red line is essentially that line that I have just showed you there, overall piracy traffic. The black line is the number of sites that we have blocked. So you don't need to block all of the sites to have a dramatic impact on overall piracy. And the reason being because people get tired of going to a site and it's blocked. They find another one, they go there, and that one is then blocked. We find that after 2 to 3 times, people tend to give up. The blue line is traffic to legitimate sites. And correspondingly, as traffic to pirate sites goes down, red line, traffic to legitimate sites, blue sites, goes up. So the nature of the problem is beyond just hurting industry. It's a very real problem for consumers, causing real harm and real damage. But that said, there are potential solutions. And for us, we've seen real demonstrative effect positively through site blocking. I'll stop it there, Blaise.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Sharma, I'll come to you. This battle cannot be fought by the industry. The government has to be shoulder to shoulder with us fighting. I will ask you to now elaborate on what are the steps and the various plans that the government has in terms of tackling piracy.
Yeah, thank you, Blaise. I heard Matt, and rightly, awareness is at the root of handling piracy, creating a culture where it's educated, sensitized to the people, all kinds of people, all kinds of users. You have a range of users that by consuming a pirated content, you are bereaving an individual of her entitlements, of her rights, of her benefits. And law or legal framework just provides the guidelines to walk on the path. And to handle piracy in India, we have a set of legal framework, which includes the mother statute is Copyrights Act, and then we have IT Act. to handle piracy in linear TV, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, as the nodal ministry for managing content regulations and broadcasting and films also, is primarily taking care of the content through advertising code and program code. The CTN Act, which is regulating the cable TV networks, the cable operators, MSOs, and various guidelines under the ITA Act, have provisions to ensure that only legit content or legitimate or licensed content is shown on cable TV on other platforms. So this includes that only digitally encrypted signals. MIB took a big step of implementing DAS, and this checked piracy to a certain extent that now we have only encrypted and digitally addressable content. There are rules which says that only copyrighted material can be carried only under the permissions or license. Otherwise, it's a violation of Act. And violation of Act attracts a penal, it's a criminal offense. So it attracts imprisonment as well as fines. Similarly, we have for the broadcasters and to have the right number, assessment of right number of subscribers, because how piracy happens in linear TV is by underreporting of subscribers or through analog transmissions. And this can be checked through proper audits. So interconnect agreements in TRAI have clear provisions, have a complete framework of audits that the operators, the DPOs are supposed to have their audits done on a regular basis. And even broadcasters, if they are not satisfied with the audit, have a handle to get the audits done themselves. The IT Act also has provisions for online content. If there is any violation of copyright, then there is a legal recourse for criminal offenses. Copyright Act, which is an old act of 1957, was amended in 12 to take care of digital piracy. And then there are two provisions in the Act. 65A, which is primarily to protect the owners of copyright materials from, in case of breach, through circumventing technology measures of protection. So if there is any circumvention of encryption or technological measure, then it attracts criminal penalties to the extent of imprisonment up to 2 years. And similarly, if there is any tampering with the protection of rights management information, it also attracts penalties. So the legal framework supports, and as we know, it is a high velocity industry where technology is evolving very fast, products are evolving very fast. And in such an environment where technologies and products evolve, businesses also shift gears very quickly, and regulations have to co-evolve. So regulations co-evolve with the technology, with the new products. And we've seen amendments in the Copyright Act to accommodate that. Similarly, ministry is taking, last session, we heard Mr. Prithul Kumar, that Cinematography Act is being amended to take care of not only illegal audiovisual recording, but also to have provisions in it to take care, to leverage provisions of Copyright Act and IT Act together with it. We are also in the process of amending CTN Act to make it an umbrella act for all the guidelines. And in this, ministry is trying to include the experiences from all the challenges that we have seen. And for any violation that ministry comes across, the complaints that we come across regarding analog transmission or violation of licenses, unauthorized transmission, it is immediately addressed. And the field officers are the authorized officers for enforcement are the district magistrates or SDMs who are supposed to conduct inquiry under the Cable TV Act. And this is after the inquiry, they take a legal recourse. So ministry on its own only tries to take it to the right segment However, we look at broadcasters because the enforcement mechanism or our presence in ground is not so much, and we look at broadcasters to shoulder this responsibility. And then while we amend this act, I would request the industry participants, since we are in the drawing board stage, all the suggestions are welcome. So if there are any suggestions where we could work on piracy, like we already have a framework to have an interministerial consultation. A single window clearance for broadcasting requires so many clearances from a range of ministries, and piracy is also a subject which cut across various verticals. And we have a framework to have sectoral, interministerial interaction. Can be extended to handle privacy related issues. Or we know there are Cody boxes. The current legal framework cannot handle them. There are ways, if suggestions of the industry are welcome, if we can somehow bring them also in the realm of law.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. And just to kind of draw the attention of the audience, for a long time, underreporting was a major bane for the broadcasters in India, and ever since the ministry brought about a few changes, a number of path-breaking changes, broadcasters' revenues from subscription has gone up considerably. The ministry also listened to the industry voices of camcording, because one of the big source of pirated content was recording from cinemas. The Camcording Act was passed and is under process of being reviewed. So there have been, but rest assured, Ms. Sharma, the industry will come to you with a long list that needs intervention on an ASAP basis, because as technology evolves, the leakages in content also evolve. So we'll come back to you. Matt, any best practices in the region where industry, government have worked and collaborated well that you can kind of speak about in the next couple of minutes, please? Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, I would refer to Indonesia and Malaysia, where the government regulator in Indonesia, it's Kominfo, which is the telecommunications regulator, and in Malaysia, it's the MDTCA, which is the Ministry of Domestic Trade and Consumer Affairs, along with the MCC. MDTCA is copyright, MC is telecommunications regulator. They've sort of taken the bull by the horns, and they have understood that they control the internet, they control access to the internet, and that is the easiest way to stop people accessing illegal content. And in Indonesia, we've blocked more than 4,000 sites over the last 2.5 years. In Malaysia, we've blocked more than 2,500 sites over the last couple of years. There has not been a single site which has said, you shouldn't have blocked me, please allow me to be up. All of those sites were illegal. The government actively got involved, blocked those sites, prevented piracy, and prevented consumer harm. So in terms of governments and industry working together, I think when you've got an efficient and effective regulatory blocking regime, as you do in those two countries, you've got a real great synthesis of industry and governments working together to combat piracy, grow the economy, and protect consumers from harm. And it's simple.
Thank you, Matt, for those insights. I think another case study that's emerging on the global scene is the recent Brazil 404 case study, where the Brazilian government, and this is like a classic example of cross-border collaboration involving governments across borders. So the UK government, the Brazilian government, the government of the United States, along with the other departments and the industry, the MPA, and the Coalition for Piracy and the IFPI collaborated together, and across the board, across these various boundaries, piracy was curtailed. So that's a great case study. Hopefully at some stage, CII will be able to publish something on this and probably send it to the ministry for consideration. We've got the G20 here. India's going to be the G20 chair starting this month. I think that's another good forum to achieve, because today piracy cuts across boundaries, Ms. Sharma. Piracy is no longer an Indian-centric. Even the Chinese content is pirated, Japanese content is pirated. across the board. So I think the G20 could probably also be kind of a starting point for India to kind of look at this global menace, which runs into billions of dollars of losses for the industry. But in terms of malware, also it could run into a few billions of dollars. I think most important way we're going to kind of lean on the MIB is the Prasar Bharati, because Prasar Bharati has a phenomenal reach throughout India. Nobody has the reach that Prasar Bharati has, be it All India Radio, be it Doordarshan. And I think public messaging in terms of regional languages is going to be a very key factor. I've always said piracy is like a cancer. You need the chemotherapy, which is all the acts, but it also needs the palliative care, which is, the public messaging and everything that is involved around in terms of educating the public that it's no longer our problem, it's also your problem because of malware. So we probably get industry government collaboration. Any closing comments, Ms. Sharma, and any closing comments, Matt? I'll come to you both.
Yeah, so Prasar Bharati has a good network, and but I would take the problem of creating awareness to a higher level, because it is to be handled at a higher level. It is the kind of consumption that people do. So we have seen studies where it has come out that it is people under 35 who engage in digital piracy, who are pirating games, downloading movies, TV series. So the kind of distribution mediums or the kind of campaigns to address this segment is different from the masses who are at the bottom of the pyramid. And it's different for the school-going children, because they are the ones who are hitting these websites out of curiosity. At the other end of the continuum, we have senior citizens who are well aware of everything, but who have ignorance about what to hit, where to hit. And so the campaigns have to be tailor-made, customized, and distribution platforms also, where you run these campaigns have to be customized accordingly to lead to the right audience. While Prasar Bharati indeed has a lot of approach, has reach, on perhaps in all the languages, it is a good way to create campaign or awareness. The campaigns and also have to reinvent themselves because the current kind of campaigns have become a little rhetoric, and you don't share OTP, we don't ask for personal information kind of campaigns are just lost in the deluge of the messages that you get. So they have to be targeted. I remember I've seen an ad targeted only at senior citizens. So these campaigns have to be according to the target audience. While Prasar Bharati can take a lead role in this, I have a thought that yesterday we heard that there is an obligation on all the channels to have 30 minutes of public broadcasting. And I see it as a very good opportunity to use that obligation to create awareness. And the point of bringing it has to be customized, tailor-made, is that I think we have a lot of innovation, a lot of creativity in the among the broadcasters to have customized, tailor-made, and use this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Matt, any closing comments?
Yeah, I'm just going to keep on banging on about side blocking, because I think it ties things in together, because I think that there is awareness and there's disruption. And if people are not aware that it's wrong, then they're going to keep on doing it. But if they try and go to a website and it's blocked, they've got an immediate knowledge, well, that is wrong. The very fact that they cannot access the illegal content is an indication that it's wrong. Conversely, if they can access it, well, maybe it's not wrong. Maybe it's allowed. So I think the sheer fact of not being able to access illegal content is one of the best ways of educating people that it's wrong. And then the second thing is that you have that, and also it's free. The advertising's free. If we're trying to run an advertising campaign, it's going to cost a whole lot. But if people are just blocked from accessing illegal content at no cost, it's still a very effective message. And then the other thing is just the hassle factor, to try and disrupt people. So to access the illegal content, but they can't do it as easily as they were able to do it. Eventually, as we've seen elsewhere, they'll give up and they'll either stop pirating or they'll go legitimate.
Thanks, Matt. Some you have time for question and answers? No, thank you very much. Thank you, audience, for being patient for us. I think I hand it over to the organizers again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for an interesting session. Thank you, Matthew, for a very informative presentation.
Welcome.
We'll now present the token of appreciation to the panelists, please. We'll now break for lunch and quickly meet in 15 minutes, please. Yeah. We'll start the next session at 2:30.
Turn it into the intelligent box and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again and again and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
मंजू जी, ये असुर कहाँ पे देखने को मिलेगा? देखिए भूत सिलेक्ट सोनी और डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार का द हंड्रेड
मुरली जी, ये तो बच्चा बच्चा जानता है। अब तो पूछना बंद कर दीजिए।
Binge from Tata Play. 14+ apps की मूवीज और शोज एक ऐप में। Plans ₹59 से शुरू। Download now. Download. सिमरन जी, ये महारानी कौन से ऐप पे देखने को मिलेगा?
गगन जी, ये तो बच्चा बच्चा जानता है। अब तो पूछना बंद कर दीजिए।
Binge from Tata Play. 14+ apps की मूवीज और शोज एक ऐप में। Plans ₹59 से शुरू। हीरा जी, ये RRR कहाँ पे देखने को मिलेगी? टाटा प्ले बिंज पे देखिए ZEE5 की RRR। Select Disney Plus Hotstar का आया जैसे shows और movies. चापे.
मनोज सर, ये तो बच्चा बच्चा जानता है, अब तो पूछना बंद कीजिए.
Binge from Tata Play. 14 plus apps की movies और shows एक ऐप में. Plans ₹59 से शुरू.
पता है
क्या?
OTT एप्स और टीवी चैनल्स एक ही सेट ऑफ बॉक्स में देख सकते हैं.
नॉट फेयर यार.
पता है
क्या?
वेब सीरीज और टीवी सीरियल्स अब एक रिमोट से देख सकते हैं. टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस में.
चूतर कहीं की.
टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस 600 प्लस टीवी चैनल्स, बिंज के 15 प्लस एप्स, साथ ही नेटफ्लिक्स और प्राइम वीडियो, सब एक स्मार्ट सेट टॉप बॉक्स में और एक रिमोट में. टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस सर्च करें या नजदीकी डीलर से मिले.
बाय नाउ. नहीं मम्मी, HDMI 1 टीवी चैनल्स के लिए और HDMI 2 OTT एप्स के लिए.
मेरी मम्मी.
एक सेकंड मम्मी जी. हेलो आंटी जी.
बिंज प्लस लगा लो. टीवी चैनल्स और ओटीटी एप्स अब एक सेट टॉप बॉक्स पे, मतलब दोनों एक HDMI पे.
हेलो मम्मी जी.
टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस 600 प्लस टीवी चैनल्स, बिंज के 15 प्लस एप्स, साथ ही नेटफ्लिक्स और प्राइम वीडियो, सब एक स्मार्ट सेट टॉप बॉक्स में और एक HDMI पे. टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस सर्च करें या नजदीकी डीलर से मिले.
बाय नाउ.
For over 60 years, it has been an inspiring journey with diverse media and entertainment accomplishments. Setting standards and constantly evolving. In the domains of media, entertainment, satellite channels, leisure, film production, and filmmaking infrastructure. Our media endeavors are unfailingly driven by objectivity and value-based journalism, and entertainment is presented wholesome and contemporary. Ramoji Group's media foray can be traced to 1969 with the farmers' magazine Annadata. But the historical event was to come after 5 years with the launch of Enadu, the Telugu daily that continues to be the highest read Telugu newspaper. The group's tryst with the world of cinema saw exciting sagas unfolding with Usha Kiran Movies, the popular film production companies which have produced over 85 films. Remembered for gripping content and encouraging new talent. The year 1995 saw another game changer with the launch of Telugu satellite channel ETV, with the promise of clean infotainment. Today, with a bouquet of 7 channels featuring different genres, the network is a household name. One of the recent initiatives is ETV Bal Bharat, dedicated channels for children in 12 languages. The group also operates a regional FM radio service, EFM, for music lovers. In 2019, the group made an entry into the domain of digital media with ETV Bharat mobile app. The news is offered in 12 major Indian languages and English, with focus on relevant hyperlocal content besides regional, national, and international developments. ETV is soon to launch an exclusive Telugu OTT platform, ETV Win. The group established Ramoji Film City, the world's largest, spread over 2,000 acres, providing comprehensive, seamless facilities under one roof. Ideal for films, television serials, OTT, and ad films. It is also a popular thematic holiday destination with the magic of cinema.
Now, from this very moment, this is where your journey begins. A ride that will take you wherever your heart wants to go. And to some places, it doesn't know it's going. No matter where it is, we'll take you there. We'll take you to a place where there's money.
Don't fuck my trip and talk about money. I hate money.
A place where there's crime. Or a land where there's money and crime.
रिस्क है तो इश्क है.
We'll take you to spaces where the law is all powerful. And some places where lawlessness is power.
ओ डीजे वाले बाबू, ओ भाई गाना चला दे वेंचोद.
Come with us to unravel the darkest of secrets. Or maybe meet a secret agent along the way.
You've got this.
Or better still, meet the agents of the country's shiniest stars.
You snooze, you lose.
Meet families that believe in talking everything out. All okay?
All okay.
Or families that don't seem to talk at all. And some where nothing is ever what it seems. But that's not all. Meet political families.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
Families with politics.
चौकीदार
And whatever it is that you call this.
Johnson.
Meet soldiers who are good at taxes. Comedians that are good at killing. And of course, criminals that make a killing.
Please stop judging me.
Come face to face with hackers who stalk. Stalkers who hack. And discover places from where you're not coming back. And please, don't miss a chance to meet the cop. So many cops. But it would be criminal not to have them, right?
Don't worry.
Make your way into the deepest corners of the human mind. Or maybe just stop at your funny bone. No pressure. Either way, we'll take you on a roller coaster that'll make you feel all that you can feel. And some things that you might have never felt before. And once you're there,
Just hold on to your tentacles.
the next destination is always waiting.
Next.
We'll take you there. Applause Entertainment.
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again and again and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire a billion imaginations.
मंजू जी, ये असुर कहाँ पे देखने को मिलेगा?
टाटा पे बिंज पे गुरुजी देखिए भूत सिलेक्ट कासर सोनी लिवगान देखिए और डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार का द हंड्रेड शो और वो भी सब
मुरली जी, ये तो बच्चा बच्चा जानता है, अब तो पूछना बंद कर दीजिए।
Binge from Tata Play. 14 plus apps की मूवीज और शोज एक ऐप में। प्लान्स ₹59 से शुरू। डाउनलोड।
सिमरन जी, ये महारानी कौन से ऐप पे देखने को मिलेगा?
गगन जी,
जी,
ये तो बच्चा बच्चा जानता है, अब तो पूछना बंद कर दीजिए।
Binge from Tata Play. 14 plus apps की मूवीज और शोज एक ऐप में। प्लान्स ₹59 से शुरू।
हीरा जी, ये RRR कहाँ पे देखने को मिलेगी?
टाटा प्ले बिंज पे देखिए ZEE5 की आर सेलेक्ट डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार का आया जैसे शोज और मूवीज बिग पिक्चर पे।
मनोज सर, ये तो बच्चा बच्चा जानता है, अब तो पूछना बंद कीजिए।
Binge from Tata Play. 14 plus apps की मूवीज और शोज एक ऐप में। प्लान्स ₹59 से शुरू।
पता है
क्या?
OTT एप्स और टीवी चैनल्स एक ही सेट टॉप बॉक्स में देख सकते हैं।
रियली? नॉट फेयर यार।
पता है
क्या?
वेब सीरीज और टीवी सीरियल्स अब एक रिमोट से देख सकते हैं, टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस में।
रियली? चीटर कहीं की।
टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस 600 प्लस टीवी चैनल्स, बिंज के 15 प्लस एप्स, साथ ही नेटफ्लिक्स और प्राइम वीडियो, सब एक स्मार्ट सेट टॉप बॉक्स में और एक रिमोट में। टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस सर्च करें या नजदीकी डीलर से मिले।
बाय नाउ। नहीं मम्मी, HDMI 1 टीवी चैनल्स के लिए और HDMI 2 OTT एप्स के लिए।
मेरी मम्मी।
एक सेकंड मम्मी जी। हेलो आंटी जी।
HDMI 1 बिंज प्लस लगा लो, टीवी चैनल्स और OTT एप्स अब एक सेट टॉप बॉक्स पे, मतलब दोनों एक HDMI पे।
हेलो मम्मी जी।
टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस 600 प्लस टीवी चैनल्स, बिंज के 15 प्लस एप्स, साथ ही नेटफ्लिक्स और प्राइम वीडियो, सब एक स्मार्ट सेट टॉप बॉक्स में और एक HDMI पे। टाटा प्ले बिंज प्लस सर्च करें या नजदीकी डीलर से मिले।
बाय नाउ।
For over 60 years, it has been an inspiring journey with diverse media and entertainment accomplishments. Setting standards and constantly evolving. In the domains of media, entertainment, satellite channels, leisure, film production, and filmmaking infrastructure. Our media endeavors are unfailingly driven by objectivity and value-based journalism, and entertainment is presented wholesome and contemporary. Ramoji Group's media foray can be traced to 1969 with the farmers' magazine Annadatta. But the historical event was to come after 5 years with the launch of Enadu, the Telugu daily that continues to be the highest read Telugu newspaper. The group's tryst with the world of cinema saw exciting sagas unfolding with Usha Kiran Movies, the popular film production companies which have produced over 85 films. remembered for gripping content and encouraging new talent. The year 1995 saw another game changer with the launch of Telugu satellite channel ETV, with the promise of clean infotainment. Today, with a bouquet of 7 channels featuring different genres, the network is a household name. One of the recent initiatives is ETV Bal Bharat, dedicated channels for children in 12 languages. The group also operates a regional FM radio service, EFM, for music lovers. In 2019, the group made an entry into the domain of digital media with ETV Bharat mobile app. The news is offered in 12 major Indian languages and English, with focus on relevant hyperlocal content besides regional, national, and international developments. ETV is soon to launch an exclusive Telugu OTT platform, ETV Win. The group established Ramoji Film City, the world's largest, spread over 2,000 acres, providing comprehensive, seamless facilities under one roof. Ideal for films, television serials, OTT, and ad films. It is also a popular thematic holiday destination with the magic of cinema.
Now, from this very moment, this is where your journey begins. A ride that will take you wherever your heart wants to go. And to some places, it doesn't know it's going. No matter where it is, we'll take you there. We'll take you to a place where there's money.
Don't fuck my trip by talking about money. I hate money.
A place where there's crime. Or a land where there's money and crime.
रिस्क है तो रिस्क है.
We'll take you to spaces where the
Requesting
law is
everyone to
all
kindly take
powerful,
their seats, please.
and some places where lawlessness is power.
ओ डीजे वाले बाबू, ओ भाई गाना चला दे वेंचोद.
Come with us to unravel the
Requesting everyone
darkest of
to kindly
secrets.
take their seats, please. We are starting with the next
Or
session.
maybe
Kindly take your seats, please. We are starting with the next session. Requesting all to please join us for the next session. Requesting all to kindly join us for the next session, please. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats, please. We are starting with the next session. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats. Requesting all to please take your plates inside and kindly settle down, please. Requesting people sitting on the last row to kindly move forward. Requesting everyone sitting on the last row to kindly move forward, please. Requesting everyone to quickly settle down. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down, please. Requesting people sitting in the last row to kindly move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a big round of applause to welcome the dignitaries for the session. May I now invite on dais Ms. Neerja Shekhar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Mr. V. Raghunandam, Secretary, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, Mr. Anuj Gandhi, Media and Entertainment Consultant. Would request Mr. Anuj Gandhi to kindly take the discussion forwards, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, CI, for giving us a session immediately after lunch so that people can sleep peacefully. So, thanks, everyone. Thanks, Neerja, madam. And I'll start with actually, ma'am, only one of the things that so the industry, if you see last few years, one of the biggest success stories on broadcasting side at least has been the Doordarshan free dish, right? And I have been wanting to meet somebody from Prasar Bharati and MIB to ask that what is it that clicked and why is it not an all India phenomenon?
Thank you, Mr. Gandhi and CI for inviting me and for very interesting subject that you've chosen for this discussion, DD free dish. Because this Doordarshan free dish is an area on which very little data, authentic data is available. Very little of it is available, but there are a lot of indicators in the market that convey to us which way free dish is growing and which are the areas it is entering. And so we can talk about those indicators, but I can say to begin with that DD free dish has been a very successful initiative of Prasar Bharati over the last few years. And it is expected that in the next few years as well, this initiative is going to grow even stronger because of a number of reasons. Your concern that free dish has not been able to expand at a pan-India level and is restricted to certain regions can be called a fact as of now, but the way the DD free dish works is through onboarding of various channels through which is an e-auction process. It started with first come first serve basis, and the policy evolved over a period of time. And today it is about auctions. And that is how the channels are coming onto, the broadcasters are coming onto free dish. Obviously, they are coming onto as per the viewership trends of free dish. As a distribution platform, Doordarshan and Prasar Bharati are very keen to take it all over the country. One of the reasons, factors which are going to push this one is now the availability of educational channels. Recently, in the last budget speech, the Honorable Finance Minister had talked about one class, one channel, where it was announced that 200 educational channels will be launched in the country. So the existing 51 educational channels plus 200 educational channels. These are all the channels that will be onboarded on the free dish. We have also taken out an advisory recently that it is only the public broadcaster, no government, nor any entity of the government that can do broadcasting. So the public broadcaster which is a statutory body, is the only public body that can do broadcasting in the country on the government side, on the public side. So that's why we feel that Doordarshan's free dish is going to go even stronger now.
It is, Doordarshan or free dish doesn't do, but if you look at all over the world, it's probably the largest platform. As a single free DTH platform, whatever the numbers, I know there are no facts available and we keep talking various numbers, but in the world, I don't think there is a bigger single platform which reaches out to. So it's a background to Sir, I have been to a lot of people in this. I've been in media and distribution side of business now for 28 years. Okay. So I have seen life pre-TRAI and post-TRAI. And to give a little context here, when TRAI came into our lives in 2004, we used to have literal fights on the ground. And there used to be sports channel being blanked out and there used to be fights. I was telling somebody that we did one, I used to be in Discovery Channel and we did a joint venture with Sony in 2001. Our pricing was 6 rupees for Sony and 3 rupees for Discovery. When we did joint venture, we did one pricing which said you take one channel for 36 rupees and all 7 channels for 38 rupees. So that was the world that we were living in early 2000. And then, of course, regulator came. If you look at the landscape in 2004, we were about 125, 130 million homes, all analog, no DTH. Dish TV has just about launched. It actually got all the channels in 2005 or 6. Tata Sky then came in 2000. So from 2004 to let's talk 2022, we have multiple platforms, including I just mentioned free dish, which is probably one of the, there was no free dish at that time. How has life changed for the regulator? I mean, from 2004, the regulation seems to be having a certain consistency in it. You have to give. Of course, digital has happened, then tariff order, but there is a certain level of consistency. Yes, we want to protect the. Today, if I'm a consumer, I have 3 screens, mobile screen, I spend 8 hours. There is so much choice. How is the regulator looking at this changed world? Whereas I see as a regulation being very consistent and not changing.
You just see regulation over a period of time. You yourself are telling that it is consistent. In fact, it was consistent on certain broad principles. We were consistent. Like we intervene, even in the telecom also, it took for some time to become a forbearance. Initially, we were actually intervening at a regular stages. Then it became very limited interventions now in the telecom. So TRI is the regulator for both broadcasting as well as telecom. So we have to be consistent not only with this, we have to be consistent across our broad philosophy and approach. The broad philosophy has been the light touch now of late. Initially there was, of course, we had to evolve to this stage of the forbearance stage. Initially, our broad philosophy is light touch, the level playing field. These are the 2 fundamental things on which we do, and then the forbearance, and then intervention at the limited thing where we need to do. So because of this, it promotes the innovation. So it will not stifle the growth. It will allow the innovation to happen. So that is how we approached. And then now, I do agree that there were certain stages where TRI had to intervene. Maybe sometimes they told that it is slightly over intervention. There were the feedback from us. So we did consistently review our own what was good at a particular context in 2017, 2004, 2012, and the DAS came and then subsequently, etc. So we are constantly reviewing. We will arrive at a balanced thing, and then our approach will be, I think my chairman also has told, the light touch is our. So we will, but only issue in the in telecom, between telecom and then the broadcasting. Here the stakeholders are divergent and they have a different divergent views. Especially you have talked about the distribution. So there were some divergent views between the three different stakeholders. So we are making huge efforts to see that all of them come onto the same platform. And then we'll continue to make efforts and see whether we can move to a stage where we will be at a light touch. That is my point.
I agree with you, sir. I have been on both sides of the spectrum or table. So I've been in, two of those stakeholders, actually all three. I'm a consumer also. So I can say I have seen life from, and we have not been easy on the regulator. There is no doubt. From every hat that I can see myself wearing, I can think and give you a logic on why you are either too light on somebody or too heavy on somebody else. And I completely agree. But I think the bigger elephant that everybody is today dealing with is this concept of OTT. If I, in this room, take a poll right now, and I can see a good youngsters here and people who are probably running the house, you will find a lot of people are now spending a lot more time. And I can do a quick poll. So how many people still have cable and DTH connection at home? Just raise hands. Sir, this is the reality of, yeah, please raise. But this is the reality, sir. Otherwise, you'll probably not take it. But it is only about 30% right here in the room. So I should say it's a much bigger elephant than I thought, going by this data. But so there is a free dish we just discussed, probably one of the largest. There is OTT, and then there is our traditional business. And you mentioned the light touch regulation. What is, and this is a question to actually both the ministry and how do you create this balance between, because ultimately, sir, everything was a consumer choice. Focus was consumer choice, eyeballs. With this new changing scenario, and technology cannot be controlled, how is regulator looking at this? Because this is today's reality. You are trying to now control or have some 30% of the market. 70% has probably already rejected they are doing their own thing or probably watching OTT or YouTube also.
Now, one thing is definitely value for money. You must see this value for money, as long as whether they get this value for money in the conventional TV or linear TV or other media, and then versus OTT. So you have to see that as there is some now the price between these two are almost blurring, and then the broadband, whatever it is, broadband or other media, distribution media, whatever word, through which we talk about this over the top. So far we have gone from 1G to 5G, and now 5G is the reality. And then future broadband networks will be much more. One thing we have to accept is the technology disruptions are here to stay. Neither you can stop, nor I can stop, nor anybody can stop. It is another choice for the customer, and then we have to move on. The light touch, in the sense that these are the broad principles we will apply to that. That again, light touch does not mean that the level playing field will be disturbed. So level playing field, now to say that, I must say, I can only say at this current stage, we have received a reference on the OTT from the government, and we are working on in 2020, we had some recommendations at that time. It was not the stage to completely review. We have left it at that stage. Now, the reference has come again. We will be looking at it a fresh angle and afresh the whole issues of pertaining to the OTT industry. What is the light touch, to what extent we need to?
The way we look at content consumption is important so far, the way I think. In the last, most authentic data available on television households in the country, which was the census 2011, out of the 247 million households that we had in India at that point of time, about 117 had owned television sets, which is about 47%. Now, Bark in 2020 said there are about 207 or 210 million television households. Now, what about the rest? If you're talking about we being a developed country, let's say in the next 25 years, if we look at it, a target is that. Television and entertainment industry as a service industry, media and entertainment industry has to expand and reach out to all the households. So the target ideally is to have 100% households with television or a source of entertainment, whether digital or connected TV as we are talking about, or whatever technology would be present at that point of time. So that's the target. So that is an area towards which we have to move. So with these number of television households, as we are moving from linear to connected television, but television still, whether it is on the digital platform or through the cable or through the satellite, but television stays strong, whether linear or online, whatever. So television industry stays strong, and television is that we are looking at. In addition to television, we have the OTT contents. Interestingly, with the kind of convergences in technology we are having, the screen has become important rather than whether it is a digital or a pay TV or whatever. So with the screens that you have in your hands, that's where the content is being consumed. About 7-8 years back, I had gone to a tribal area in Odisha, and we were just talking to the villagers about NREGS, how the program was coming out, and how people were benefiting from it. So the DM told me that a certain amount of payouts have been made in that village in the last 1 year. And that was a substantial amount. And I wanted to know from the people gathered there as to what did they do with the money, the cash in hand that came to them. So it was quite a revelation for me that the money was not spent on common household goods. Anybody would have thought that to make life comfortable for the household, a television or other comfortable things would have been there. But the first expense that was being made from those funds was use of smartphones and data. That was quite a revelation for me. And I also realized, because having those common household goods also means paying bills regularly. And with the low data cost that we have in India, smartphone is a one-time cost. And of course, charging is the only time you need electricity. And that is not really a huge bill that accounts for the household. So, so this is spreading out in the rural areas in a very, very a great trend that is coming out. So OTT is here to stay along with television.
I completely
That's where the
agree.
television is.
I think when we talk about 2.8 or whatever, our current size of the economy and, focused on a 5 trillion economy, a lot of that will go towards the entertainment, and, people will, in fact, you said that the focus, people want the smart. During pandemic, ma'am, I used to run a couple of cable companies, and we lost a lot of subscribers. So I told my team that next time I want to call the direct subscribers and understand what happened. Why have they disconnected their signal? And my takeaway in that was actually, Friedrich benefited on that, where I told somebody was paying me 250 rupees per month for cable connection and disconnected. So I told him, why don't you take only the free-to-air channels? NCF is 153 rupees. So you save 100 rupees. Don't disconnect the cable. At least pay me 150. And the response I got was, if I get my first fund 150, I will buy rice. Right? But then 2 months later, same customer had taken DD free dish. So the entertainment doesn't go. It is sometimes the pricing and the economics which changes. So whether it is, watching YouTube, or because the data is very cheap and I get to spend my 3 hours on my phone and I am satisfied, or free dish. And I think that is our reality of the country. It will continue to. Sorry, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, just that finally, if we say the content is the king, I would say the consumer is the bigger king. You know, he decides which platform, he decides what he wants to watch with the kind of language content that we're having in India. India is a very, very interesting study, even in the film sector, that we are entirely indigenous. We are not dependent on any other international film industry for our entertainment, for our film consumption. We have sufficient language content within our country. We have more than 20 language film industries. We have sufficient content. So foreign language markets, film industries find it very difficult to penetrate into India. And ultimately, it's only the large studios based in US with the kind of big budget movies or big stars of Hollywood. They are the only ones who have theatrical releases in India. The rest of it is all our indigenous market. So there's a huge trend that we are showing to the world.
Rangananji, what you'd mentioned OTT. So I'll come to you. OTT was one of the big thing which is pending with the regulator today is our tariff order. We have now, while I'm out of the active part of it, but I can see balance sheets of broadcasters for the first time in my career showing negative subscription revenue. Right? I think last quarter there was a 7% drop in one of the listed one of the reasons is simple. We did the poll in this room. If people are, and I think next time when we discuss the numbers, whether it is 200 million or 180 million, they will now, for the first time, next report, there will be a line item called cord cutting. In India, we have not used the word cord cutting, but the connected TV could be a cord cutting. The definition of cord cutting will be the person is watching TV but does not have a cable or a DTH connection. Right? So it is running on digital. So probably when we do our mathematics on what the real TV household numbers, cord cutting will be few million there. And I think that is where the question is, are we seeing some light at the end of the day for next round of tariff order, how we can solve? I'm assuming industry is working together as, Anilji is sitting here and we keep talking, but I'm hoping that light at the end of the tunnel, and from all broadcasters and DPOs, I hope it is not of an incoming train.
No, actually, I have partially indirectly answered your question that we have been interacting with the industry and we are trying to come to a stage where we will try to, we have to, ideally speaking, forbearance is our approach. And then I have also told that limited interventions, that is our ultimate goal. But for the time being, we have, it is in the public domain already. We have gone for a consultation. Some set of some 4 or 5 questions only we have asked. Then we are almost in the final stage. We are through because of election commissions. This thing we need to get the approvals, and then once that is over, then we will perhaps it's ideal that chairman should say that. But anyway, since it is almost in the final stage, chairman would have told yesterday also that we will be coming out with that order. Then subsequently, we have also broadly discussed with the stakeholders that we will comprehensively review all the, whether that is NCF or anything else, and where we can move it to a next stage, next step. So it is not necessarily to the complete forbearance, where exactly they can get more flexibility so that all will be, I'm using the word, all the 3 stakeholders will be on the same page. So we will try to find solutions stepwise to see that the industry grows orderly, and then they all will be satisfied. This is that much I can say that.
One, thing, ma'am, and this is again to the definition of OTT. It's getting very confused in everybody's. WhatsApp is also an OTT, and so is Hotstar, right? Or Netflix or any big brand. And I think that is where because lots of content is going on OTT and different. And so that's my thing on how do you define, somewhere I read OTT is communication OTT is separate than an entertainment OTT. And that's where the thing. And finally, sir, so that madam can answer that and question to you, and we will wind up. In the bundling ecosystem, one of the interesting things that are happening in outside India is that if I'm a broadcaster and I have linear channels, today it is, the way linear channel works, there is a pricing. I also have today, because of the requirement of the market, an OTT app or my digital presence. Is there any thinking in the regulatory framework and saying, can I, as a broadcast, I own both, can I bundle it and sell to the consumer? Because sometimes, like ma'am said, there is TV which will survive. I will watch it at home, but when I'm getting out, I am wanting the same content to be watched on my app. So is there a thinking like that? But first, ma'am, OTT definition, even I want to know. Is there a big confusion? Is there a confusion, or it's just in my mind?
When TRI came up with its recommendations on OTT, they had also looked at what exactly OTT is. And that's where we can look at the formal technical definition of OTT in the entertainment context. And initially, when they said that regulation at this stage is not essential and let the industry evolve. So that's where the technical definition is. But in the entertainment sector, we're looking at OTT as over the top, over the set-top box. So the entertainment content, which is not in the, again, set-top box is also, evolving. And in fact, this entire, these digital services have really played havoc with our language and vocabularies and definitions, and whatever we used to be good words at some point of time have become, words of caution at this point of time. But over the top, definitely in the entertainment context, is what was not traditionally on the television set-top box. But although the same OTT now is available in the hybrid set-top box. So, and also in the smart TV, which has an inbuilt set-top box. So we are going
Actually, there are two parts of it. One is the OTT definition and then another part of it. See, I'm not immediately defining what is OTT now at this stage. ITU per se, ITU on its own, because as far as communications is concerned, ITU is the top organization in the world, which defines. So ITU has given some definition about the communication OTTs. And then EU has made an attempt to define what is OTT. They have defined OTT as a OTT 0, OTT 1, OTT 2, like that. They have defined. And they have clarified that what is what. Now, we have seen about these things. And that is why including the definition, we will be including in our consultation paper. So we will get all those inputs across the globe, because OTTs are not limited to India. So I think I will not define, and then I will not commit a mistake of defining now at this stage when the consultation paper is on. So that is one part of it. Then second part of it, slightly I will add to Madam's answer earlier. The 200 million is the TV household, and then it has to be 330 is our, we have to have ideally target. That has to be there, definitely. That is time and again, we are in the TRI also, we used to discuss this matter. So that is why if we give we will discuss this in the next stage of consultation. Already it is 130 NCF, if I remember, Anil, it is actually the limit. Anybody can come down below that and offer. But now it is for the realization of the DPOs, how they need to give it for a 60 rupees or 50 rupees. Because when a free dish, I can afford just for installation, other things. Supposing I can, with a 50 rupees or 100 rupees within that kind of a budgeting type of schemes, they need to, because forbearance is there only to innovate those things and then to bring out and reach. You have 130 million to reach out, so you can come out. So I think I'm sure in one of these, I will not name the DTH operator in South. So he still maintains a very reasonable, which kind of schemes. So I would request rather again, they should look into that. And interestingly, let me say, after the disconnection started happening, I have taken Anil just for a purpose. I have taken 3 free dish these DTH connections and 2 MSOs connections for my study how it is actually. So when I thought that I will disconnect, and I used to get n number of SMS and messages saying that 150 rupees mein aapko pura ye de dunga, ye dunga. Every day I get messages, you reconnect. So this should have happened earlier. It is never late than this thing. And so if they offer now, start offering. So that segment of the group, they can, I think Tata Sky also on some of the operators, the DPOs, they discuss with me that we are trying to come out with this. So this has to happen. The forbearance is for that. So this is what I would like to say.
We've done a proof of concept on next gen broadcast with IIT Kanpur, whereby 5G broadcast will be available on the smartphone. And we've seen the initial results. And with a little input over there, it's television. So that should be available pretty soon as 5G is rolled out. So that should also be available for the consumer soon.
Can I add, Madam? So as far as the 5G broadcast is concerned, so the technology part of it has already evolved. And then the proof of concept, they have already done it in Bangalore. I personally have visited all the 3 places there. So the next part is actually these kind of a transmissions from the DTT to the D2M part. So these transmitting stations have to come across India. So that is the next business model it has to evolve. The first thing is the regulatory framework, how need to be transition need to be done. That has to be in place. That we will be working out. Maybe perhaps I would request MIV to send us a reference on this issue so that we can work very clearly on that issue. That is one thing. Then second part is, in order to facilitate this, technology part is one thing. The fiber and then even to the transmitting stations to happen in the across India, the BharatNet project also will try to help them out, because ultimately the content has to reach that place. From there it can go on the different say 500 megahertz, whatever it has to happen on the DTT frequency bands. So these two broadband BharatNet reaching all the villages, that is already there as part of the USOF. So that will help in actually aiding both the 5G deployment and then the 5G broadcast deployment, etc. It's a very holistic approach we need to take, and all the ministries, we need to sit across and then take it forward.
Thank you, Nija Madam, Raghunandan sir. Thank you for spending time, and hopefully the audience also enjoyed. If there are any questions from the audience, then we can quickly take just 2. Sure. Since both regulator and the ministry are available here, I just want to ask, what is the view of both TRA and MIB on the auctioning of satellite spectrum? Auctioning of satellite spectrum.
Well, it's a policy decision of the government, and Department of Telecommunication is working on it. So that's all I can say. It's a policy matter at that stage.
Let me answer this question. A firm reference has come to us. So the status, madam, from Department of Telecom. So in fact, today, Anil brought me out of that discussion. Actually, we were discussing with the various stakeholders, the preliminary discussions of this. At this stage, I will not be able to say whether it is auction or not auction or anything. We received a reference. So we are working on that. We are studying this, and then we will be coming out with a clear-cut consultation paper. So what all I would request all the industry players is whether either side, whether auction to be done or not auction to be done or whatever to be done. So please don't come out with a motherhood statements that when we get inputs from the consultation, I would request that the inputs and then the feedback and the comments should be of substantial in nature. It should have a value to us so that we will be able to derive a meaningful conclusions out of that on either side, whether it is for or against or whatever it is for that matter. So that is what this is the current stage.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam, I just want one more question to ask you. What do you call, there was an what do you call, memorandum to the chief secretaries of all the states, asking them to come out of the distribution and broadcasting sector, which is an advisory only in a way. But how will MIB enforce this advisory?
This advisory that you're talking about, where we have written to all the state governments, and I also spoke about it when I was talking on the subject, that no, see, first of all, broadcasting is a union subject. So no state government can do broadcasting or its related activity of distribution. That is very clear as per the constitution. But over a period of time, the way things had evolved, and there were some educational channels that had come up in between. So then Supreme Court and later TRI, and after consultation with Ministry of Law and Justice, we were emphatically told that neither the union government nor the state government can do broadcasting or distribution. Only the statutory body of the public broadcaster, that is the Prasar Bharati, can do broadcasting even in the government. So as MIB, we cannot be a broadcaster. Prasar Bharati is a broadcaster. That's how the legal situation is. And that's why we have told all the states and all the government entities that nobody can do broadcasting or distribution. And those who are running the state governments or the education ministry in the government of India, all those who are already running educational channels, at least 2 of them, including the Ministry of Education and one state government, have already onboarded the Prasar Bharati platform for education, for distribution and delivery of content. So education channels have been taken away from the state government and the Ministry of Education technically. They provide the content, but broadcasting is done by Prasar Bharati. Similarly, we've written to them. Now, the only thing that is left is distribution, where only a selected few state governments are working as a state in the distribution sector. And we have requested them to withdraw from those distribution activities in the next 1 year. So we'll be working with the state governments on that.
Yeah, ma'am, I have a question. कि आपने बोला 200 एजुकेशन चैनल्स यहाँ पर हैं, बट द थिंग इज इट्स अ वन वे कम्युनिकेशन. टीचर पढ़ाया जा रहा है, बट यूट्यूब पे हमारे पास ये है कि हम कमेंट करके टीचर को बोल सकते हैं. सो द सेम प्रॉब्लम इज ऑफ लाइक आज तक, एबीपी एंड एवरी न्यूज चैनल. सो वो उनसे बचना चाहते हैं. लाइक दे गिव द फोन नंबर कि आप हमसे सहमत है तो हाँ कीजिए, इस नंबर पे सहमत नहीं है तो नहीं कीजिए. तो वो कहीं ना कहीं 2 वे कम्युनिकेशन करना चाह रहे हैं, 1 वे को हटाना चाह रहे हैं. बट आप बोल रहे हैं कि 200 एजुकेशन चैनल्स, बट वहां पे वो सब नहीं दिखाई देता है कि बच्चे वहां पे अच्छे से इन्वॉल्व हो पाए, कि उनको क्या पढ़ना है, वो वहां पे कुछ मैसेजिंग कर पाए. इट्स अ 1 वे कम्युनिकेशन. सो माय क्वेश्चन इज, क्या इसमें कुछ आगे काम होगा? क्योंकि या प्लीज.
By definition, broadcasting is one way. Unidirectional ही होती है broadcasting, and television medium की ये limitation है कि वो interactive नहीं है. जो digital platforms हैं वो bidirectional है. Interaction वहाँ possible है. So best तो यही है जो classroom type situation होती है, 1-to-1. That's why human beings are important. Otherwise तो सारा animate content कर किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पे डाल के लोग मेटावर्स में पढ़ रहे होते. बेस्ट तो ये है. लेकिन जो टेलीविजन चैनल्स साथ में बनाए जाएंगे वो एक सप्लीमेंट्री एजुकेशनल मटेरियल की तरह बनाए जाएंगे, बिकॉज इसका कोई और ऑल्टरनेट नहीं है. 1-to-1 इंटरेक्शन जो स्टूडेंट के साथ होता है, तो एज अ सप्लीमेंट्री एजुकेशन कंटेंट और मटेरियल ये टेलीविजन चैनल्स बनाए जा रहे हैं. और इसके साथ ही ये सारा कंटेंट YouTube पर डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर भी अवेलेबल है, इंक्लूडिंग YouTube. जो कंटेंट क्रिएटर है, लेट्स कोई डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंग्लिश है या डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हिंदी है या सर्टन यूनिवर्सिटी का या स्कूल का, उनके वेबसाइट पर है। इन एडिशन टू दैट यूट्यूब पर भी आप देखेंगे बहुत सारे एनसीईआरटी का कंटेंट, यूट्यूब पर भी यूजीसी का कंटेंट अवेलेबल है। सो मल्टीपल प्लेटफॉर्म्स, बट यहाँ पर भी होगा, और जो कि फ्री डिश के थ्रू दिया जाएगा, बिकॉज इतने नंबर ऑफ चैनल्स क्योंकि कमर्शियली वायबल नहीं होंगे, और अभी ये डिसीजन भी नहीं लिया गया कि इसमें एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स अलाउ की जाएंगी और सब्सक्रिप्शन इसमें होगी नहीं। सो एंटायरली फंडेड बाय द स्टेट होगा, ये स्टेट मतलब द गवर्नमेंट। सो इसलिए ये फ्री डिश के ऊपर भी होगा।
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. We will take the questions offline now. I think we are running late. So thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, panelists. We'll now present you the token of appreciation. Would request Mr. Gandhi to kindly hand it over to Raghunandan sir and Nisha ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We'll now move on to our next session, plenary 12, role of OTT in promoting niche and regional content. For this, may I now? Mr. Soumya Mukherjee, Vice President, Revenue and Strategy, Hoichoy. Mr. Vinay Singhal, Co-founder and CEO, Stage. Mr. G. Srikant Rao, Managing Director, Industry Lead, Media Software and Platforms Practice, Accenture. And Mr. Nitin Burman, Head Revenue, Arha Media and Broadcasting Private Limited.
Where are the rest of the panelists? We seem to have missed a few panelists here. Also, you'll have to tell me when to stop because we're way out of time. We're starting when we were supposed to be ending. Okay. Okay, but I think we can start, in the interest of time. Srikant, can we talk a little about the role of technology in the way consumer behavior has changed, not just now, but over time? I guess from the time of Eastman color and 60 we've had so many changes.
Sure. Technology is something that everyone now agrees that brings about a sea change, right? Who would have thought that a large screen would be squeezed to a smaller screen? When someone said smaller screen, it was TV. Now it's a mobile, right? Technology, of course, has always accelerated the speed of change. And especially talking about the change that we see today, getting customers adopted to multiple technologies and in specific to media, I see that there is a definite change in the way that you engage across devices, across platforms. And technology also has brought in, something that used to be, normal. Now, the new normal is that there will be no loyalty to any platform. So the loyalty part that used to carry has been taken away because there is umpteen number of choices with technology that has been brought about, and people can consume what they want, way they want. It's not just where they can watch, but how they can watch, right?
But in a way, that's always been true. There was always either the VCR and television or the big screen, or then, there was TV shows, there were TV movies, there were big screen movies. So we've always had choices. What is different now is that it is far more accessible, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, accessibility has been twofold, right? One is the part where it's accessible to the consumers by way of mobile phones, mobile phones getting and smartphones getting cheaper. At the same time, the cost of data also, coming way down, where people are able to consume that. Now, that's on the consumer side. On the creator side, the way you reach a consumer also has gone through a sea change. With OTT, what happened was that you could stream, did not need, a large sort of licenses, but you needed a stable technology to stream, over the internet. With cloud, what has happened is the backend of it is now accessible to anyone who wants to spin up a new OTT, right? I mean, think of it this way, right? If you had to construct a building, in the brick and mortar world, you had to lay the foundation and everything. But even there's a change. There's Mivan Constructions, which is much like a Lego blocks. You must have seen several videos in China how it happens. Much like that, even with OTT, with cloud, what happens is the entry barrier has gone down, where the accessibility technology has brought about the sea change, where your upfront investments is far lesser now for you to start and play around, right? This gives a lot more even playing field, even with the largest of players that are there around, which means that your competitor can come in from any space now.
Yeah. So let's bring in the shiny kid, the new kid on the block. Everyone loves Telugu cinema. Everyone loves Telugu. Suddenly, you're the bright new hope of the film industry. What's going on there that Bollywood hadn't anticipated?
So I think I'll, for us in the South market, first I'll explain. People up north always used to consider South as one market. So even with all other OTT platforms,
not just that, call them Madrasis.
Yeah, a typical one, stereotypical. So for us, this was when we did research, we actually found out most of the national platforms were creating content for South, but when you dissect it further, there was hardly any content for one particular language. So there was a huge demand gap. And that's when we decided that we'll launch not for all 4 languages, but only one Telugu. And as we all know, Telugu, is larger than life. So of course, that helped us. And there is something which is called nativity for South Indian people. They really, there's a belongingness for their language. There's a love for their language. And when we came out with the first ever OTT, of course, with Allu Arjun being a brand ambassador and Allu Arvind was the owner for it. So
yes, we know you're here only because they can't be here.
Yeah.
We would have, of course, preferred to have Allu Arjun here, but
and now you're making people hate me more, right? So that's when we started off with the OTT, and we've got a good response. The difficulty that we faced is that we were a very star-driven market. There are the fans, they actually take them as gods. They're not just fans, they're like their worshippers. So for us, OTT, to move into OTT was, we wanted to create content and make content a hero, not the hero, to run the content. So that's the change that we've brought in. Our content has become the hero now.
which is why you have so many heroine-led web series.
Yes, we have.
They're finally getting a chance to actually do more than
Yes.
appear for a couple of scenes and do a dance or whatever.
And
that was the one big complaint against Telugu cinema, I think.
That's there. And secondly, I think what OTT has helped this audience is they've given access to people. Otherwise, South content was always there. Zee Cinema, Star Gold was always showing our content, by dubbing in Hindi, especially the action movies. What we have done is, and during this pandemic, people have gone beyond Hindi. They've gone, to to other languages, not just South languages, but even Korean. That's why, the K drama has become so hit, not just for the cute boys. But for us also, this actually happened, and people started loving these stories. They actually felt that there's a lot of sense in the stories that the South industry is making.
What was it? Was it the rootedness that they still consider the village or the small town to be, the place where the stories are, or the professions of the actors? What is it that brings this nativity and this rootedness that you're talking?
So the stories definitely are from the heart of the land. That's very, very clear. If you pick up the stories, it'll not be just Hyderabad based metro stories, but they'll be, from Guntur or from Vizag or from some other town, and from the native heart where each of these people can actually relate to what is happening next to them. And when you make those kind of stories, the local people used to love it, right? And there was never a need for South people to actually move out of the South. The audience itself used to give them so much of love, I think. But with OTT coming in, the other people started realizing that these stories are so much better than what masalas we have been feeding the Hindi audience. And that's where they've started watching all such, these movies. And end of day, what audience wants to see today? They want to see, I think, better stories, better visual effects, VFX, and those things are being given by the South industry. That is why Telugu is now dominating.
But you still can't afford to cast Allu Arjun in your own series.
So I think that's something, yes, I would say, because if I'll cast Allu Arjun in one of my series, my whole year budget will go in casting Allu Arjun only.
But hopefully we'll see him soon on one of your series.
Let's hope that.
Shaumya, we'll talk about Bengali streaming, because you reach not just the Bengali diaspora, but also Bangladesh and, of course, West Bengal. What is it that has kept you alive and doing so well for 5 years? It's not a small number.
So we were one of the first few OTTs to launch in India, to be honest, and we launched back in 2017. Definitely the first language OTT in the country, and that time we were all trying to understand where the industry is going, right? And I think from day one, our goal was how can we add great value to the customers, yet build a business that is there for 20, 30, 40 years, right? That's definitely the goal for any business owner. And of course, for that, we took a lot of steps initially, and we were very clear in terms of the overall Hoichoi strategy. So we have always been subscription driven. We have never really looked to diversify from that model, even at a stage when people were talking AVOD, SVOD, all the debate went on. But because of launching with SVOD and sticking by it for the longest time, I think our customers have gotten to understand that, okay, you have to pay for good content. And definitely the promise from day one for Hoichoi has been the kind of good original shows at a very consistent rate. So every month we are releasing almost 2 original shows. In fact, we have done over 120 shows in 5 years, probably the highest volume of original content created in one language in the country, right? And this promise has gone a long way to win the loyalty of the customers. And in fact, over time, we have also increased our pricing. So we are, in fact, one of the pricey guys in the market, to be honest. We charge $1,000 a year. And also another very important strategy is we have never looked to diversify with the pricing plans. We have been very straightforward and said that Hoichoi has only one annual plan. The big fact around that is in India, the payment ecosystem, recurring payments literally don't exist, right? And we never wanted to acquire a lot of customers for a low cost, and then the churn rate would have been much higher. So I think these are few strategies. Definitely the pricing, definitely sticking to consistent content and creating greater content as each year passed on. So I think that has really helped us sustain.
It's the kind of content that works. I see a lot of crime shows, a lot of thrillers, detectives. detective genre. That seems to be doing well.
To be honest, our content strategy has also undergone a lot of changes. Definitely, the staple shows for Hoichoi, at least on OTT, would be the detective ones. We have been able to create some very iconic detective characters, both from which are based on
Omkesh,
Omkesh Feluda. But even we have created a lot of original characters like Goda, one detective called Ekin Babu, which has become a very popular character. And but the trend is changing from thrillers and crime dramas.
What?
It's becoming more and more family drama based, and mostly an extension of TV, to be honest. But again, we are trying to tell the kind of stories you won't be able to tell on stories because of a lot of guidelines. But that has been the biggest shift in consumption, and what we are also observing that I think more and more a lot of women are consuming content on Hoichoi, and as such the overall content mix is also changing. So that has been the biggest change. Plus a big factor to that is, let's say, television content, right? Because on large screens, Hoichoi consumption has almost grown by 3x in the last 1 year. And naturally, that is also attracting a very different kind of family audience. So the entire content strategy is evolving as we go along.
Vinay, what is it with stage? You know, you do Haryanvi and Punjabi shows and movies. What is the kind of content that your consumer wants to watch?
Yeah, so we're doing Haryanvi and Rajasthani content. We are India's and world's first ever dialect-based OTT platform. See, the insight that we had about 3 years ago was that you look at every other OTT platform in India, they do language-based content, right? Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Marathi, Punjabi, Bangla, Gujarati is where the story usually ends for any of the OTT platform in India. I grew up about 200 kilometers from here in Haryana. I grew up speaking Haryanvi, and there was no content in Haryanvi. There was no app in Haryanvi. And so we were like, why is it so? And which is what led to the fact that Haryanvi is a dialect and not a language. And so by simple virtue of dialect versus language, sort of a difference, dialects don't have their own cinema at all, right? And we decided to basically solve for that problem. So we do dialect-based content in Haryanvi, Rajasthani, and the idea is to do in 20 such markets across the country. There are many other Maithili, Maghai, Bundeli, Avdi, Pahadi, Nepali, Kathiawadi, Konkani. There are so many of them basically where there is literally no content, and the population that speaks them is of the size of a Canada or a New Zealand put together, or even probably more than that. So that's the approach we have taken, and that's the unique space category that we're trying to create within the crowded space of OTT out there.
And what is it that your consumer likes to watch? What genre?
Yeah, so one thing that OTTs have done, and Nitin and Soumya both made a great point there, that consumers have tasted amazingness of the great quality of content. And so OTTs have basically become the leveler when it comes to quality of content. And so everybody wants to watch great content. Just because we serve content in Haryanvi, Rajasthani, or any other dialect, doesn't mean they want to consume any lesser or quality of content or so on and so forth. So we are like any other OTT. We do web series, we do movies, we do mini series, comedy sets, news, sports, all together basically. So all different kinds of content. Having said that, plus one to what Nitin said again, when you do regional content and especially hyper local like ourselves, you have to do stories which come from the ground. We would, for example, one of the biggest hits on our platform, it's a web series called Group D, which is about a Haryanvi boy not getting a sarkari job, basically government job, and simply because Haryana में अगर सरकारी नौकरी नहीं मिलती है तो शादी नहीं होती लड़कों की basically. And as nuanced topic as that basically has become a huge hit out there. The other very hit web series is on the topics of Khap Panchayat, for example. The other one is on wrestling, the sports in Haryana. So these are very local topics which would probably never make it to the national cinema or the larger Bollywood story, so to say, but they matter so much to the local people there.
that they become so hit and the people love watching those stories.
Excellent. Shekhar, may I bring you in here? Because here, when we talk about Bollywood, the big question right now is, will people, change? Have they changed forever? Are they going to be very, very selective when they go to watch movies in cinemas? And for the rest of the time, are they going to consume more or less OTT or YouTube or whatever else? Has the big screen experience changed forever?
It has, and it has been happening not just, I mean, it was much more pronounced after COVID because people got their dose of entertainment without having to step out of their home. That sort of put the question of, hey, is it preferred to go and watch on a big screen or not? But the experience of watching on a big screen will remain. I don't think that will ever go away, when especially for the larger than life kind of a content that will always be there, right? The large studios that come up with, you cannot think of going and watching an Avatar only on a small screen. You would want to watch it, on the.
Does that then mean that Hollywood acquires a bigger percentage of the Indian market than it has? Right now, it's just about under 10%.
Yeah.
Because we are not able to produce as much of that spectacular, of that spectacle that, the West does.
No, I would argue the other way around, right? I mean, right now, the access, just a simple example of regional cinema itself catered to their own distribution territories, right? The Nizam territory, or if it was a Telugu or a Tamil or a Kannada movie. But right now, with acceptance of dubbed language that's going places and diaspora being everywhere, having 100 crore movie is a given, right? It's become a norm. Now, people are talking about 1,000 crore movies, right? And at the same time, you also have on your OTT where people will get glued to a Squid Game, right? Which may not even come from the mainstream Hollywood. It's not from any of the studios. It come from Korea, or for that matter, it can come from anywhere. That's why I said your competition can be from anywhere. Take case in point, the Kacha Badam, right? Now that came from nowhere. People accepted that, right? And it got popularity, right? So as long as you are able to give a platform where bringing in new forms of content, it'll be good. And at the same time, connecting back to technology, how do you understand the nuances of the taste of a changing audience, right? Now that's very important, right? That's where how you build your platform where you are able to extrapolate from the data that you have. The good part about digital platforms is that you will have a first party data, right? Unlike traditional broadcast where you will not have a first party data, you have to rely on multiple different sources to extrapolate. With a digital platform, you have a first party data. It's about how really do you slice and dice and understand and build your data platforms to know that, which helps for you to make an informed decision on content creation. Several of the platforms have started to do that in terms of knowing much more in a nuanced way. Otherwise, much of it, in the traditional world was, based on impressions, but on changing dynamics of that particular show itself, how do you really extrapolate, right? And this can even, because there is also the cookieless advertising that's coming in, and new ways of how you'll advertise also gives newer opportunity to how do you look at advertising in a new way, how do you contextualize it with the content, and so on. So the jury is out. There are much more technology, deep dives that will happen, especially on the data part of it, under the machine learning, to understand the consumer behavior using data.
So I want to expand that point and understand that, is consumer behavior changing much faster than it used to because of the many options, or is it slower than it used to? We used to see consumer behavior changing, say, every 10 years or every 5 years. You see it much faster now.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the first part that I mentioned. Technology brings the changes much faster, right? The faster the technology changes, it also alters, and sometimes in an irreversible way, some of the consumer habits, right? I mean, on our iPhones, we also have a way to monitor what has been our digital footprint in a given day, right? the amount of screen time that we consume is far more, right?
What is the data that you can share with us that you know how much screen time do we how much time do we spend on the screen on our smartphones on an average day?
For example, I can tell you my own data, right? I mean, of course, this is similar, right? Close to 8 to 8.5 hours of screen time is spent on an iPhone every single day, right? And if you have an iPhone, you also have a data breakdown by, what's the kind of time that you've spent there. Have you spent time on productivity apps or looking at, probably something on entertainment or financial apps, so on and so forth, right? Now, compare that with something on an OTT. What's the kind of engagement that your viewer had, right? Where did they really engage themselves? What are the different devices that they've been spending on? How do you really know also what's the attribution of it, where they're coming from? If they're entering into a different app from you, why is it that they're going from away from you? So these are data points that really helps, especially when when I was talking about hyper local content. Now that particular segment is again very small, right? And very small compared to an Indian.
Yeah, but it's growing. You can see it in the case of the success of a movie like Kantara, which is such a hyper local story, but it resonates with the world.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that Rishabh keeps telling is the most local stories are often the global ones.
Yeah.
Right. So I think if there is novelty in a given creative content, that will connect. And that is time proven. But what is technology done is it has democratized that. Right. Now, democratization of technology would mean that technology stacks are available for you. It is available at a much on-demand way. So your initial investments has gone down. Also, it has, with technology, a large base like India, where there are developers in almost every household. For you to access and build technology faster is much more, right?
Nitin, I want to take that question to you because the biggest competition for streaming apps is actually YouTube, which is completely democratic. I mean, you don't need anything. You can access it anytime. How do you compete with something that is available, accessible, cheap, I mean, inexpensive, free? How do you do that?
See, I think for us...
and then I want you to also answer the data question. How do you keep track of what the consumer wants?
I'll clearly divide my market into 4 segments, right? Out of 100 million population of AP Telangana, 26% today are people who are paying subscription to either 1 or 2 OTTs, right? And
6%,
26%,
that's a pretty
which
large
are
number.
SWOT paying customers. There are 34% of people who are non-SWOT paying customers, which means that in a family, I would have bought a subscription, but 4 more people are sharing that ID and watching the content on one single subscription. So that constitutes to 34%. So they are still watching premium content on my app, but they are not paying to me because only one member is paying and sharing the ID. Then there are customers who are pretty much large, what you are speaking of, which is close to 40%, who do not want to pay for any app. They are okay watching ads. They are okay watching content on YouTube. And more than YouTube now, they only want to watch short video platforms. Okay, and that has actually
It's
overtaken.
very funny because a filmmaker was telling me recently that more people watched memes of his movie than they watched the movie.
Absolutely. In
And
fact,
you were saying, what the hell?
In fact, you see today music charts, the blockbusters, the hits songs are not the ones which are lyrically good. They are the ones which are most viral on short video platforms. So that industry itself has changed because of short forms, and people have access. What exactly he was mentioning on technology. I think one of the biggest reasons why all of us are here sitting in front of you is the way data is cheap in India. If 10 years, 15 years back, we would still be paying 250 rupees a GB nobody would have watched movies on OTT platform, right? Today we have 1 GB per day to 10 GB per day for 100 rupees, and people are watching OTT. So that's what has given choice, and that's what has changed consumer behavior for us.
I want to bring in the question of data. How do you track your the changing taste of your customer?
So we have like on our app itself, we have a recommendation engine. So we know what kind of content is liked. So if you will see my content spectrum, we started off with movies. We acquired theatrical releases, and when pandemic was there and theaters were shut, that was like a blessing to the OTT platforms that the movies were directly releasing. Now we know there is a standard norm that a movie will release in theater. If it's not a big flop, it will come after a month on OTT. Otherwise, it comes even before that, and after 2 months on a TV channel, right? So we buy those movies. That's our first criteria. Uh, in Telugu, people love movies. So we have created original movies as well. That exactly you mentioned. We worked with leading ladies like Priya Mani, Amla Paul, Tamanna, who have worked with us.
It's quite amazing. You have a real variety of women leading your shows
Yes.
and movies.
So that's what we've done. We've also done web series, but unlike in Bengali, how web series really work for us, fiction content and non-fiction is equally working for us. So that's
have
where
Indian Idol and
we've launched the first ever Telugu Indian Idol on OTT exclusive. It was not on any TV channel. It came on our platform. We've recently just concluded our dance reality show. We've done multiple game shows. So we've gone big onto a non-fiction thing.
They've done well.
Oh, they've done fantastically well.
And they've created new stars as well, right?
Absolutely. In fact, our ongoing chat show. So, in fact, I proudly say that Samantha, before becoming the famous Samantha,
Oh yeah, her
has
chat
done a
show
chat
was
show with
yeah.
us, which was Sam Jam,
Sam
and
Jam.
that was a big hit in AP Telangana. And now we are doing Unstoppable with Balakrishna. Nobody ever thought that Balakrishna could actually host a chat show.
But he's very funny. He's quite a big star, right?
One of the highest rated shows on IMDb as well. So those are the experiments that we've done, and it has worked well for us.
Right. So you've also created several new stars. I mean, and some of them have actually now crossed over to Hindi as well. I think one of them was in a new Hindi soap. I've watched so many that I've forgotten his name. But you've had a lot of crossovers as well. You've created a whole new cast of
lot, and more than crossovers, I think we have been able to create superstars in Bengal. So one funny incident I would like to share. So we have one big actor who's been working in the industry for the last 20 years. I can't take the name.
come on, you're among friends.
And we went for one activation in outskirts of Bengal, probably around 80 kilometers away from Bengal, from Calcutta. And we also had one of our stars who had just acted on one of our shows and did his web debut. But the show became very iconic, and that character was loved.
You can tell his name at least.
I can talk about the character. It's called Montu Pilot.
Acha. And the name of the actor?
Actor was Shourav Das.
Okay.
And I think he was able to rope in a lot more people compared to the big commercial mass cinema actor, simply because simply because Montu as a character was more relatable to them, and that is what they know, that this is my friend's story. So I think that's how we have been able to really create superstars.
And female superstars as well, or more male dominated?
We are very female dominated. In fact, most of
Who are
our
your stars? Who are your women stars?
There is Shohini Sarkar, there is Shastika Mukherjee, there is Sandeep Tassin.
See a lot in Hindi soaps as well, Hindi series as well.
There are a lot. There's Priyanka Sarkar, there is Payal. So what has happened is that we focus on a lot of female-centric stories. As I was mentioning, content consumption is becoming more family drama-based, right? And these are very strong female protagonist characters that we have created. And in fact, 50% of all the shows that we do in a year have female leads. And it's not really male-dominated.
Well done. What about you, Vinay? Yeah. Who are the stars? Who are the new stars that you've created?
In our case, these people
basically were theater artists before us, right? I'll tell you two incidents. One is one of this guy was visiting me actually at house couple of months ago, and he was in Delhi Metro. And somebody asked him कि अरे आप तो ग्रुप डी वाले हो ना, मेरे को सेल्फी लेनी है आपके साथ. And he was like, this is life changing moment for him in a very big way. So we, of course, we are not as big as to call them superstars right now, but we have been able to, like, from nobodies to somebodies who are basically now known faces out there, etc., have become. The other one is around women getting like larger roles, and we being able to create women centric stories out there. There's an actress called Nisha Sharma. She had a role of a sort of a dabang lady in one of the shows, right? And we created an ad creative which became quite viral and like gave us a lot of subscribers, etc. The ad creative was basically it for a web series called Group D, but the creative was positioned as a dhakad chori essentially, right? So people will call our customer care and ask, "यार वो dhakad chori वाली film नहीं मिल रही है." So so point being that on OTTs, what really matters to people is the quality of content, the quality of story, and the quality of characters.
the
And
characters.
characters make stars basically out there. Yeah.
So, Shrikant, last point. Have we seen the end of the big Bollywood superstar? Will the Khans be the last superstars? Or will you have more of Allu Arjun and Yash and, Mahesh Babu? I mean, the endless number of stars down south.
I mean, difficult question. At least someone who is a technology geek to answer this. But let me take a shot at it. I don't think the fans will stop idealizing, right? There will always be the space for bigger stars, biggest stars, and this is time proven, right? I mean, from time immemorial, you've seen that whether it's in the Hollywood, Bollywood, but new markets are created. The amount of consumption on content has gone up, and it has consistently gone up. So there are definitely a lot more markets that are there, right? I think there is space for everyone. I think the canvas or the platform has got bigger, right? And hence there is space for everyone to play. Who would have, hearing Vinay, who would have thought, very specific subsegment, hyper localization content platform would come, which can, sustain, right? I would say that there's place for everyone. We will see rapid changes in how, you reach a consumer. We all are talking about metaverse, taking further into much more immersive sort of content. But yeah, adoption, of course, when someone would have said that, hey, come on, streaming, who would have, thought that Netflix would come and disrupt? Same way, right? You cannot take things for granted. Right now, yeah, people are, just about dabbling, thinking, how should they present in the metaverse?
Yeah.
But
So
this is
when I ask each of you to give me one big disruptor you think in the next year, which you think is going to change things, technology, consumer behavior, whatever. What will be the next big disruptor according to you? Streaming, for me, I think was the last big disruptor.
I would probably answer this and
Yeah.
give the mic. I think since 5G is launching, and in the next year or probably the year after, definitely it will be a lot more consumable, at least in the metros, and we will see that give way to a lot more immersive experiences, a lot more interactive sort of content, things like watch party and much more, especially for live or for non-live content. That will be probably the next biggest disruptor, and thereafter I think probably metaverse.
Yeah. Nitin?
Yeah, you go ahead. Okay, so I'll give you two. One from the technology part. I think the biggest disruptor for a regional OTT will be reaching out to the rural audience.
Right.
Because that's where still the real India lies, and they are still getting exposed to 4G and 5Gs right now. So they're still on feature phones. They're upgrading themselves to Geo phones or to smartphones. The moment that happens, there's a huge amount of audience that is going to open up for regional content market. So that's one disruptor that I look forward to. The second big disruptor in entertainment industry, I think, which Bollywood has to learn, is original ideas. I think there's a miss which is happening right now. People need to come up with original
remakes of
ideas.
Forrest Gump.
Absolutely. So we
We've
need
seen it done,
yeah.
dusted. We don't want to see it again.
Yeah.
Vinay?
So before I answer that, 44% of our subscriber base today does not have any other OTT on their phone. And just Stage is the only OTT. The Stage is the first OTT in their life that they're paid subscription for, right? So this has given us an insight that people keep complaining that Bharat doesn't pay, Bharat paying capacity, paying intent, etc. as a problem. But I don't think that is a problem at all. What we believe, 4G unlocked it and 5G is going to take it to a next level. Bharat getting access to extremely quality content, hyper local, their own stories in their own local dialects and languages, and they being ready to pay for it is going to change the Indian content market forever.
And Shomo?
I completely agree with Nitin and Vinay.
You have to come up with something original.
This is the fact, this is where the truth lies, right? Because
it's allowed.
No remakes allowed, definitely. But at the same time, as I was talking about why the over dependence on family-based, drama-based content, it's because OTT is actually going mainstream, and the more rural penetration OTT has, more let's say. If people are comfortable paying online in tier 2, tier 3 towns, that is when OTT is going to become mainstream. And that is probably the disruption that I would look forward to. On a personal note, because we also handle business in Bangladesh, Bangladesh internet data pricing is still similar to, let's say, what India used to be 5 years back. So that is a big disruption that we are actually waiting for, because the moment data prices drop, that market is going to
huge market
erupt,
open up.
yes.
And they like what you do, obviously.
Absolutely. And
how much, what is the percentage?
I think we occupy almost 20% of the market share in Bangladesh OTT. That is among, let's say, 6-7 OTTs. And in that percentage, we are number 2. First is Netflix, second is Hoichoi, and then other local players.
What does Hoichoi mean?
Hoichoi means celebration.
Celebration. Okay. Thank you so much. It was a real pleasure to talk to all of you. I think we're running out of time, so I won't open this up for questions, but thank you very much. It was,
Thank you so much.
it was quite an eye-opener for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramzai. Thank you, Soumya, Vinay, Shrikant, and Nitin. We will now present you the token of appreciation. Would request Ms. Ramzai to kindly hand over to the panelists, please. We will now plenary 13, role of broadcasting and promoting sports in India. May I now call upon stage Mr. Vikram Sahai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Mr. Sandeep Pradhan, Director General Sports Authority of India, Mr. Radhakrishnan, Anchor, Star Sports, Mr. Anupam Goswami, CEO, Sports League, Disney Star and League Commissioner, Pro Kabaddi League, हाँ तो बोल गया We'll begin with plenary 13, role of broadcasting in promoting sports in India. May I now call on stage Mr. Vikram Sahai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Mr. Anupam Goswami, CEO, Sports League, Disney Star and League Commissioner, Pro Kabaddi League, Mr. Shishir Hathagandi, President, Distribution and Alliances, My Sports, Mr. Pavan Shehrawat, Kabaddi player. Joining us virtually for this session, Mr. Mustafa Ghoz, Chief Executive Officer, JSW Sports, Mr. John Dykes, Broadcaster and Content Strategist, Mr. Vibhor Gaba, Associate Partner, KPMG. Would request Mr. Radhakrishnan, Anchor Star Sports, to kindly take the session forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to everybody who's present here. Thank you so much for your patience. Mr. Vikram Sahai, who's the Joint Secretary, MIB, thank you so much for your presence. Former Mumbai captain Shishir Hathagandi is right here in our midst. Mr. John Dykes, who is joining us from Singapore. Good to have you, John. Lovely.
Thanks for having me.
Lovely. We're just waiting for a couple of minutes for Mr. Pavan Shehrawat. For the uninitiated, he's one of the finest that India has ever produced in the world of Kabaddi. He's had a bit of an issue with his knee. Well, more than just an issue. He's had an ACL tear and he's had a surgery. He's just started walking and therefore he's obviously understandably taking a bit of time, and therefore request your patience for him to join us on stage very, very soon. There you go. Mr. Anupam Goswami is joining us as well. And Mr. Pavan Shehrawat is joining us. Just wanted to quickly check, is Mr. Mustafa Ghoz, is he online with us yet? Can somebody confirm on that? If he's online with us, I can see John there. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for my panelists who are assembling here. Before we kickstart proceedings, may I kindly request Mr. Vikram Sahai to please come forward to say a few words. Joint Secretary of MIB. Big round of applause for Mr. Sahai.
Thank you so much, CII. I know we are running behind schedule, so I won't take much of time. Thank you for having invited me on this a very interesting session on how broadcasting has promoted sports in this country. I mean, from the times of the 1982 Asiad, that was the time when we saw the color television coming in India for the first time and promoting sports like never before. To the 1986 FIFA World Cup, that was the first time when we in India could watch a World Cup football. And now we are watching Kabaddi, we are watching cricket, we are watching hockey, we are watching TT. This relationship, the symbiotic relationship between sports broadcast, the popularity of the game, and how the two have gelled together to provide various benefits. Now, this has really come of age. And today, when we have some very popular movements of Khelo India and Fit India, which have taken through the country and everybody's really involved in it, and how the government is trying to promote that. And I must say the sports channels, the private sports channels have played a very, very important role. And that has really helped a lot of our athletes to participate and do extremely well in national and international events. We saw a real spike of our performance in the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, as well as the Paralympics. It is also because sports production, the quality of sports telecasts has improved massively. I think when we were young, we were watching cricket. The TV9 in Australia, when they were telecasting the Kerry Packers, that was the real epitome of good production of cricket, or how you telecast cricket. And that is how gradually we also understood that was the channel 9 of the Kerry Packers. Yeah. I think in cricket, we also were aided, and that also kudos to the sports broadcasters for having among the most professionally qualified TV commentators who brought the entire cricket into our bedroom and our drawing rooms. I mean, the likes of Harsha Bogle, of Henry Blofeld, of Tony Gregg, and the way they made so much of interest in the game that everybody, even if somebody was not playing the game, developed the interest. So that was really good. The only flip side was that even those who did not play cricket, I mean, today you have at least 1 million people who can tell Rohit Sharma how to bat better. Or maybe somebody who can tell Rahul Dravid, well, he can be a better coach than Rahul Dravid. Or somebody can say, I think I can be a better selector than the selection committee. So that is the upside. But otherwise, I think television has really brought, and especially when you watch a television, watch cricket on television, people's attire, the people who go on the ground and they watch the matches, their attire, their dresses, everything has dramatically changed. So they want them to be seen by their friends, by their relatives, and that's really made the game so vibrant. So thanks to the type of production and telecast which all these private TV channels are doing. The other significant thing which has happened is trying to promote sports women. And next year we are having a women's IPL, and that's a very big laudable thing. And that is going a long way in promoting sports amongst women and for women. Because of the increased popularity of the games, we also have a large number of films which have been made based on sports. Dangal, 83, Dhoni, and quite a few of them, Mary Com, Chak De India was a big name. And I'm told that there are also films now being made and maybe released on Mithali Raj and Jhulan Goswami. So that's a very good step. Well, we have always tried to promote sports, and now we have gone beyond Doordarshan. There are so many channels, not only linear channels. We also have OTT platforms, which are now going to host. The FIFA World Cup of Qatar is also being hosted. I think the mandatory sharing of the sports broadcast by Doordarshan, with Doordarshan, has also enabled a large number of people who otherwise cannot afford a private channel to subscribe to a private channel to watch various games and activities. I think there is what you call a circular effect. By a good telecast, you make a game very popular. Because the game becomes very popular, you get a lot of advertisement money. And when you get a lot of advertisement money, that money gets channeled into the game itself. And that increases the facilities, the equipments, it encourages sportsmen. So it's like a circular effect, and that increases further popularity. So this cycle of popularity, advertisement, revenue, benefiting the game, that now has got a big push, and that is really wonderful for the industry. I think now we also have esports, which has now become very popular. The use of technology. We had about just 6 broadcasters and OTT players for esports. 2017, now we have about 15 of them. Some time back, we also made a few changes for ease of doing business. We removed the requirement of taking prior permission by sports channels for live broadcasting of events. So that has made it's an automatic process, except that the flip side is that when the permissions, when we were giving permissions, I used to know which programs, which activities are coming up. Now I won't know. I have to wait for the TV channels to be talking about it. So all in all, I think we are doing very well as far as sports broadcasting is concerned. And it's been a big benefit for people across the world, not only in India, but across the world. And very soon we'll have a lot of our own TV channels trying to promote our very indigenous games like Kabaddi outside India, maybe in Europe or America. Thank you so much.
It's indeed fascinating to be amidst all these fine gentlemen here. The reason why I say that is we talk about sports broadcasting, you talk about television channels, you talk about the role that it has played in terms of developing sport, the sporting ecosystem. Can't find too many people better that I am seated right next to. When I was listening to what Mr. Vikram Sahai was talking about, Yes, obviously he's the joint secretary of MIB, but the way he spoke, he was first a sports fan. He was first a cricket fan, the kind of passion that he had for the sport. And then, of course, what he does at this point in time in his career. Let me get across to, say, Shishir, who's seated right next to me, because when he was talking about that, he was saying a few things about how life was in the 80s. Because Shishir Hattangadi he's played top level cricket, former captain of the Mumbai cricket team. Look, Mumbai, to get into a side, it's tough. To captain a side is quite incredible. Played top level cricket for 10 years. Has opened with the likes of Mr. Gavaskar. So great to have Shishir here. I'm sure he's going to lend us that perspective of how things have changed over a period of time, over the course of about 3 decades. Talking about a couple of decades, we've got Mr. John Dykes, who's joining us from Singapore. John, to be honest, has been an inspiration to a lot of people like me to take up this profession. He's been an inspiration to me. Is a senior in the world of broadcasting. I've sat right next to him, learned so many lessons. Thank you so much, first up, for your time then and now as well, John. Lovely to have you. For people who have followed sport in the 90s, he was the face of the Cricket World Cup. And then, of course, he loves his football. He can talk about football forever. And he has seen the development of sport in India. Great to have you, as I said, John Dykes there. And, of course, the two gentlemen that are seated to the far left right here. I'll start with the far left, of course, Mr. Pavan Seravat. He's one of the best things that have happened in the world of kabaddi. He's an absolute superstar in his own right. A champion who has dedicated his entire life to this sport. Well, I just don't want to get into the economics of it all, but the highest paid player in PKL history ever, period. That is the command, that is the respect and the adulation that he commands. He's obviously going to lend us a bit of a perspective as to how things have changed for him and things have changed in the world of kabaddi around him ever since he took interest in playing the sport. And of course, last but not the least, we've got Mr. Anupam Goswami. What you see on air, what you see as a product is courtesy Mr. Anupam Goswami. The kind of thought processes that have gone into making PKL the league that is, and therefore it is kindle the aspirational value in a lot of youngsters to take up sport. There is an economic viability, so to speak, and which is something that the channel has contributed, which is something that the broadcaster and, of course, the league per se has contributed. Right? These are the different perspectives and that people right next to me are going to get across to you. Maybe I'll start with Mr. Anupam Goswami first up. When is it? Okay, when is it going to done? I understand Mr. Vibor is also joining us at this point in time. Lovely. Thank you so much. It's a presentation of sports broadcasting in India. Is that what I've been informed? Thank you so much, Mr. Vibor, for giving us company. Lovely to have you with us. Maybe I'll start with Mr. Anupam Goswami first up in terms of creating an ecosystem. Because at the end of the day, if you're looking at broadcasting as a tool that takes sport to different corners of the country, you've got a fabulous sport, which we all played as youngsters, but somehow never followed it as a passion. But to just take it to the length and breadth of the country, the grassroots development, Mr. Goswami, how has that been from when it started to what it is now?
Radha, thanks a lot. So this word ecosystem is a very challenging one most of the time, and but at the heart of it is that the ecosystem consists of constituents which draw from each other for their own sustenance. And so what would be an ecosystem for pro kabaddi? That's the sport asset I have the big fortune to be associated with. And there would be at the league level, there will be 4 constituents perhaps of an ecosystem. One, the most important thing is, and which a broadcaster does more than anybody else, more than federations, more than policymakers. What a broadcaster brings to the focus, it brings the consumer, the fan, right to the core of the ecosystem. And it's a truism, but not very often said. There is no sport without consumers, and there is no sport without fans. What you do to engage with the fan, with the broadcaster, is also very cautious of, above all, is the quality of competition. So one of the reasons of Pro Kabaddi's success is we, and my hero Pavan will corroborate this, we are the highest level of Kabaddi in the world in our sport. It may be possible for many reasons, including the fact that Kabaddi is played in India. But it's the central reason why Pro Kabaddi has succeeded. And of course, we proudly point out that the best Kabaddi players in the world, and it is a medal discipline at the Asian Games, we are not the current gold medal holders. They play in Pro Kabaddi. In fact, every Kabaddi player in the world wants to play in Pro Kabaddi League. Once you try very hard to get competition of that order, what you will know require our athletes of the highest quality. Is Pro Kabaddi's, I think one of the achievements of Pro Kabaddi has been that regularly the highest paid athlete in India outside IPL, and cricket is at the stratospheric level, is from Pro Kabaddi. I think Mr. Sherawat here is one of the highest paid athletes in India for the quality of play, not for endorsements. That may be somebody else. And this is outside IPL, of course, outside cricket, of course. So Pro Kabaddi, what worked well, were we have a very rigorous athlete development program, which does 2 or 3 things as part of ecosystem building. Of course, it allows broadcaster to create heroes, and that is very, very important to getting a large number of consumers in. Second, what it does is it creates aspirational, makes athlete careers in the sport aspirational, and which again sequentially leads to grassroots development, because suddenly, and again, I'm hoping Pawan will be able to talk about this, it inspires kids, the next generation of fans, to start taking to the sport. It convinces parents that it's worthwhile investing in our child to become a Kabaddi player. And the fourth element, of course, is once you're going to have a high quality of competition, you're going to have rock stars as your athletic heroes, then you have to have sustainability, which is financial and otherwise institutional. So your quality of governance is very important. Once all these 4 principles start being at play mutually, you have an ecosystem, which in turn will catalyze the grassroots in a very unique way. It's auto-driven almost. And 2 or 3 aspects of that, I think we are seeing at play in Kabaddi. One, I think the number of Kabaddi academies, catching them young, have gone up drastically since Pro Kabaddi began. We are in season 9. We began in 2014. I think across large belts of India, in Haryana, in Delhi, in Western UP, in Maharashtra, in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, we are seeing academies where children, are joining up at the ages of 3, 4, 5 to start learn Kabaddi formally. Parents have that confidence, and it is a contact sport, mind you. We will not be having that phenomena for any other contact sport at that scale. Second, we start seeing a proliferation of Kabaddi tournaments at lower levels, particularly the grassroots. I think that's a very strong phenomena. I think the proliferation of tournaments for schools, including public schools from where some of our audiences are, that has gone up. And then what we start seeing is along with the academy and this thing, we have started seeing the engagement of the spectators and fans has gone up drastically. These are three aspects which I could talk from the perspective of 8 years of Kabaddi and 9 seasons of Kabaddi.
Yeah, it's fascinating. The reason why I say that is because I've been involved in Kabaddi in the capacity of a commentator. So we understand the product, we understand what potential the product has, and therefore how the product is presented to people. Quite rightly, Mr. Anupam Goswami spoke about the hero, and therefore hero ke paas chalte hain. Up next, Pawan Seravat. Pawan, aaj ki taarikh mein, agar gali gali mein Pawan jana jata hai, ya if any of the kabaddis are popular, would it be right to say it is because of the broadcaster and because of the product?
Of course, भाई कि गली गली में पवन नहीं, मतलब कबड्डी को जाना जाते हैं क्योंकि ब्रॉडकास्ट का इसमें काफी बड़ा रोल है। और पहले कबड्डी सिर्फ मट पे खेला जाता था, अब मैट पे पूरा गेम प्रोफेशनली हो चुका है। हर कोई जानता है कि कबड्डी प्लेयर कौन कितने पैसे में बिका है या जो भी इसका वैल्यू है। ऑफ कोर्स तो ब्रॉडकास्टिंग का इसमें मेन रोल है कि पीकेएल ने उस चीज को रिकॉग्नाइज किया कि किस तरीके से गेम को दिखाना चाहिए। वो एक अलग लेवल का मतलब तरीका था। और ब्रॉडकास्टिंग के आने से लाइक मैं अपने ऊपर ही बताऊं कि मुझे लोग जानने लगे हैं, फेम मिला है और फाइनेंशियली इंडिपेंडेंट हो गए हैं। और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट की फिटनेस, जो फिटनेस लेवल उस टाइम में पहले थे 2014 से पहले फिटनेस लेवल था, अब अगर 2022 है इसमें फिटनेस लेवल अलग ही का हो चुका है, अलग लेवल का फिटनेस लेवल हो चुका है कि मतलब हम हर साल अपने फिटनेस लेवल बढ़ा रहे हैं बिकॉज ऑफ कि हमें नेक्स्ट सीजन खेलना है, फिट रहना है। फिट रहेंगे तो ज्यादा सही रहेगा। और ये मेरे ख्याल से कबड्डी सबने खेला है।
ये कहना ठीक होगा कि मतलब आज के तारीख में अगर कोई कबड्डी चूज करना चाहता है तो इसमें इकोनॉमिक इंडिपेंडेंस मिल सकता है। इसमें इसका मूल्य कारण ऑब्वियसली एक ब्रॉडकास्टिंग है और कबड्डी जो खेल है दैट हैज बीन टेकन टू डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ द कंट्री। आप कह रहे थे कि the more popular you are, the brands come to you and therefore everything becomes easier. जो Mr. Goswami बात कर रहे थे in terms of academies हो गया या फिर छोटे छोटे गली में जो खेलते आए हैं, तो they have got a platform अभी। ठीक है, एक जमाना था जब when we were growing up in the south of India, if we go out and play, खेल एक entertainment था, that was never a profession. क्रिकेट खेल सकते हो, पढ़ाई के बाद आप क्रिकेट खेल सकते हो, उससे ऊपर यू कैन नॉट सिंपली थिंक अबाउट एनीथिंग बियॉन्ड। लेकिन आज के तारीख में वो इकोनॉमिक प्रोपोजिशन बन गया है बिकॉज ऑफ एवरीथिंग दैट हैज हैपेंड।
हाँ भाई, क्योंकि अभी ब्रांड्स आने लगे हैं जब से ब्रॉडकास्टिंग मतलब कबड्डी को दिखाया जा रहा है, तो ब्रांड्स आ रहे हैं। काफी ब्रांड्स के साथ हमें काम करने का चांसेस मिल रहा है प्लेयर्स को। और जो छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, जैसे 2014 की अगर बात की जाए उससे पहले तो एकेडमीज के नंबर काफी कम थे और अब भी एकेडमीज काफी लेवल पे ग्रो हो चुकी हैं। प्लेयर जो पेरेंट्स हैं जो छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं 5-5, 6-6 साल के, और काफी ज्यादा फी भर के एकेडमीज में एडमिशन ले रहे हैं। तो ये मतलब एकेडमीज की इतनी ज्यादा मतलब संख्या बढ़ना, तो कहीं ना कहीं ब्रॉडकास्टिंग का इसमें मतलब है काम इतना अच्छे लेवल पे किया, थैंक्स टू पीकेएल कि हमें इतने अच्छे तरीके से शो किया। और जैसे सिर्फ एक सर से मेरी बात हो रही थी, सर ने बताया कि क्या करता है कि लाइक कि कबड्डी खेलता है, कबड्डी के अलावा क्या करता है। तो वो चीज है कि अब हम हर चीज छोड़ के स्पेशल अब हमारा फोकस है कि सिर्फ कबड्डी खेलना। अब कबड्डी को प्रो कबड्डी लीग खेलते हैं, तो वो चीज एक बताने में भी एक प्राउड फील करते हैं कि प्रो कबड्डी खेल रहे हैं। तो डिफरेंट है कि अब एक तरीके से इकोनॉमी में आप समझ सकते हैं।
John, let me come to you on this one. Pawan was emphasizing on the fact that obviously the broadcasters play a huge role in the development of a sport, development of an athlete. There are storylines. You are projected as a hero and therefore people take up to sport. And by him being a hero, everything else flows because he does a good job. Brands come over. Economically, he becomes independent. So it's a complete ecosystem that we are talking about, isn't it? And from your perspective, you've seen the development, so to speak, of India and Indian sport over the last 20, 30 years, because mid-90s was where the first time we actually saw what global sport was all about, thanks to the channel's influx into India.
Yes, okay. First things first, thank you very much for having me, Joint Secretary and MIB. I'm delighted to be part of such a prestigious summit. It's great to be virtually, at least, alongside such an illustrious panel. Pawan, I wish you all the best with your recovery from that nasty injury. But what I'd like to do, yeah, exactly, is pick up on that point that it has been a long time that I've been engaging with Indian audiences. We go back to the mid-90s when, funnily enough, I was actually working on cricket. I was hosting the 99 Cricket World Cup. I used to deliver a cricket weekly show to India. And what was fascinating was at the same time, I also had insights. And I guess what I can bring to this is the thoughts of an outsider, as I literally physically am right now, but also, you know, a privileged insider, because my career has gone hand in hand with broadcasting into India and having insights into the Indian audience. And you're absolutely right in holding up Kabaddi as something that has been an almost inevitable development and a progression from what I saw. I was blessed to be given some insights, and I mentioned the 90s, but at the same time that I was working on cricket and getting a full appreciation of just the incredible pervasive nature of it within the country, the role it plays in Indian society, I also was aware of what was going on, for example, when East Bengal played Mohun Bagan. I watched games at the Salt Lake, and I was conscious that there was this huge football, but I felt that there were some perceptions of Indian sport that perhaps could be challenged. What I mean by that is by the time we launched, when I was working at ESPN Star, by the time we launched our Football Focus show, I was realizing that there was an insistence at certain levels commercially within the company that cricket was the only thing that really mattered. Cricket was the only thing that you could monetize. And therefore, you would sacrifice maybe football opportunities because cricket would be on. But by the same token, I was receiving feedback, not from Kolkata, not from Goa. I was receiving feedback from extremely football articulate fans in Mumbai, in Delhi, and other major cities, demonstrating that there was a massive appreciation, knowledge, and love for football. So I was always conscious that there was a market out there. So I was never surprised in any way when football began to really take off within the country. But what I also realized was that there was scope for what we did via broadcasting football to the country to change the way that Indian athletes, boys and girls, saw themselves, perceived what they could be. And what I mean by that is that I first saw it. I was visiting Star in, I think, 2014, and I was training some of the Star presenters. And suddenly I was aware of these incredible athletes arriving in the building. And I said, who are these guys? And I was told that they were the Pro Kabaddi guys. And I'm like, wow, look at these guys. They are amazing athletes. And then I found out a bit more about it. I realized that there'd been this tremendous initiative to develop an indigenous sport, to brand it, to absolutely develop it, to broadcast it and turn it into a super professional entity, which was, of course, wholly owned as well, more or less anyway, which was just such a smart business decision, almost as smart, I think, as the language versioning that Star did, which pioneered realizing and recognizing that state by state, there was such divergence in the way people consume sport. So as an outsider, I was fascinated in this. But what I saw happening was I saw a recognition that it wasn't just about Indian would-be athletes saying, well, I have to have this incredible skill set to be able to perform at cricket, which is a skill-centric sport, obviously. But then I saw Virat Kohli come along, and I realized that much of what he did, the way he looked even, I felt had been influenced by what had been coming into the country via football stars, soccer stars. I just felt that this was somebody who was taking on board physical training, the way that he presented himself, the way that he insisted upon improving fielding standards when he was ever involved in cricket. I just felt that there was a synergy here, that there was a movement towards moving cricket and moving sport in India in a direction that was far more athletic, that was far more inclusive of different skill sets. And to that point, I mean, it's a long-winded way of getting there. I think the emergence of Kabaddi has been huge because that has also helped trigger. And now I'm looking at success in badminton, in track and field, weightlifting, wrestling, hockey, wherever you might, MMA, wherever you might want to go. Now I think what we're seeing is the fruits of this very much being harvested, because now there's this acceptance that sport, whether it's because broadcasting has played its part, or whether it's because these heroes have evolved, now is far more inclusive.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that. Interesting that you brought about the world of badminton as well, because incidentally, just going down memory lane, 2001, that famous test match in Kolkata between India and Australia, the day on which Rahul Dravid and of course VVS Lakshman stitched together that epic partnership. That was exactly the day on which Pullela Gopichand actually won the All England Badminton Championship. So at that point in time, it was only Pullela Gopichand that we all used to admire. Obviously, you had Prakash Padukone before that, and then there was Pullela Gopichand. But now you look at what has happened to that ecosystem of badminton. You have champions almost everywhere. And you talk about a champion who's represented Mumbai in the 80s and early 90s. You would have seen everything, isn't it? You would have seen everything evolve. Shish, not to make you feel old, but you would have seen almost everything, isn't it?
Thank you, Radha. Thank you, CI, for having me here. And thank you for amplifying my age. But I'll take that. Yes, to answer your question, I've seen, in a sense, been fortunate to see the metamorphosis of sport in general, and more so cricket, from a time when players wore different T-shirts in an international game with different brands, no team logo, to now what we see, sponsors and the team logo because of television. And I think what television has done over the years, and I played in an era where television wasn't around, or some of it was on Doordarshan in a knockout game of the first class or Ranji Trophy finals and so on and so forth. We've seen that players have become more conscious to work ethic. We've seen that the spin-offs are very good in terms of a remuneration. I mean, I remember a time I was just telling Pawan before the show that if somebody asked you, what are you doing in your younger days? And you say, you play sport. He says, yeah, that's fine, but what do you do? And you said, no, you play sport. But he said, that's okay, but what do you do for a living? Today, if you say you play in the Kabaddi League or the IPL, you'd probably be welcomed and given a free meal because you're a rich man, you're doing well for yourself. And money brings a lot of respectability. It brings a lot of recognition. And I think it's not a bad reason to play sport as long as, your goals are very clear. And I've seen that change over the years. I'll give you a small example. In my time, we got 500 rupees a day as allowance. And when you went to a hotel, everything was free, right? From clothing, laundry, food, beverages, everything was free. So in my first tour of Mumbai, there was a very famous cricketer. I don't want to name him. He was my roommate. So he came with a huge bag. And the moment we checked into Oberoi Maidens here, he opened his bag and he pulled out bed sheets, curtains, pillow covers. So I said, what are you doing? And he said, no, laundry is free. So these were small perks of playing the sport in our time. But I think now what it has done, and over the years, what we've seen is it's got a sense of respectability. And Indians generally look for great stories. They look for stories that inspire. Somebody like Pawan, who's sort of grown up through the ranks, had his struggles. Indian cricket will not idolize a Tiger Pataudi because he came from a royalty. But they will idolize somebody like Kapil Dev, who came from rural India, worked hard, and then obviously landed up where he did. That's a story to inspire. That's a story that people will look up to. And that's a story that only broadcasting can give us. Otherwise, we'd have to read it somewhere, and try to get inspiration from it. A broadcaster can capture that journey. For me, it's a prelude to the symphony being the event itself. But the prelude is so important because there's so many stories that come to light, and there are so many stories that actually make us believe that if he can do it, why can't I?
Lovely, beautiful. And therefore, if I can get to Ribor, who's joining us virtually at this point in time, is the development of the TV industry overall, the broadcasting space that you're looking at, is that what you're looking at primarily?
Thanks, Radha. So see, when we were working with CII and IBDF on this report, what we figured out and looked at was the fact that, see, there is a narrative that is out there in the place that digital is actually taking away viewers from India. there is no doubt that digital is growing and is growing reasonably quickly, with the onset of 4G services that had actually been launched in 2017. But what has happened is, if you look at the reach of TV that is actually there in the country, TV reaches close to 900 million people in the country, which is more than double than that of the reach that OTT enjoys in the country right now. Moreover, if you look at the TV penetration in India, there are still close to 70 to 90 million households that do not have a TV set. And that is something, especially in rural India, that we are seeing, a growth that can happen with, improving electricity and, increasing disposable income. Now, that is the TV story. But when you look at overall sport on TV, sports remains one of the most monetizable properties as far as TV is considered. For the purpose of this exercise, we actually looked at the overall sport market. And the overall sport market, if you look at it, is close to 10,000 crores as of FY22. When we combine TV and digital, where a lion's share is actually still residing with TV. And when I say the overall sports market, I'm looking at the advertisement and distribution revenues that is generated. If you look at even the reach of events that are actually there, and I'll give you some statistics out there. IPL 2022 reached a 400 million audience. This actually was close to 80% higher than the reach of the major properties that are actually there on TV. If you look at KBC, Big Boss, Kapil Sharma Show, Khatron Ke Khiladi, and all of that. Also remember the fact that these series are there for a longer period of time, while an IPL is there for around 2 months or 2.5 months. If you look at the viewing time on IPL, right, which was there, it was close to 330 billion minutes. And though that is actually twice the viewing time that is there for full seasons of all the other impact properties on TV. So this is the power of sport that is actually there on TV, which brings people together. An important factor also to consider is the fact that TV is something, and as the esteemed panelists have spoken about, is something, the sport is something that is actually shot for and, broadcast for actually television. I mean, what we are doing right now is putting that out on OTT platforms as well. But fundamentally, the experience and the immersiveness that actually comes in when sport is broadcast on TV or the large screen is much higher. We look at cricket, and cricket undoubtedly is the most watched sport in India. But in the last 5 to 6 years, with PKL, with ISL before that, and with other leagues coming in, if you look at the viewership of the other leagues also, it is close to 20% of the overall viewership of sport in India. So, all these factors do suggest to us that sports on TV is something that is by far the most monetizable property and is likely to remain in the future. And what another factor I'd like to talk about is the fact that premium audiences that come to TV, and we looked at NCCS A and B audiences coming on TV. And the events like IPL and PKL are very, very important for brands to actually build their story out. So if you look at even the traditional brands like an FMCG company or digital brands, which are digital unicorns, all of them have utilized IPL and the major sporting properties to build out their brand stories. I'll end by actually saying that, and I think one of the panelists have spoken about it also as well, that viewership of sport, investment in sport, and then achievement in sport. This is actually a virtuous cycle. Now we are seeing us winning more than 60 medals at the Asian Games. People are actually watching that. With the participation that is coming in from both the government and the overall private sector, more and more impetus is being given on sports, even at the grassroots level. This would lead to actually more viewership of sport, and that in effect will lead to even a greater interest in sport. So this is a virtuous cycle that is actually put in motion, and we do see that Indian sport and sports people in general are actually the ones which are going to benefit greatly from this. Thanks, Radha.
Lovely. Thank you so much for that. I'm sure that every one of you here knows that we are just running behind schedule, just to put it mildly, just behind schedule. But thank you so much for everybody's patience. We would have ideally wanted to take a few questions from you as well, but unfortunately, time doesn't permit that. Unfortunately, the time doesn't permit that. But my sincere thanks, of course, to Mr. Vikram Sahai, who's the INB Secretary, Joint INB Secretary of the MIB, Joint Secretary of the MIB, Mr. Shishir Hattangadi, the former Mumbai Ranji captain, Mr. Anupam Goswami, who's the top man as far as the PKL is concerned. Pavan Sehrawat, thank you so much. Despite your knee and the operation and the recovery, you've made your presence felt. John Dykes, thank you so much for joining us from Singapore. Appreciate your company and board. Thank you so much for lending perspective on the television side of things and how big the market is. Really appreciate everybody's company here. Thank you so much once again for joining us. It was indeed a pleasure to be amidst all of you. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Panelists for
Thanks.
a very interesting session. We will now present you the token of appreciation, requesting Mr. Radhakrishnan to kindly hand it over to the panelists. Can we please have a round of applause for the panelists, please? Thank you. We'll now move on to plenary session. May I now call on stage Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman and Managing Director, Madison World and Madison, Mr. Rohitash Srivastava, Head of Strategic Planning, Ogilvy, India, Mr. L.V. Krishnan, Chief Executive Officer, TAM Media Research. And joining us virtually is Mr. Sohail Seth, Founder and Managing Partner, Council Age India. Can we have him on the screen, please? Yes. Requesting Mr. Sam Balsara to kindly take the conversation forward, please.
Milk and sugar. So, hi, Sohail, are you on?
Yes, very much.
Great. Wonderful. So, good afternoon, everyone. At last, it's the turn of advertising. I think you've had almost 2 full days of discussions on content, piracy, and whatnot. But I don't want you to forget that a lot of the content that all of you produce is ultimately greased by advertising and advertisers. So I think it's only right that you provided some time in your 2-day schedule to discuss advertising. Now, the overall theme of this summit seems to be changed. And the topic you all have given us is what has changed in advertising. Obviously, a lot has changed, and especially when you look at it from my perspective. I started work in 1972, 50 years ago, when advertising was a few thousand crores. And there was a time when advertising was merely announcing product availability and, making a manufacturer's statement. I am the best. Surf washes whitest was considered a very good advertising approach for probably decades. So at one level, you can say almost everything has changed. But at another level, you can argue that perhaps not too much has changed. When I look back, I still find that my most favorite definition of advertising is by a gentleman, a humorist called Stephen Leacock. At the turn of the century, he's supposed to have said, advertising is the science of arresting human intelligence long enough to get money from it. Now, I haven't come across any definition that is, I believe, more accurately describes advertising. So, in many ways, not the fundamentals really of what we attempt to achieve in advertising hasn't changed too much. Sure, volumes have changed. I mean, there was a time when advertising was a few hundred crores. That was the total outlay of ADEX. Today, it is about, I think, 90,000 crores. Global ADEX, just for perspective, is now 880 billion US dollars. So surely advertising works for marketers, and I think there is widespread acceptance that advertising indeed is the sort of gas that fuels the entire economy or the machinery or keeps the wheels of the economy moving. So I thought we would, since we have experts here from different areas, we would kind of mainly look at change in advertising from two different perspectives. The first, and obviously the more important, is from a creative or a content perspective. And then we'll go on to another important dimension, which is the media perspective. So let me start with my friend Suhail, who is now fortunate to be one or two steps directly removed from the travails of managing advertising or managing an advertising agency. So hopefully he has a clearer view of what has changed in advertising. So Suhail, I hope you're feeling better and good enough to answer some of my questions.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so Suhail, what, according to you, since the time when you were actively creating advertising to now, what has changed? And more importantly, would you tell us, has it changed for the better or for worse?
I think it's changed for the worse. And I'll tell you what's changed and therefore why is it worse than it was before. Earlier, advertising was about civility. It was about creating things in partnership with clients. And the relationship was both mutually beneficial and one of respect. Sadly, today, advertising agencies are treated by clients like vendors. And the relationship, by and large, has become unequal. There were times in advertising of yore when you sat and co-created campaigns, but you created them on the basis, Sam, of deep consumer insight, rigorous approach to consumer behavior learnings, and insights that you could then glean and work in the narrative of the creativity that you excelled in or that you produced. All that has kind of changed. I'll tell you why. We don't get the kind of people we used to get in advertising in the good old days. And the reason is we don't pay enough. When you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. And the tragedy is that advertising agencies are paying peanuts because clients are monkeying around with advertising agencies who don't have the courage to tell the clients that they don't know what they're talking about. The problem, Sam, is in the good old days, if a client asked you to jump, you would say why. Today, you ask how high. When the relationship dramatically alters and the relationship changes and it becomes a master-servant or master-slave relationship, advertising and creativity suffer. Now, the other point that I wish to make is, in the good old days, we had liberal arts people also staffing client offices. I have no grouse against MBAs, but the MBA has been the worst disaster for advertising agencies because people who've done management by rote, who have no idea of Shakespeare or Tagore, who have no idea about the sensitivities of music, they are asked to produce advertising, which is bereft of sensitivity and harks back to the days that you talked about. I have a slightly different definition of advertising from you, Sam. My definition is very simple. The purpose of advertising is to invent desire. It is not to inform. For that, you can go to the Yellow Pages or Google or Wikipedia, whatever the hell you want to do. Or you can attend panel discussions over 2 days. What I think advertising was all about, it was about creating magic. It was about engaging the consumer with the brand through the medium of creativity. The other thing that's happened, and you're the best expert on that, is there is a proliferation of media. In the good old days, your clients would ask you about hoardings, they would ask you about, television, cinema, that's about it. Today, the spread is huge. The spread is digital. Also, India has changed dramatically. India is no longer consuming advertising, which is more English speaking. It's consuming advertising that is vernacular. It is regional to a point where the regional inflexes are actually carried forward pan-India. An idea that is born, let's say, in the Tamil market or in the Andhra market is easily carried forward. I mean, you're seeing the rout of Bollywood at the hands of Telugu cinema. So, all of these have brought about changes. But to my mind, the most dramatic changes are the following. Number one, we're spending less and less time on strategy. We're becoming more and more tactical. That's not advertising, that's salesmanship. When you become a salesman for either snake oil, like the Delhi chief minister, but I haven't said that, you can't be politically incorrect at a CII forum, or you become someone who's trying to be relevant. The problem, Sam, is you don't have people investing time in strategy because everyone is in a rush. Number two, you don't prepare for brands with the rigor like we used to. There were partnerships between a Sam Balsara's Madison, if it was handling media, and the creative agency. Today, I treat the media agency as a postbox, as an amplifier, as a means of disseminating the communication rather than partnering the communication. Third, we have stopped becoming inventive and innovative. We have become more and more risk averse. Why? Because as you rightly said, today you're talking about billions of dollars being spent. No one wants to take the risk. Number four, people are wanting to manage not the consumer, but the client. When you start managing the client, you immediately forget the consumer. It's very important then for the CEO and his wife to be happy rather than the other way around. The fifth that's happened is we are today fraught with a lot of social tensions in our society. Religion, which was at the background, is now in the foreground. You have discrimination, you have political grandstanding. People using social media are bullying and trolling clients and companies to withdraw advertising, which is actually just conveying something creatively. So we are now living, to my mind, in very tense times. You remember, Sam, Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, when it was released and crafted by the genius of Suresh Malik, it was not only about India, it was about Indianness. Music was used as the idiom of unity. Music was used as the idiom of defining the India of that time. Today, if you have a Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, you'll have some joker standing up. But why is Tamil music not being given the right representation? Why is the Andhra musician being ignored? Why is this person in the... we have become a society of rage. Sometimes I wish our passports are changed from the Republic of India to the Republic of Rage. When you have rage around you, creativity per se suffers. Having said all of this, I think, and you alluded to it in your opening remarks, and I'll keep quiet after this, you alluded to it, content is increasingly becoming more and more relevant because people have had to pay for it. So people will only pay where they see merit. People will only pay where they see value. So advertising will also have to determine how it is to be seen and how it is to be compensated. In the good old days, an agency-client relationship lasted for years. Today, that relationship is almost like tendering, quotations. That also has to change. And somewhere down the line, I think people like you, people like Piyush, need to now rein in clients and tell clients that this is not the way advertising should, can, and must happen. But I think that's a pipe dream because no one wants to ruffle these feathers, certainly not people who are kind, benign, and as soulful as you, Sam.
So, Suhail, thank you very much. I must say, I personally sort of relate to many of the things you said. One thing that you said about being risk averse, when Madison was very young and very small, I could never understand why my billion-dollar clients were so risk averse. When a little Madison was able to or wanting to take risks, not for them, but for Madison itself, with decisions, why were these fat clients with huge purses so risk averse when it came to a creative strategy or a media strategy? Now, as Madison has grown larger, I must confess openly that I am also today a lot more risk averse.
Yeah.
Than I was earlier, with much fatter reserves on my balance sheet. I don't know. It's something to do with the psyche or
no, when you have too much of money, you fear losing it. When you have nothing, there is nothing to lose.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. Suhail, you made another very interesting point, and that is about MBAs. So my friend Rohitash on the right is a very eminent account planner, and I'm sure he is an MBA. Am I right, Rohitash? So, Rohitash, what is your view on what Suhail said? And I don't know how old you are, but would you agree, Suhail, that advertising has changed for the worse?
Yeah, I agree with Suhail in a lot of ways. So there are two parts to this actually. One is in an ideal scenario, advertising has become complete. And why I'm saying it is because earlier we were worried about changing people's thoughts and beliefs. And the behavior part was kind of missing. You change a person's mindset and then you leave him to behave the way he wants to. Now, with technology and digital coming in, the promise of technology was that we are going to change behavior. We are going to drive behavior change. So that was the ideal scenario. And that's why I'm saying now advertising in an ideal world is about not just think and feel, it's also about think, feel, and do. But that's the ideal scenario. What has happened in reality is that we have become more schizophrenic than ever. And there is a lot of speed, but there is no velocity. There's no sense of direction. We're trying to do a lot, but there is no bigger plan. And this whole short-termism is really killing the industry. And I've seen so many marketeers behaving like salespeople. Now, marketing's role is to facilitate an environment so that the saleability of the product goes up, not the sales itself. But today's marketeers, we have seen they are so worried about that very moment when sale happens that they forget the larger task of marketing and advertising to create conditions of saleability over weeks and months and years. And that is really, when I say short termism, that's happening. The another thing I have seen is that information is being confused with knowledge. There is
Yeah.
so much data around. There's so much of data, and it's called dumb data because you need to look for the right meaning. Only then you can make sense for it. And then within that also there's data which is readily available, and then there is long term data with equity studies and all of that that trickles in after a lot of hard work. And this whole desire to go through spreadsheets and Excel sheets and all is blinding us of the human stories that are happening, what people are really thinking. Some Google data, some search data will throw us something, and we have all become dogs chasing cars. So whatever data comes in, we want to react to it. It's almost like getting a like on your social feed. It's a dopamine rush. That's what's happening for marketeers, and I would even say advertisers. We get a data point, we start chasing it. That I have to do something about it. That discernment is going away. And this whole thing of people rather would be precisely wrong than roughly right. And this whole ability to be roughly right was such a big gift. In fact, we were paid so much because we could take decisions in gray areas. And there was a creative courage to be roughly right. But this whole obsession to be precise is making us precisely wrong. So that's where it's all panning out. So yeah, what Sohail is saying is so true.
Looks like this is a crib session amongst
No,
advertising.
no, but he says precisely right and roughly right.
Right.
Precisely wrong and roughly right.
Precisely wrong and roughly.
For the benefit of all of you, I think this short-termism is, I think, reflects to my mind that the people who are signing the checks actually have not understood advertising or branding.
Absolutely.
I will name one client of mine, a relatively new client, a digital first client, a startup, who I was amazed to hear spends about 175 crores on advertising, according to him. Out of that 175 crores, he spends 160 crores on search. And that he spends, I think, without thinking too much. But to spend 15 crores on television on branding, the same client wanted to have a meeting with me and asked me, your agency is recommending this. Are you sure this is the right thing to do? And I feel he's conditioned in that because he says he has a monthly meeting with his investor, and every month in that meeting, the two main things that are discussed are what are his searches, what are his leads, what are his sales, and what is his ad spend. But he includes performance, which is nothing like, spending money on salesmen in advertising. So after 2 years of existence, according to us, he hasn't built a brand. But according to him and his investors, he has invested already 350 crores in advertising. So let me come to you, LV. LV, you have also spent a long time in advertising. And I know whilst you track media, and we'll come to that, what is your view on the creative side of advertising over the years? And again, being one step removed from creative, but tracking media spends of many advertisers who spend lots and lots of money and some who don't spend at all. what are the changes you have seen from a creative or content perspective?
Amazing question, Sam, because the things have changed so much in the last 50 years that we have seen advertising kicking start in India. And the interesting thing is the fact that I think what Rotesh and Suhail was saying, actually, one thing that hasn't changed between the first year of advertising and today, as we sit in this particular panel talking about advertising, is that what Sanjeev said the other day from HUL, I don't know which percentage of 50% that I spend on advertising is a complete waste, actually. Nobody has been able to answer that question. That 50% has been effective, but the rest 50% which is waste, which part of that has gone waste? I have no answers at all to. So therefore, in communications too, in terms of creative themes too, while a lot of things have changed in terms of trying to make things work in a better fashion, finally, what communication theme works to give that particular sale or ticker on that particular sale point, one doesn't know, actually. Some studies show the fact that it's a cumulative effect of all communications working together. Some studies show the fact that a specific digital platform has led to the conversion rate from watching the ad to the usage or the clicking on the ad to purchase it has benefited the brand. But frankly, there's nobody to able to put a finger onto that, actually. Until the time we put a finger to it, I think we'll be only be testing more and more of advertising in a way and trying to live within ourselves the confidence, feeling the fact that something is working, let's keep it going, actually. So from a creative perspective too, I think one of the statements that Suhail made was about strategy, actually, right? So earlier, for every communication, you had a brand positioning strategy, you had advertising positioning strategy. And once the BPS and APS was done, you knew exactly what execution you need to do. Today, even if those two definitions are not there or not even thought through, execution is already happening on the ground to create a communication effective.
In fact, some advertisers, you'll be shocked, are going directly to filmmakers.
Absolutely.
And getting films made, and then they come to us and we ask them, what is the positioning? What is the strategy? They say, this is the film.
Exactly. When you look at the digital, we track digital advertising so much. Yesterday, I was making a presentation about big brands using influencers, actually. Okay. Now, the more it's getting digital, there is no longer strategy. There's just an influencer from a local territory put in over there, using some brand and trying to showcase that brand to her followers to say the fact that this is the brand I use, actually. Now, does that in alignment with the national campaign is running on television or on national print that is running a campaign on? No, it's a completely different territory. So it's becoming more tactical. Most of the campaigns that we see now on creative themes are becoming more tactical, very short term.
So LV, whilst digital is good in many, many ways, and that is why, I mean, just for everybody's information, out of the $880 billion I spoke about, guess how much is digital? It is 60%. 60% of all advertising money today is spent on digital, not in print, not on television, nothing else. And sometimes I wonder if the arrival of digital has actually killed, the big idea which we all used to crave for, and even bigger film production budgets are now a thing of the past. Would you agree, Rohit? Is that what's happening at your agency?
Yeah, so yeah, to some extent it is happening. Digital is becoming a big part of clients' spends. And like you're saying, even within digital, the performance part, which is called performance marketing, that part is really becoming significant. And to that extent, the role of a big idea or the importance that's put on the big idea sometimes gets compromised. That is happening.
So, Suhail, I hope you do watch a bit of TV and some OTT and some YouTube and social. Tell me, is there any piece of work that stands out for you from among the recent crop, which you still think would be outstanding by your standard, both in terms of being on strategy and a great creative idea, well executed?
None. But there's a caveat. So, you were talking about advertising of the good old days. So Piyush Pandey has also moved, partly to Goa. And there are many evenings that Piyush and I, and then Mohammed Khan, we spend evenings over the most sensible thing, alcohol, not drowning our sorrows, but celebrating the life we lived. And I asked Piyush, I said, I love the new Cadbury's ad where you flip the genders. And it was the boyfriend in the stands running out and, talking about. Now, ideas like those are not sequential. I shouldn't and I needn't have seen ad number 1 to be able to relate to ad number 2. So that's point 1. Point 2, LV talked about it, about digital. The same mistake is being repeated constantly. You want one particular campaign idea, and then you try and force fit it into several other media options, whether it is YouTube, whether it is Twitter, blah, blah, blah. Remember one thing, Sam, and I want to say this as bluntly as I can, 99% of the people on social media are rank idiots. Okay, they're as dumb as you can get. So trust me, I know I have 4.6 million followers on Twitter. I know what I'm talking about. So remember, India, while embracing artificial intelligence, has to first kick native stupidity out of the door. So don't go by numbers. The problem is exactly what Rohit said. The guys who are managing brands are managing upwards their bosses by saying, "Dekhiye ji, it has so many hits, it has so many likes." Are you interested in likes or are you interested in purchase? Are you in the business of being popular or are you in the business of being purchased? What is your standard for advertising measurement? Is it revenue, reward, relevance, or just a little bit of gossip around it? The other problem that your industry has not served itself well is there are more advertising awards than functioning traffic lights in India. So you can produce anything depending on who's sponsor, you will get an award. I mean, it's like a revolving door. So when we reward rubbish, we get rubbish in return. You talked about films and people approaching film producers. I will name the person, but I really don't care. There used to be a guy called S.B. Ganguly. He was the managing director of Excite. When you went to his office to make a presentation, you know what his first line was? Hoarding boarding kotha hai? Means where is the hoarding design? You know why? Because the hoarding was right outside his office. He couldn't be bothered with the strategy. He wanted to see where the hoarding was, what the hoarding design was. Now, where is advertising positioning statements? Where is the BPS today? David Ogilvy famously said in the Ogilvy rule book that you had 3 risks that you measured brands against: social, self-image, and performance. You ask some young people today in advertising, including planners, I mean, no one cares. You see why? Because you have now formed an opinion based on the lowest common denominator and not the highest common factor. Advertising is no longer cerebral, it is tactical. Advertising is no longer about the consumer, it's about the client. And when advertising becomes about the client, then advertising suffers because the consumer is sidestepped, is disregarded. So my belief is, and I'm enjoying my role currently, which is advising chairman and CEOs on branding and marketing. I don't have to suffer fools. I don't have to meet marketing directors who don't know their left from their right. And I frankly engage in conversations which help brands rather than which just look at the money. You talked about the startup and you talked about the spends. We are seeing this across the board. People are spending money. And can you imagine an investor who has no idea who has bled to death are talking about advertising. I mean, today, if SoftBank tells me, oh, we don't like the advertising of Paytm, for God's sake, you've invested in a company where your stock market price is down by 40%. So you're no expert on advertising. You can barely manage investment. But we don't have the courage. We don't have the courage because Sam today is a much richer Sam. Sam has more to lose. So when Sam has more to lose, Sam will tighten his belt. But the Sam Balsara I know will not agree with everything that a client says, but then he will not even be disagreeable. So my belief is start being disagreeable. When was the last time you actually slapped a client? No, I'm not saying you slap a client, but I'm saying slap him or her cerebrally. We don't debate, we don't argue, we don't.
Suhail, but I have left that to you since you are now in the exalted position where you advise chairman and managing directors on advertising and brand strategy. Why have you told them that they are cutting their nose to spite their face?
Absolutely. I don't want to name names. I know one particular client, one of the largest in their category, was doing exactly what you said, was getting a bevy of Bollywood directors to make films for their brand. And I said, this can't work because you will live from film to film rather than from brand promise to brand promise. So, we're saying it all the time. I'm saying it for sure all the time because I think it's unfair.
Suhail, I don't know if you can see our eminent people from the filmdom here, and I don't know if they'll agree with me because I think they would personally love it if chairman of big corporations came to them and commissioned them to make films for advertising without the stupid advertising agency in between. Am I right, Ramesh?
They should, if they are eminent, they should produce great cinema and leave great advertising to Sam Balsara.
I think Ramesh has taken that route, so he's a wise man.
Yeah, of course. And now Ramesh is hardly someone we need to be sympathetic or sorry for. He's done wonders. I mean, from Sholay, he gave us everything which today
don't forget Bunyad.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't forget Bunyad.
That's what I'm saying. He gave us a lot more than most of these Johnnies do. So I totally agree with you. See, but one swallow does not a summer make. Ramesh Sippy is that swallow in Bollywood. One swallow does not a summer make. We need more Ramesh Sippys who stick to the knitting. We don't need people who are proliferators. And the tragedy is advertising is also full of generalists rather than specialists.
Very true. Yeah, LV, you wanted to say?
I just wanted to comment saying that we started this question saying, searching for a new big idea. Can it come in this particular age, actually? It can come from anywhere, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So on that note, I'm told I have to bring this session to a close. I think it was very educative and I must say entertaining for me. I hope some of you in the audience found it interesting. Till we meet again. Bye-bye. And thank you very much, everyone, for listening to us.
Thank you, Mr. Balsara. Thank you, Mr. Srivastava and Mr. Krishnan. Thank you, Mr. Sohail Seth, for joining us virtually.
Thank you.
We will now hand over the token of appreciation.
I hope it's a money plant, given the state of advertising.
Suhail, you're penalized.
I know. Doesn't matter.
Okay, see you, Suhail.
Thank you. Bye. Bye, Ramesh.
Session 15, Reshaping the M&E Skilling Landscape in India. Ladies and gentlemen, would request you to kindly put your hands together for Mr. Ashish Kulkarni, founder and CEO of Punaryug Art Vision and Screen Creations, Mr. Ramesh Sippy, Director, Producer, Chairman, Media and Entertainment Skills Council, Mr. Subhash Ghai, Indian Film Director, Producer and Screenwriter, Dr. Shabnam Singh, Chairperson, Healthcare Sector Skill Council, Ms. Kiran Juneja Sippy, Actor and Producer, Managing Director, Ramesh Sippy Academy. Request you to kindly put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming all request Mr. Kulkarni to kindly take the session forward, please. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Sorry, good evening to all of you. Because our session is running a little late. So we will actually keep it very crisp and to the point. As you all know that the media and entertainment skilling actually in India started a long time ago, but it's always was predominantly, about journalism. And people thought all over that journalism education, which was in most of the parts, would actually find people from media and entertainment. And then they actually looked at some of the films. The film school that we have in Pune only admitted around 70 people, and that too gave a diploma for 2 years. But we have come a long way, and we are at a juncture where we have Ministry of Education and Ministry of Skills and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship also taking a huge interest into taking forward this education. We also had the emergence of Media and Entertainment Skill Council, and that's actually we have a ex-chairman and the present chairman of Media and Entertainment Skill Council with us today. And we also have very interesting perspective coming in as we have Dr. Shubnam Singh. She actually works with Healthcare Skill Council, but we are going to see how that is related with what we do in media and entertainment skill development. But having said that, media and entertainment was always about a hobby, always about something that you did outside, and parents never wanted you to make a career in this. And you actually invariably made careers in engineering, medical, chartered accountancy, law, economics. And then your heart said that you should make films, you should make creative creations. And that's where you decided to be on this side. But the things have changed, and having looked at the new initiatives that are taken by the government, by the industry, and more so with a lot of passionate people in the industry who actually would like to give back to the society. As I said yesterday also, we are 109 years of cinema, 70 plus years of television. We have animation visual effects for the last 2 decades. We have OTT, which emerged in the last 5 years. And we had a storytelling culture, which is more than 7,000, 10,000 years old. So storytelling is something which is, embedded into our genes, but how do we really take it to a proper and a logical, ways into hardcore education and skilling, whereby we can actually look at professionals who come to to the field, which is not only about training on the projects and otherwise. So my first question actually to Rameshji. Rameshji, you've been a veteran. You have seen it all in the last 40, 50 years of your career. How do you think it's changed today? Because you're also into education in the university, but with the Ramesh Sippy Academy for cinema and entertainment. But what has changed right now? You used to get fresh talent directly coming to you on projects, and now people coming to the university. What's the difference?
Well, I think, am I being heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, the world is always evolving. Our industry too has evolved over the last several years. And when I came in, I tried to do my bit and change things in a way, whether it was technology, bringing in 70 mm or stereophonic sound. Today, technology has taken over in such a big way that it feels like another kind of business, but it's not. Storytelling is still at the root of everything. Performances are still fabulous when the right script is there and the right director behind it, right makers. The special effects and animation have not taken away anything. They've added value to the films. It's just another way of telling the same story. So I think what we at the Media and Entertainment Skill Council are trying to do, as has been happening before me, Subhashji has been the chairman for 2 years, and he has handed over this to me, and I too will try to put in my best efforts. I think we are backed by a very fine team in our governing council, so everybody contributes. What we're trying to do for the young people is they could, through this, as we streamline all the areas within the skill world, the actual user, the end, where the product has to satisfy that person who's coming into this industry, who may not have all the money in the world to do a full course, but is coming to, but still is very interested in this line. So he learns a certain skill for a short period, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, whatever he can afford, and he learns something, he works, he goes back to learning if he wants to learn more. So this is the process that we want to help them, and with the industry's help, giving them the jobs that they're looking for, industries helping to put it together, different aspects, whether it's the camera people, whether it's the sound people, everybody coming together and helping to put this in a streamlined way. And I think a marvelous job is being done. It's a very young body, 7, 10, 8 years old.
Yeah, 10 years old.
10 years old. And it's gathering momentum. And I'm sure it will keep on improving. We will do our best while we are here. And as Subhashji even now continues to contribute, and I'm sure after I leave, I will also be available for any help required, any inputs from my side. I think we're heading for a better tomorrow, and this council is taking things further. Thank you.
Thanks so much. In fact, my question to Subhashji is, you identified this need way early. And, right in the year 1995, 96, a lot of brainstorming you did, and definitely started Whistling Woods at 2000. It took almost 5-6 years to shape it up into a building, but thinking process was constantly there. But what are the 3 or 4 critical things you feel that a media and entertainment education must have? Because there are few things that is coming naturally to some of the students, but biggest hurdle being parents. You dealt with a lot of parents and their questions. So what is that which what are the 3-4 things that one should do right now? It's to make sure that we are able to tackle parents' needs, and at the same time make sure that we got a right kind of people coming into the industry and their training is also right.
Thank you. Let me tell you a short story of mine. Very short story. I was 15 years old in school, and I wrote a poem. And I got a trophy for that poem, and I showed that trophy to my mom. And my mom told my father, and my father reacted, ये कभी बनेगा, भूखा रहेगा. Then after the age of 16, I wrote a short story for my magazine. And then again, I got a trophy. Again, I told my mom, and my mom told me, don't tell your father. He wants to be you कि ग्रेजुएट हो जा बेटा, कैसे भी करके नौकरी मिलेगी. तो मैंने मॉम से पूछा कि क्या मैं नौकर बनूंगा. आपने कहा कि नौकरी मिलेगी, तो क्या मैं नौकर बनूंगा? नहीं बेटा, तुम लीडर बनोगे. मैं बोला वही तो है. और उसके बाद then he wanted me to be a chartered accountant, so he asked me to do the BCom. After doing BCom, my principal told my father, your son is not fit for being chartered accountant. Please send him to Bombay Industry. Because we got many trophies from the inter-university youth festivals on the dance, drama, music, theaters. And hence I landed to FTI. And I met many masters and teachers in the industry. They taught me so many things. And what I could learn from them, I became a writer, director, producer, corporate educationist now. But I can tell you one thing, that I was learning much more what they were telling me. They were telling me the craft, the importance of art. But I was learning from their experiences. Where did they go? Experience. And then I started introducing actors, technicians, stars, choreographer, so many people. But when I was teaching them, I always told them, nobody can educate you except yourself. Self-education is the best education. And education is only what is education is not developing your knowledge, not developing your craft, developing your wisdom, which is much higher than the knowledge or information. And the same thing is happening today in the digital area. With the click, you have a knowledge, you have information, but how to implement it, you need to be intelligent. And how intelligence is grown in the right direction when you have a wisdom to do the right things in the right time and get the right path to get there where you want to be. So education today needs much more a wisdom than the knowledge. That is a change, I can see that. And wisdom comes from the tried and tested experiences of people for 1,000 years. All those wisdom quotes have been formulated on the experience of those people, जिसे हम कहावत कहते हैं, या quotes कहते हैं. So whenever I found my difficulty, I went to the wisdom quotes, wisdom books. And I said, what should I do now? I said, well, you should do this. And I followed that. And I got a success. And I still a student. I realized that you have been always a student in life. Education can never give you completeness within you. There is a lot more to learn. But again, it has to be tested through the barometer of wisdom. That's my meaning of education, sir.
One question, there's been a debate going on right now.
Let them clap.
Yes.
I love it.
There's a debate going on right now whether actors really require education. What are your thoughts about this?
You see, I speak every week on my YouTube channel now, sharing my experience with my students and general public. And this week, in Friday only, this topic is there, whether is education important for actors or not. I remember when I came here, when I passed out from acting course from FTI, so industry में हर आदमी हैरान था कि क्या एक्टिंग पढ़ाई जाती है. मैंने कहा सब मैं वहां से आऊं, एक्टिंग कोर्स पढ़ के आऊं, तो बोले एक्टिंग भी सिखाई जाती है. एक्टिंग तो इनबॉर्न होता है. मैं बोला सब मेरे भी इनबॉर्न तो पता नहीं था लेकिन मैं निखारता चला गया हूँ और मैं थोड़ा क्राफ्ट और सिनेमा के एटमॉस्फेयर को भी जानना चाह रहा था। नहीं बेटा, कभी किसी प्रोड्यूसर को मत बताना कि तुम्हारे पास डिप्लोमा है। तो 2 साल तक तो मैं बता ही नहीं सका, हिम्मत नहीं कर सके। अब आप सोचिए कि प्रोड्यूसर लोग कितने अनएजुकेटेड होंगे जिन्होंने ये कहा कि कोई भी चीज सीखी नहीं जा सकती। अंदरूनी कला, internal talent is by birth, by genes, by Almighty. But then blooming, निखरती कला, वो आप निखारते हैं अपने पैशन से, इंस्टिंक्ट से. But there is always a need for a training where you can avoid the bad experiences of life for years because you come to know the craft part of it, how to use your inner talent or a booming talent in a right way, in a right direction. Training is extremely important for every art and craft because education broadens your horizon to understand people, and we present people's experiences. Cinema is a human reflection. Unless we understand their psychology of each character and the philosophy of the stories of people, issues of the people, how can we project a story on the screen or as an actor, or as a writer, as a director? So it's very imperative for to understand that we must read, we must qualify ourselves. कुछ स्कूल कॉलेज जरूरी नहीं है, हम घर पे भी पढ़ सकते हैं. You can again educate yourself. This is what I feel.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, my question to Kiran madam, you've been an actor, you actually right now are running a school. My question to you let's come to the direct, direct interaction that we have with the university today. It's easy to, start a school when you are teaching, your own skill that you are into. You start an acting school or a editing school, or you start a cinematography school because you are an expert onto that. But when you actually go to the university, you need to look at a holistic structure. And we've gone through the whole rigmarole of actually convincing Mumbai University to start a program into the Mumbai University campus, because I was also an advisor in that university, and I realized that more than 100 years past, there is no course of filmmaking in Mumbai University, whereas we have, we have a very campus inside the city, which is known for making cinema. And that's when this whole topic came up. But having, started that course, what's your experience? Is it easy to convince a university to start a program?
Thank you, Ashish. You've been a part of the whole process, so you know as much as me. But the challenge is not convincing them to start our courses. They are quite happy to start it, and it's an addition to their list of courses that they are running. The challenge is to make them understand that our courses are not like any other course. It's not learning chemistry, it's not learning law. It's a lot of practical involvement, and it cannot be theory. Like when we went online, for us it was the biggest challenge, because how do you teach a child how to shoot a film online? I mean, there has to be human interaction, there has to be participation, and it's a group activity. It's not in isolation. Some of the courses can be, for instance, editing is something maybe 70% can be taught online because it's to do with machines. VFX animation, yes, to some extent, because again, it's machine related. But you cannot teach a person production, direction, screenwriting could partly be again online. So there are certain courses that one can run online. But the rest of them, you have to be interactive. You have to be physically present, which is something it's very difficult to make them understand, that even marking the students, when we mark them on a project that they shoot, and it's a project that is shot in collaboration. So there's one person who's become the producer, one is the actor, one is the director, and yet you have to sum it all up and give them marks. So it's a very, very different way of marking them, very different way of assessing them, and a very different way of teaching them. So challenge lies there. and how to correlate our courses with the normal courses.
So there is a set format, and you mean to say that they would like to put you into the same format,
Yes.
and want this industry also to see through the same lens.
Yes.
And the assessment patterns also the written exam at the end of the semester.
Yeah, so in our case, we have only 25 marks written exam.
Okay.
75 is practical, which is an internal paper that they do. But like having said that, it is a challenge making people understand, not just the university, but overall to make people understand that our courses and our way of teaching has to be very, very different from a normal course.
Yeah, I know if an actor gives a written exam for 3 hours, it will be a disaster. And so would be an editor and a cinematographer.
No, Ashish, having said that, even when you take the interviews for joining, for instance, if you want someone to do chemistry, you'll see what marks did he get, in his science papers.
Yeah.
Okay. And if he had chemistry as a subject, what marks did he get? But when you want to take on a child as a director or offer an editing course, how do you judge him? So the whole structure of even taking admissions is totally different. So we have personal interviews, we judge them from some of the kids who are enthusiastic have already started work.
Yeah.
And they've done something on YouTube. So they come with those showcasing, that, okay, I've done this and I've written this. And that's how we talk to them and assess them. So which is a very different way of even taking admissions.
Great. In fact, that brings me to, Dr. Shubnam. You are a MBBS doctor. You're a specialist in, allergies. That's what I came to know. To me, more I think of it in terms of animation and filmmaking, it's exactly like medical education. Like you have 4.5 years of MBBS, which is predominantly a foundation program of 4.5 years, because you have to understand the human body and the functioning and everything. And then you do a 2 years of internship, and that's what we call it as an apprenticeship, or internship that people do in the studios or on the project. And then you choose your specialization, and if you are lucky, you do it another 2 years of specialization, and then actually probably 8.5 years, or maybe anywhere between 8 to 12 years spent. And then if your elder sister becomes an open heart surgeon, and she comes and tells you that I'm operating on your heart, and you will say, oh no, go and practice 500 surgeries and then come. So what happens is that even filmmaking is like ideation to script to screen. There are a whole lot of specializations. There is a whole lot of grammar to it. There's a process to it. How do you see, people take medical so seriously, and everything is into compartments, and you have to do this before you come here. But here people come with 6 months, or people come with a completely no training, and they say that we want to make a career here. So what's your perspective as to how do you suggest people in media and entertainment should look at it? And you also formed an healthcare services sector. So how do you really deal with this kind of peripheral training that is required for people? Yeah.
Actually, sitting with a stellar audience, you'll have to forgive me for being overawed by the company that I'm keeping on this panel at the moment. When I've been listening to all three of you, if I shut my eyes, you could be speaking about medicine. I'm putting it very, very simply. I'll expand a bit. So we say medicine is not a science. Medicine is an art. And whatever you have expressed, whether it's Ramesh CPG, Mr. Ghai, Kiranji, is all about experiences. It's all about experiences. And medicine is that art of experiences. Having said that, we've had to, because we've turned to 8 billion people now, the population on Earth, and healthcare needs keep boundlessly going forward. So how do you convert this art into science is what over years we've done in medicine. So I'll share some insights, which perhaps you can see its application to media. And that is that you have to, absolutely rightly said by Kiranji, the input talent has to understand what you are going in for. Because if you don't understand that it's not you as an individual that drives this ship, and that is what we keep telling people in medicine, it's interdisciplinary and you have to work in teams. So when we earlier went into medical school, we came into first year, we did anatomy, physiology, and then we went forward. Today, the entire paradigm shift, and since I'm associated to a certain extent with the regulators, is that when a student enters medicine, the first thing they're told, yes, you will learn anatomy, but you will learn it from a systems perspective. So if you apply it to a movie, for instance, you want to be an actor, you want to be a director, whatever it is, sure, be that. But understand from day one, you have to work as a team, right? And so you take that movie as your skeleton and then you explain. So for instance, everybody is very familiar with COVID as well as cardiac. So then we take a person with a heart attack and then we start discussing the anatomy of the heart, the physiology of the heart, the pharmacology of the heart, and bring the whole together. That's part one. Part two, from what I heard from the conversation here, is the challenge to explain to people, and that again is truly applicable to medicine, where you're so mesmerized by the fact that it's going to be the doctor and the only thing that doctor is going to do. He's going to run the hospital. He's going to be an ace financial person. He's going to be a director of the cath lab. He's going to be everything, and nobody else exists. Fact of the matter is far away from that, right? And in fact, putting everything onto that one person further compromises that person to be able to come to full potential. So again here, with media, I'm hearing those things echoing, that there are a sea of people needed to have a successful movie. But then how many people do know that is there?
So here, madam, the critical thing is that these two gentlemen sitting here are PhDs in emotional intelligence. Can you believe that? They know how to hold the emotions of people. And by watching a film, they can make people laugh, make people cry, and do a lot of things. So we have Samirji sitting here, he's going to be in the next session. The way he makes episodes for the OTT today, if you start seeing the first episode, you don't feel like getting up and, without seeing all the 8 of them, because the way he ends, the way he starts the second one, it's about holding the emotions. And these are all doctors of emotions. And that's why I see there is a huge correlation between what you do and what the cinema does. Sir, one of the key questions that I want to ask both of you is, you got artists who actually came very early in life, and today, there was no opportunity in the skilling section. So people had to do medical, you had to do BCom, because till the time you had to prove your parents, you couldn't get into cinema. But with the national education policy that we have, we have a fact that we're going to start educating people on creative arts, performing arts, design from the age of 10, from the 6th grade. And with Whistling Woods, you have done wonderful by creating a curriculum from 6th to 12th and implemented in one of the schools in Delhi right now. How important it's going to be to make sure that we get a pathway like physics, chemistry, maths for engineering, physics, chemistry, biology for medical, to make a pathway from the school so that people can actually do functional mathematics and get into our industry and create a pathway to become a person from, for digital media or for films, for, for acting or for cinematography.
I think it is all about channelizing the channels of your mind, the human body, human mind. And I endorse her statement that as far as the healthcare is concerned, I think the music, entertainment, theater is a big healing factor to an oppressed, suppressed, sick person. If you look at it, the power of the music, we know all the stories. कि म्यूजिक से क्या क्या होता है, जानवर भी हिलने लगते हैं, इंसान भी खुश हो जाते हैं. थोड़े उनके जितने mental channels, because all diseases belong to the mind. And if you can soothe the mind with the harmony and with happiness through your music, through your audio visuals, through your plays, whether in the form of cinema or sub series. So, आप देखो हॉस्पिटल में जाइए आप वहां पर टेलीविजन देखते हैं पेशेंट के, क्यों रखा है टेलीविजन? वो तो डिस्ट्रक्टिव होना चाहिए पेशेंट के लिए, बट पेशेंट के लिए बहुत बड़ा एक सपोर्ट है जो पहले नहीं था. He wants to see plays, series, he wants to listen music. And I think media and entertainment has contributed a lot in healing your patients in hospital or with the doctor. So it has contributed a lot.
So my question to you is how it's going to be important for people to start early making this career or in coming into media and entertainment space in the early ages.
In America, they start educating children on 5th standard. To learn entertainment media, they have to take a subject of art or sports compulsory. It's a compulsory for them, the children, right from their format age, they start introducing that. And that is why the Manu Bharat also wrote Natya Shastra, Panchveda. क्यों लिखा? निर्माण व्यक्ति निर्माण के लिए, because he should think above the specific knowledge for his career, also about the worldly wisdom, also about the people, the society, the universal energies, all correlated with it. So I think we have yet to realize the importance of media and entertainment, and particularly Natya Shastra. And we should grow, or we should introduce more in our policies, in education policies, right from the beginning, and seed them in them to grow there as a human being, also with wisdom, and who can create happiness in the society.
Rameshji, in fact, what's happening right now is that with the emergence of programming in television, with animation, visual effects, as well as the OTT programming, the kids from different states in India, including Northeast and Jammu Kashmir to we have Odisha, West Bengal, Bihar. They're all actually wanting to join the industry of animation gaming. Many states didn't have a film production capacity. Like India is a very unique country where many states have it, but many states didn't have it, and they wanted to be a part of it. But now with animation, visual effects, they actually can do it within their states, and probably that can be the beginning. But the biggest problem that we have in skilling is in our space, learning from the master is the best learning. That's the Guru Shishya Parampara, and that's where if you have great teachers, you would learn from them because their experience of creating that story or telling that story would do. How do we tackle this problem of grooming their faculty members?
Yes, I think part of the intent is to create the teachers who can impart this knowledge to the children, to the youngsters, and starting at an early age. If they start in the 6th standard, which previously, because of family values and things, was not allowed to be discussed at home till they were through with their education. Then you talk about films, then you talk about So it has changed so much, and the new policy will help that tremendously, starting as early as the sixth. If they start to, because even as children, when they watch something, whether it's in cinema or on the television screen, a little girl or a little boy start to dance. I mean, so they want to be part of that whole uh, entertainment that's going on. And that brings out their talent, that brings out their desire to be expressing this.
So we see this in the reality shows that the
Yes.
best singers, the best dancers, and all come from very small towns and
Absolutely.
areas. But my question to you is, how do we really formalize this with? How can we train the trainers to really reach the grassroots level?
Well, you will obviously pick those teachers who already have some knowledge, whether it's now, if it's, it depends on which field actually we're talking about. Because if it's singing and dancing and these arts, which are very close to people's hearts. So those, if you have specialist people and they become the super teachers, they can help impart that learning to the teachers who will go out and teach the others. So this process needs to be gone through so that it goes the right
Is
way.
Media and Entertainment Skill Council doing something about this?
Yes, I think if I remember rightly in the last meeting, we did discuss that it will be the super teachers will be there, then the teachers will be taught by the super teachers. Now we have to encourage the super teachers to see that they take enough interest and to educate those teachers who are willing to go ahead and teach the youngsters coming in.
Yeah.
So I think this process will happen.
Yeah. Although we are running out of time, but my question to you, ma'am, is it's about the art and craft of cinema. Kiran, madam, when you actually are designing curriculum, it's an art and craft of cinema. But what happens is, as madam said, that it's all about teamwork. So how much emphasis do you really give in your curriculum for life skills, for communication skills? Because many artists who come from different regions have very poor communication skills. So what's percentage of your curriculum involves entrepreneurial skills? Because our industry, everybody has to be an entrepreneur. He or she, they are all freelancers. The unit comes together to make a film. So they need to be relevant for the next project. They need to market their own skills. So how do you tackle with building life skills, communication skills, and entrepreneurial skills?
So I think in the first year, we do teach them communication, how to communicate. We have proper sessions where they learn this. Also, we start giving them projects very early. We started in the first semester itself. And I think when they start working on projects, they face those challenges and we leave them, let them be, because it's a practical. We don't have a teacher supervising them. So we let them do it on their own. They make mistakes, but that's how they learn. That, oh, I'm not to repeat this the next time. And this is a process we go through with every batch and every semester we go through that, which we also have classes where we teach them how to prepare their CV, how to do a presentation, how to go out and, project themselves. We have some grooming classes also where they're able to learn how they should be presenting themselves, what is the right way to dress and not to dress. Of course, it's not very rigid because today it's a free world and we're not really set in certain patterns, but still in a basic way they are taught. Like people who learn screenwriting are then taught how will they do their deck, how will they, what will be the 4 stages and 4 parts that they will present when they go for and it should not be very lengthy because people do not read that much. All that is taught to them so that when they got, also we give internships. I think internships is the best thing that you can do in any practical course, because these are children, especially because these are graduation courses and they are a little spoiled. They've come, from comfortable backgrounds and parents are giving a fee and they feel, oh, hum to pad rahe hain. So what? What's the big deal? But when they go out and they do internships and they work in the real world and they're not treated as special, they're treated as interns, they come back with a certain learning and you find a instant change in them. The next time they do a project, they're far more considerate, far more understanding. They're ready to work long hours. When they come, it's like you take beyond teaching hours and they're like, I can't come tomorrow morning on time. I worked such long hours today. But give them one internship, they'll work 12 hours, 14 hours, and they'll be back on time because they realize that when they go out there, that's what it's going to be.
Okay. So you still didn't answer my question as how percentage of, these different skills that you add to the curriculum. Of course, you put them onto the practice, but we need to really put them into the right kind of training. It's not only the faculty of filmmaking, it's about the faculty of, life skills coming in picture, accounting skills coming into picture, because they need to look at the budget. They need to make sure that the productions are done in budget. They also need to have an entrepreneurial skills, because just making film is not enough, but we need to go and market the film and make sure that the distribution is also done.
They're taught all this. Believe me, they're taught all this during the course because they do produce. So once somebody becomes a producer, he learns. They are given a budget. They cannot go beyond that budget. They do learn how to project it, how to market it, how to sell it. We have classes where they're taught social media. It's talked about how you can, with less money, project your, a project outside. They are taught all that, but in bits and pieces. So it's a 3-year course. Whatever can be achieved in the 3-year course, we try to do, definitely.
Well, in fact, that's a great insight. But as we are running out of time, because this is one topic that we can continue to discuss forever. And if we would have put this session in the morning, we probably would have finished in afternoon. So good that you put it into the evening. But having said that, actually, the National Education Policy 2020 has been a game changer for India. The skill mission that Indian government has taken, and of course, the great effort by Media and Entertainment Skill Council and the support from both these gentlemen on my right has actually pushed the agenda. Believe me, Subhaji and Rameshji has traveled with us to nook and corner of India to encourage people to come into this industry, and also encourage schools to start these programs, and also encourage through Manthan program that we did across India to universities to start creative programs. And the training program is going in a big way. So it's just a matter of Indian storytelling story to go forward from the school and formal education and informal education at all walks of life, and experience people would do upskilling and reskilling at the same time, because today's world, you cannot just learn once and try to implement it, because the technology changes every 9 months and you need to adapt to the new technology and new forms and the new platforms. So India is now getting poised for a great beginning for media and entertainment education. And we believe in the next 5 years with this whole implementation, we will be at a level playing field with arts and sciences put together as one department, because it will not only be arts department in universities, but it will be mixed with arts and sciences, because we require both the faculties to work together. At the same time, in engineering, the game art and design and level design and coding would be a new topic, a new specialization. There is already a specialization on AR, VR that is coming in. So I think overall, we are all getting into a right rhythm to take the India story forward. And I think in the next 5 to 7 years, we have a very, very strong foundation laid in every state in India, so that people, wherever they are, they can actually dream to come to media and entertainment and design and make a big story and create India's story to the world, where we all depend today on Indian digital economy and the digital content economy getting bigger and bigger every single day. So big thank you to all of you for finding time and coming and sharing your views. Big thank you to you, madam, for bringing your insight from medical science and skilling together. Big thank you to all of you for bearing with us and sitting down. And please be here for the next session, which is the last session, but a very interesting session of a beloved man called Amitabh Bachchan at 80. And a lot of these people have worked with him. So a big thank you to all of you and the CII for putting the big picture together. Thanks so much.
Thank you, panelists, for an enriching discussion. We will now present you the token of appreciation, requesting Mr. Kulkarni to kindly hand it over to the panelists, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause, please? With this, we come to the last session of the 11th edition of CII Big Picture Summit. I would now like to call upon stage Ms. Bhavna Sumaya, Director, Ramesh Sippy Entertainment, Mr. Samir Nair, CEO, Applause Entertainment. And joining us virtually are Mr. Shivendra Singh Dungarpur, filmmaker, archivist, and restorer, Film Heritage Foundation. Ms. Shubhra Gupta, journalist and author. Mr. Sibley has slightly cash. If you can ask him the questions first, he'll leave in 15 minutes. Okay, fine. Fine. So it's going to be just then Samir and me. Because I don't know how both are going to be connected. I don't have connected. Acha. Yes, sir.
We'll do it. I will start between two of you.
Yes. Yes, हम बातें करेंगे. We are celebrating here. उसको interest हो ना हो. Go ahead.
Are you guys ready? Because it looks kind of empty. I think everybody is tired and half of us have gone to sleep.
Requesting everyone to kindly please settle down. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats.
Just one more.
So we are celebrating Amitabh Bachchan, 80 years. I have exhausted all words to describe his career or his virtues as an actor. I have written 3 books on him, and every time I was questioned about it, they always said that, ma'am, why 3 books on Amitabh Bachchan? I said, nobody asked Satyajit Ray that why did he do Apu trilogy? Because only he deserves 3 books, and therefore I did 3 books on him. He's got a great career and has continued working for more than 50 years, 54 years. And he has done more than 240 films. That includes narrations, guest appearances, regional films, Marathi, Tamil, Telugu, and of course, Hindi. He's the only successful star we know who crossed boundaries from being the hero to a character artist and continues to retain his charisma, aura, and I think he is a national obsession because wherever I go, the only questions I'm asked about my interactions with the film fraternity is always Mr. Bachchan. When I was sitting there chatting with Samir before coming onto the stage, Samir Nair on my right and Ramesh Sippy on my left, and I was watching Ramesh Sippy on the stage, and I said he's got to be so exhausted joining one session after another, and he's got a flight to catch. So we are going to, without much ado, start on recapping Mr. Bachchan's career and basically just celebrate him. We are going to recall memories with him and make you laugh and cry. And maybe y'all can also recall your memories of seeing him on screen. And if one of you has been fortunate enough to meet him off screen. Rameshji, I'll start with you. You have done, I think, 4 films with him.
That's right.
One in the 70s, Sholay, where you launched him.
Yes.
And he was a struggling artist from 69 to 74, as tall as a palm tree, extremely thin, unconventional hero. No heroine was ready to work with him. He was being thrown out of film after film. And then there were stories about how Sholay happened and how Amitabh Bachchan landed the co-parallel role with Dharamji. I know many stories through other people. I want to know what happened, who decided finally that he is going to be in it, you, your father, the writers, or God?
I think everyone deserves credit, and the most credit obviously goes to Mr. Bachchan himself. Because at that time, yes, they were not prepared to accept him. My personal journey, as far as my personal association with Amitji has been a long one. When he started, I first noticed him in a film called Anand, where he was playing a role with the great Rajesh Khanna at that time, who was supremely popular. And he stood his ground. He made an impression. He held himself so well, and there was no, and he was not overacting at all. He was just underplaying his role. And he played it so well that he stood out. You remembered after seeing the film, yes, Rajesh Khanna was the one who dies. Rajesh Khanna is the one who sacrificed. And everything was happening because of Rajesh Khanna. But here was this quiet man, and you just could not forget him because he was there.
So the first time you saw him was on the screen as a character.
Correct.
When did you see him for the first time in person, and did he make any impact?
I first met him at well, physically, yes, a real meeting was for Sholay. But before that, I came across him at a couple of evenings in Mississippi.
Moment when he probably came to the CP office, which was at that time in Khar.
Yes.
And what was the real scenario? Was he confident? Was he underconfident? Was he anxious? What did you think of him? Were you taking a risk with this tall, lanky guy? How long did you play with his emotions and kept him hanging and finally said yes? And then did you keep to your word, or were there many no's and yeses?
No, there was no
जैसे
such.
फिल्मों में होता है, film offices में.
There was no such thing. But it's something like this. We'd finished Sita or Gita. And these 3 stars, actors of Sita or Gita, was one thing the writers and I decided should be there in the next film.
That is
Sudharamji,
Dharmendra, Hema Malini, and Sanjeev Kumar.
Sanjeev Kumar. So they were a must. And we needed 6 actors because there were 6 main parts.
शोले की स्क्रिप्ट आ गई थी आपके पास?
I'm talking about because the script had come. But so my personal opinion was that now we have the stars. These are stars enough for us. Also, if we wanted to make the film, if you put too many stars together, you always have a problem on the sets. You're not just handling the arrangements for them, but also their egos and their. So it would be a problem handling it all. So I said, I'd rather have somebody who's a good actor, and let's go for that.
A newcomer.
Not necessarily a newcomer, but certainly not a superstar. The obvious person at that, the choice was Shatrughan Sinha, because he started coming up and he was a big attraction. His Rampur Ka Lakshman he was taking a resounding response on entry on the screen. So he was an obvious choice, but I said, then he's already become a star, so we'll have those problems. So luckily, the Salim Javed have to be given a proper credit, because they did come up and say, now the way the role has turned out and the way the project is moving, we would suggest Mr. Bachchan. We're working with him on Zanjeer, and he is doing a very fine job. I think Ramesh ji, agar aap consider karen to bahut achhi baat hogi. They very much recommended him. So as I said, thought about it. That looks fine to me, because that's exactly what we want. We want a fine actor. We're not looking for a star. Okay, he's going through whatever. But you will not believe it. We had a party for Sita or Geeta, and the whole industry was there at my father's house, our house there at Vijay Bhavan. And there we were talking about everything. And you will not believe, Mr. Bachchan came there with 102 temperature, because Salim Javed told him, better be there. Your presence is important. So he was there. He was lying in my bedroom, on my bed, lying there, just waiting to be called at the right time, because he was not, he was unwell, had that fever. And then there were several people, not one, who said, इस लम्बू को तो मत लेना, ये तो बिल्कुल बिगाड़ के रख देगा सब कुछ, सत्यानाश कर देगा, कितनी फिल्में उसकी नहीं चली है, ये नहीं एक्टर बनेगा, ये नहीं इस इंडस्ट्री में लास्ट नहीं कर सकता. My father did not listen to any one of them, and he said, whatever you guys decide, please do what you have to do. The decision was made. Jayaji was the next one, and we had signed Danny Denzongpa. Now we're going away from Mr. Bachchan for just a moment. And I remember sitting on that terrace, 6 of us, 6 actors, and we said, here we go. And in the next 2-3 months, we will be shooting. Then, of course, in one line, I'll just tell you that Danny went off to Afghanistan to shoot for Feroz Khan, and we had to find somebody. I'm only saying this because he was an integral part of
Amjad Khan.
Sholay. So Amjad came in, and that's how the entire cast was completed.
Amitabh Bachchan got the role in 1975. Sholay hit the theaters. Initially, it was said it's not a good film, it's not successful. And then Sholay became a super hit. Of course, Sholay didn't get many awards at that time. Only one. Editing. After Sholay, Amitabh Bachchan took off on a fast train and galloped his way to success. Sameer, I want to ask you that what are your memories? You must be in college or something when Amitabh Bachchan must have just become a superstar. And what memories you have of him while watching his movies? Were you a movie buff at that time?
Yeah. I mean, the stories that Ramesh is telling us is I was the fan at the time watching the movie. So obviously we didn't have any sense of what was going on behind the scenes. We saw the posters and we saw the trailer and then the movie. So I've actually grown up watching all of Amit Ji's pictures. That was, the 70s was a period for me to in school, and 80s was college and starting to work. So I mean, I have, I saw Zanjeer, and then after that, I've, remained a true hardcore fan. I've seen Sholay, for example, over 100 times. So so I'm a true blue fan, and yeah, I mean, so we all knew him.
So around 76, 78, I became a journalist, and I was obviously on the fringes because I was very raw and I was a reporter. And there was a ban on the media at that time where Bachchan was not talking to the media. The ban lasted, I think, from 76 to 1992. So when I was a cub reporter, Amitabh Bachchan was a superstar. When I became a chief reporter, Amitabh Bachchan was a superstar. When I became an assistant editor, Amitabh Bachchan was a superstar. I became an editor of a magazine, Amitabh Bachchan was a superstar. I launched a magazine and Amitabh Bachchan was a superstar, but I had never interviewed him. And everybody wanted to know what was the experience of interviewing Mr. Bachchan. In 1992, in a spontaneous gesture, he lifted the ban on the media and started talking. And I was the first journalist that was contacted. And ever since, I have done million interviews and 3 books. But before I get on to another phase of his career, because Ramesh Sippy has to go, I'm going to ask Ramesh ji, you launched him as a kind of a newcomer. You saw his super success, not just through Sholay, but even after other films that followed. Also, he got married. He had 2 children. In fact, Shweta was born when Sholay was in the making. And in the 80s, you did 2 films with him, both multi-starrers. At least one was a multi-starrer, Shan, and that was 80. And 82 was Shakti. I would like you to tell us about how much he had changed as a performer, as a person. Did he have all the star trappings now? Was the equation changing? Was there power in the relationship? How were the interactions?
My experiences with Mr. Bachchan are absolutely. Hello. Yeah, my apologies. My interactions with Mr. Bachchan are absolutely fabulous. From the very first film, Sholay, once he heard the script, he was a damn good listener. He observed, he understood, he imbibed. Then, but the one thing I remember very clearly, we shot, and on the sets of Sholay, every once in a while, I would notice a little distance away from where we were shooting, a chair, and he sat on it. He brought in a chair, he sat on it, and quietly observed what we were doing, what everyone was doing, the unit, the workers, the technicians. He would just sit there and watch everybody working. That's the kind of observer he was. He knew when he goes to act, why, who is doing what. He was slowly absorbing everything and understanding. It reached a point, his understanding, I remember in, for a particular shot, I think it was in Shakti, I wanted to go to him because I just felt while taking the rehearsal and the camera was set with a trolley, I just thought I would go and tell him, if you give me a little cue, you just turn your head a little bit, the camera will be able to move. That's what was in my head. As I reached him, he already knew what I wanted to tell him. He was observing what was happening before it happened. And by the time I reached him, he knew what I wanted to say. Got it. He said, got it. Got it. So that's the kind of person he was. You didn't have to tell him.
एक और अच्छी बात रमेश जी आपने मुझे कही थी शक्ति के सेट पर कि वो चुपके से बहुत ही पीछे कुर्सी रखकर जब भी दिलीप कुमार शूट करते थे तो दिलीप कुमार को देखते रहते थे because he didn't want even Dilip Kumar to know that he was watching him.
But as against that, I'll tell you the other side of Mr. Bachchan. Anil Kapoor comes at the end of Shakti, and when he was doing his first scene, he comes there and he takes a chair quietly again and sits outside. I mean, a little far away. Now, Mr. Anil Kapoor, brand new, he's just come into the industry, and there he was, sitting there very quietly. No, Mr. Bachchan was watching Anil Kapoor. Oh, this is the new guy. He's playing my son. All right, let him act. You will not believe it. The poor guy gave 72 retakes. But Mr. Bachchan did not leave the set. He wasn't trying to make him nervous. He was trying to make him comfortable. He was not doing anything wrong. But he couldn't help it. Now, nobody could tell Mr. Bachchan to leave the set. That wasn't done. But it was quite.
What a story. This is show business. This is observations. And there is somebody who is watching everything on screen and reviewing. We are going to chat with her now. One of our most respected reviewers, Shubhra Gupta. Are you there? Can you connect with us?
Can you hear me? Hi,
Hi, Shubhra.
Hi, Bhavna.
Shubhra, I want to know, what was your first interaction with Mr. Bachchan? Was it always through reviews, and from what year? Or was it because you had gone to do a story? Because you can't have gone to do a story with him because he was not talking to the media for a very long time.
Yeah. So before I answer your question, Bhavna, I have to tell you that right now I'm at Marrakesh at the International Film Festival. I'm speaking to you from Marrakesh, in fact, and I have to tell you, every time I have been stepping out on the road for the last 5 days I've been here, it's Amitabh Bachchan. Like they say India and they say Amitabh Bachchan. All right. It's like, it's the connection between that man and that star that he is, and this stardom that started in the 70s. And I've been listening, wrapped with to Mr. Sippy's recollections of the time that he was, of the time of Sholay and all of that. But it is amazing that so many years down the line, he's been working for 50 years and his stardom hasn't faded. Yeah. Yes. So, so it's like literally like in the, the film festival, the people there, everywhere you go, it's like Amitabh Bachchan, the country of Amitabh Bachchan. So I just wanted to bring that little flavor to this. And to answer your question, I had started reviewing. By that time, he had almost finished the first kind of the rise and rise of Mr. Bachchan that took place in the 70s and 80s, and up till I started reviewing only in the mid 90s. So I had started watching some of his the kind of mid-level films when he came back. ABCL had started, and he was doing movies like Mrityu Data and a couple of other films which were really, really bad films. But even in those really bad films, you could not take your eyes off this man. he's been one performer who has always transcended a script, I would feel. And given the fact that I've also now been doing this for so many years, my interactions in person, because I'm Delhi based, have been when he came to Delhi for a couple of promotions of the movies. I spoke to him, or when I went to Bombay, when Mr. Dungar Shivendra had called me for a Christopher Nolan round table, and he was there. So, but my interactions have been as someone at a distance. But I think my most intimate memories of watching movies have been through my reviews and through my connection with him, watching him on screen. And I do believe that despite everything and all of the other, there's nobody to hold a candle to that man. I mean, his presence is so. He just takes over the screen. You cannot look at anyone else when Amitabh is on screen. Mr. Bachchan is on screen.
Shubhra, it's very interesting that you and Shivendra are on screen together at the same time, because what you just said has a correlation with Shivendra. All of us, not just you, all of us who are critics, we were merciless with Mr. Bachchan during the 80s and the 90s because he did not live up to our expectations, or so we thought. And we wanted him to continuously give us Sholay and Mili and whatever was our sensibility, aesthetic of cinema. But come to 2022, and Shivendra Singh, who is on the screen in an orange T-shirt, is the founder of Film Heritage Foundation. He is Shivendra. Would you like to introduce yourself so I don't make a mistake?
Yeah, thank you, Bhavna. Lovely seeing you, Shubhra. As usual, hi, Sameer. Ramesh ji has left. I just met him a few days ago at my office. So I'm a filmmaker. Specifically, I'm a filmmaker. But 2014, because of the way things were turning out to be, I turned out to be starting a foundation. And that also came from the Bachchan family, that you must set up the foundation. There should be an organization which should look into preservation.
One second, Shivendra. Before we go that into detail, I want to just tell us that how when he organized this retrospective, all those bad movies that we had criticized were the ones which were being celebrated in the theaters. The reason I interrupted you, Shivendra, is because before we get into the 2000, I wanted to tell the 90s story through Sameer.
Right.
So
sure.
Briefly tell us something, and then I'll go to Sameer.
Can I just quickly break in at that point of time when these really bad movies were happening one after the other, and there seemed to be nothing going right for Mr. Bachchan. I think the only thing that happened was when Sameer Nair, I think, decided to do KBC. And I think that was really that turning point, that he needed that something, a Philip, to actually turn things around for him. And I think it was when Kaun Banega Crorepati happened. I mean, Star was on the ascendant. His star.
Let Sameer tell this.
Because I remember this very clearly as a film critic, because we were all despairing, and then came KBC. So yeah.
Yeah, so we were all despairing. Shivendra, I'm going to come back to you. Don't worry.
Yeah, sure.
I remember I was with Mr. Bachchan in his office. At that time, it was called Mansa. Today, it's called Jalsa. And what is that guy's name? That Gujarati boy? Whatever. So that guy entered the room and he said, Star ke saath baat ho gayi hai, ab sab confirmed. And Mr. Bachchan was browsing through files and he said, nahi. Huh? And then I could sense that something very important and big was about to happen. And then my meeting was concluded because I think the Star team was coming over immediately to freeze it and lock it. To tell us the story, that how did the seed of KBC happen? How did you rope him? How did you convince him? Because he's not easy to convince. And he's a slow decider.
Yeah, so I mean, see, the thing is that, just before, when we talk about despairing in the 90s,
for all the things that he was doing. Just I've thought about this many times because 2000 became such a big change in his life. Is that in the 90s what happened is that he sort of rode off into the sunset in 91 after Khuda Gawa. So then he sort of retired and
Took a 5-year break.
right. But I don't, so that break, I mean, he retired, he went away, but actually India changed after that. So many things happened immediately after he rode off into the sunset. So Rajiv Gandhi got assassinated, Narasimha Rao became prime minister, liberalization happened, Salman and Amir had arrived, Shah Rukh Khan came shortly after. And by the time he made this comeback of his in 96 or 97, when Mrityu Datta came, which we did, by the way, in Star Movies, we did the premiere of Mrityu Datta at a big event in Jaipur at Raj Mandir Theatre. Did a lot of promos and a lot of stuff with him. So I'd been interacting with him all through 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Interviewed him many times, all of that. So he was doing things. So he made the comeback, but obviously out of step with times. DDLJ had happened. There was a different vibe. The different sort of generation was growing up.
And
So he-
most important, computers came to India.
No, there was
Internet came to India.
computers, internet, satellite TV. He meant Mr. Bachchan retires and satellite TV happens. And for the first 3-4 years, all that we saw on satellite TV were Bachchan movies. So I don't think from a public consciousness point of view, he had gone anywhere. It's only, notionally he had retired. Then he did Ir Bir Fatte. He did a few cool things. Some of the movies were not too bad. Some were, but no, all in all, it was what I would call a middling decade. Not much excitement. Towards the end of that decade, when we had to we split our partnership with Zee, Star and Zee used to be partners, and we decided to go 100% Hindi. And at that time, the question was, what are we going to do to take the fight to Zee and Sony? Millionaire was a show that I had seen before. We couldn't do it because, we were a half Hindi, half English channel. But when this news came that we are going to go all Hindi, I said, okay, then let's do Millionaire and let's get Amitabh Bachchan to be the host. So to that extent, for my scheme of things, he was on a list of one and the only person on that list. Now the question, of course, came that, he has to be told about this plan, which we did. So I went and we met him, and it took about, the boy you're talking about is Sunil Doshi, the Gujarati boy. So we met him and we spoke to him, told him about it. And as you say, he's a highly, not easy to convince. So it took us, I think we started in Jan and we kept talking to him till April. And we were still sort of going up and down with this, should he, shouldn't he? Most people in the family were against it.
Everybody said, don't do it.
And by and large, and I would think, rightfully so, because, it's a big chancy thing to do. He's a big superstar. Whatever you say, he's going through a tough time, but he still is Amitabh Bachchan, so he's not exactly a nobody. But finally, we took him to London. We showed him where the show in progress. We shot promos there. And I think that sort of tipped the scales because then, once he came onto that set and saw what it was, then he was on. And then after that, he took that decision and he never looked back from there.
I want to interrupt you and ask you here. It's okay. It's a big project. He said yes. You guys rode it successfully. But how and when did you arrive at a decision that how tough he's going to be with the audience or how cool he's going to be with the audience? How much of Shuddh Hindi he's going to speak? Because he has created a new language.
I think, most of that, some parts are in the format and some parts evolved. So we obviously knew from the start that he has the facility to speak in Hindi and English and switch between. So that was good because otherwise it would be one or the other. How much Hindi he would speak, he was to actually do it alternate. So things about, simple things is that he picked up to this new medium very quickly. It's completely distinctive from any of the films that he's done. So films, usually involve a scene, a script, a dialogue, action, and cut. When you're hosting a show, there's none of all that. You're reading off a teleprompter and you're then interacting with the person. Mr. Bachchan is actually not a natural conversationalist in that sense. He's not like how a Shah Rukh could be. So for him to host his show and to actually interact with contestants and talk to them and make small talk, if you will, is not a natural skill set. But I think all of that evolved. He sort of, warmed up to it. He started having a lot more fun. He used to, joke around, laugh around. He started, giving us all this gyan. The original format never had the gyan that we used to give. It was his idea that, before every introductory, hello and welcome to the show, and then Babuji ki Panktiya. samgyan, andhere mein roshni aaye, all that kind of stuff. So a lot of these things kept evolving. He got more and more comfortable, and he actually picked up on little things. Like, for example, he realized that after we finished shooting, we would go and do dubs for errors that may have been made, right? So the first time when Siddharth Basu told him that now it's going to take us 1 hour more because we got to do dubs and corrections, he understood what was going on, and then henceforth he started correcting it on the fly. So he'd read out a question, then read it out again, then read it out again. The poor contestant will be waiting there to answer, but AB is still doing the dub on the show. So I mean, he's very clever, very smart, and I think he really got into it. He, what KBC did was that it brought him in touch with an audience, and when it brought him in touch with that audience, he really warmed to that audience. It brought him in the year 2000, for coming off a very sad and despairing decade. It suddenly took him into millions of homes every night. The remote is in the control of the parents. The parents are his fans. And AB is now belting it out and strutting his stuff and really putting on a real show on a big program, which is giving away 1 crore of rupees and dispensing knowledge. I think the package worked quite well.
So what happened in 2000 was that Mohabbatein released, where for the first time he was playing a father, changing from hero to hero's father, and KBC happened. So in the cinema halls, every time he said a dialogue, they will say, lock kiya jaye, whatever was his language. And he is the only character artist I know with whom we still associate a kind of a sex appeal, a kind of an aura. Maybe he's Dadaji's age, maybe we say he's 80 years, but ऐसे 80 years हमको लगता नहीं है, because the new packaging of 80 is 60. So I feel Amitabh Bachchan, Shyam Benegal had said, is a very intelligent actor, and unless you are intelligent, you cannot perform as well as you do on the screen. And because of that, he takes instinctive decisions, and which is why wonderful things happen to him all through his career. Shivendra, are you there?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So Shivendra, for all the wonderful work you do of restoration and film preservation, how did you go to Mr. Bachchan and convince him to give you all his films, and how did all this happen? How was the retrospective for him in his 80th year planned? Because in Mumbai particularly, we all went mad with the Bachchan retrospective. It was a celebration in the theaters, and it was, I remember we even celebrated his birthday eve. All of us singing together, happy birthday. So tell me, how did you plan the retrospective for him?
Yeah, I think first of all, I always say he's an archivist. A lot of people who do not know, Mr. Bachchan collects everything, and that goes with the prominence that you see those cameras following him. You see his own tweets, which he does himself. There's nobody else typing his tweets. There's nobody else writing his blogs. It's all himself. So when the idea of the foundation came, one of the initial thoughts was brought by them itself, that you should have a foundation and you should have a body which should look into preservation, because we are losing that. And he took me one day to his room, and it was in his office. And suddenly I found it was air condition was on, and he said, "Here are all my films." And I said, "How come you have all these films preserved right next to where you sit?" And he said, Shiven, I used to always tell the producer that once I finished the film, it was part of my contract, in those days, it used to be just a verbal contract, that they have to deposit one film, one print of that film to me. And that is why the whole, the conditions of most of those prints survived, while many of the producers did not have the prints. Mr. Bachchan had those prints, and he handed over all those prints to me. But the idea of retrospective, Bhavnaji, never came from the fact that I got a call from the Finnish Film Archive saying that Mr. Bachchan is turning 80, and we want to show Diwar and a few early films. And I was absolutely in a shock that here we are, Film Heritage Foundation, which is coming up as an archive. We have 100 personalities films. We have Mr. Bachchan's archive. How come we have not thought of doing anything on his 80th birthday? And somebody from Finland wants to do. And then it was quite a task putting it together. And I wrote to Mr. Bachchan, and I told him that we are doing this. And he said, Shiven, you think anybody will come and see my films? I said, sir, and you know, Bhavnaji, what he recommended? He's saying, don't show my early films. I don't think anybody will see it. Show Black and Pa. So I said, yes. I kept it to that. I didn't listen to him. Then one fine morning, I told him, I'm doing this and I'm releasing these films of yours. I had met all the producers and thing. And he was a bit, he was saying, and there were producers like big producers who said, we don't want to give you the films to show because in case there is no public which comes into the screening, then the myth about that film will get lost. And one is, of course, Zanjeer. I could not get Zanjeer or Muqaddar Ka Sikandar because they were very worried about audience getting in. But Bhavnaji, I was very sure that the right pick of the film, Dawn was meant to be the very first film, but then I changed it to Millie. And it all began with a full audience. But what was amazing was the hunger for people to see classic cinema. And Millie was house full. I remember in Juhu PVR, and I didn't do any event. I just decided that the film should release because, we waste so much of time doing an event. And I called Jaya ji that I'm, for the first time, screening your film as first, not Amit ji's. And she was pleased with that. And she came saying that I'll only be there for 10 minutes. I think she walked into the theater and she came with her granddaughter, Navya. And I must tell you that was a very important part of what happened in the time to come. They went to see the film and she kept watching. And Tanvi Azmi had come because her mother, Usha Kiran, was in the film. And it was so overwhelming for everybody. Everybody started crying. And when Jayaji came out of the film, she had other appointments and she didn't leave. And she said the joy of watching herself on this large screen after nearly 50 years, and then seeing Ashok Kumar and those songs and everything. She came out and people asked her, how do you feel? She said, I feel Jaya Bhaduri. And that was it. And then there was no looking back because there were people coming into the theaters. They were, it was, I think, the biggest.
I want to interrupt.
Yeah.
I want to interrupt because I know the film was called Millie and it is still considered a Jaya Bachchan film or a Jaya Bhaduri film. But I think Amitabh Bachchan in
Absolutely.
Millie was brilliant.
Absolutely.
And he has never been as angry, according to me, as he was in Millie. It's a repressed, suppressed anger. The character is so interesting. I want to meet that character. And
in fact, Javed Saab got the idea from there itself for The Angry Young Man.
Yeah.
That was
another thing I want to say is that I went to watch Millie. I went to see Dawn. And Dawn, his first close-up, his first dialogue. After that, nobody could hear any dialogues because every time he said a dialogue, everybody was echoing their own dialogues.
It was just amazing. It was just amazing that to see the response and to see people celebrate that cinema and what was interesting is, Bhavnaji, that one of the big themes which I keep telling people is that when you do a festival like that, I didn't want to do an NCPA or a film division or any of those festivals because it's limited to the same people who keep coming to those screenings. I wanted to do a people's festival. I wanted it to reach out to the smallest city. And once I spoke to Ajay Bijli, I said, let's have it at Bareilly, let's have it at Kanpur, Lucknow, Bangalore. So we did it 18 cities together and in 35 screens. And it wasn't easy because the aspect ratios of films have changed. A lot of, the framing has changed. And I had to get all the projectionists on a WhatsApp call to look at how Amar Akbar Anthony will be screened, and I think the fact that we were able to do the tickets at a reasonable price and to reach out to so many people, it just shows how many people want to see Bachchan back on screen. And the festival ended and I was getting calls from various filmmakers, and I've never seen stars sitting on the steps and watching these films. The amount of stars who came out, and the young generation, absolutely young generation, watching these films and seeing Bachchan on screen. And that's really the essence of the success. And I'm just amazed that at the age of 80, my father is also around that age or a little older. And to see somebody sitting on a KBC and answering those questions and interacting that way is just amazing. It's just amazing. I mean,
so
Bhavna, I can
think
I,
what is missing in this session is personal anecdotes, personal memories, personal observations.
Can I just say something? It's not a personal anecdote because I don't have personal connection. You have. I think amongst us, no, but I just wanted to say from a film critic's perspective, from someone like me who's really hard to please, there have been so many films in which I thought, he was just like, either he was too mannered or he didn't really get into it. But I also have to say that an Amitabh Bachchan film is an Amitabh Bachchan film. It is nothing else but that. I think he really just is one of those performers and actors like Shah Rukh. He catches the light. We did, with Shivendra's help, we did at the Express, we do something called a film club. We just showed Abhiman last month. And everybody who showed up for that was like, they were just singing with the songs. They were there with the song. They knew the film backwards. Everybody was singing. Everybody was singing all the Abhiman songs with Jaya and with Amitabh Bachchan. They were just like, it was like a celebration of not just him and his 80th birthday, but the kind of cinema that used to happen. And I had one thing also I wanted to add is that I don't think current filmmakers who are working with him are actually exploiting his potential. I think he can do the kind of love story or the kind of drama that nobody else is capable of today. So I think we really need some people who are not so much in awe of him, but actually will give him a serious sort of filled out role that he did with just now with Goodbye, I think. Something on that, but maybe a love story. I'd love that, a love story.
Thank you, Shubhra. I think everybody's had their say about Bachchan, only I didn't get a chance, but that's all right. We'll take questions from the audience now. Yeah. I don't have a mic for you. I don't know how I can reach you a mic. आपको जैसे बोलना है बोलो, वो मेरा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. How am I supposed to reach you the mic?
हेलो, हाय मैम. अमिताभ बच्चन जी के बर्थडे पे इंडिया टुडे मैगजीन में मैंने एक पूरा विषय पढ़ा उनके ऊपर, और जो हेडलाइन था वो था अब तक बच्चन. सो उसके अंदर सारे बॉलीवुड स्टार्स के इंटरव्यूज थे कि वो अमिताभ बच्चन को लेकर के क्या उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं और उनके साथ काम करने पे उन्हें क्या ऐसी चीज लगी है, वो सब उसमें था. वहां पे मैगजीन ने सबका अलग अलग इंटरव्यू इसलिए डाला ताकि हम अच्छे से जान सके कि अमिताभ बच्चन है क्या. बट सबको पढ़ने के बाद एक पॉइंट ऐसे निकल के आया कि हर एक के इंटरव्यू में एक शब्द ऐसा था जो लगातार निकल करके आ रहा था, वो था डिसिप्लिन. आपने 3 बुक अमिताभ बच्चन जी पे लिखी हैं. शायद मैं अमिताभ बच्चन जी से ही बात कर रहा हूं. जो लम्हे वो शायद भूल चुके हों, आपने उन लम्हों को भी उन 3 किताबों में डाला है. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ऐसा एक शब्द और कौन सा हो सकता है कि उनकी लाइफ में बहुत बड़ा एक रोल प्ले करता है? थैंक यू.
बहुत सारे शब्द है. मैं बहुत खुशनसीब हूं कि मैंने बहुत इंटरव्यूज उनके किए हैं, बहुत उनके साथ समय गुजारा है और ट्रैवल भी किया है क्योंकि 3 किताबें की है. तो मेरे लिए जो सबसे उनकी खास बात है वो ये है कि ही इज वेरी सेंसिटिव एंड ही इज वेरी थॉटफुल. ऐसे लगता है कि बहुत ब्लैंक एक्सप्रेशन से बैठे हैं, मगर वो सब कुछ ऑब्जर्व करते हैं. अगर आप तकलीफ में हो या आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम है तो वो उनको जरूर सुधारेंगे. जो उनको सुधारने की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि मैं अपना प्रॉब्लम मुझे सॉल्व करना चाहिए, जो भी है। एक छोटी सी मिसाल देती हूँ क्योंकि ये किस्सा बहुत अच्छा है। आई एम नॉट अ टेक्नोलॉजी पर्सन एट ऑल। और उस जमाने में 90s में जब मैं उन पर किताब कर रही थी तो कैसेट्स में उनको रिकॉर्ड करते थे। तो रिकॉर्ड प्लेयर लेकर उनके ऑफिस में जाती थी। इतनी बड़ी मेज होती थी, सामने वो होते थे और ये साइड पे मैं होती थी। तो मुझे बहुत टेंशन होता था क्योंकि वो ए साइड कौन सी है और बी साइड कौन सी है मुझे समझ में ही नहीं आता था। बहुत बार मुझे छोटे बच्चों ने समझाया कि आंटी ये ए है और वो बी है। मेरे को तो समझ में ही नहीं आया कि वो ए किधर लिखा है और बी किधर लिखा है। तो कैसेट डाल के मैं कैसेट प्लेयर उनकी और रखती थी और धीरे धीरे जब वो जवाब दे रहे तो मैं और नजदीक रखती थी। और जैसे ही वो टक होता था, मतलब कि अभी उसको आई हैव टू फ्लिप द कैसेट, तो मैं जानबूझ के बहुत बिजी होके जैसे अपने पैड में कुछ लिखना शुरू कर देती थी। तो ही वुड से सुनिए आपकी कैसेट खत्म हो गई है। तो मैं कहती थी प्लीज पलटा दीजिए ना। तो एक बार पलटाया, फिर दोबारा पलटाया, फिर उन्होंने मेरी ओर देखकर कहा कि मैडम आप जो ये बार बार मेरे से कैसेट पलटा रहे हो, तो आपको क्या लग रहा है कि मुझे अभी तक समझ में नहीं आया कि आपको पलटाना नहीं आता है? मैंने कहा मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है ये ए बी का, तो प्लीज वो नहीं तो ओवरराइड हो जाएगा तो मेरी पूरा टेक्स्ट चला जाएगा। तो इस तरह से बहुत सारे किस्से कहानियां हैं।
Yeah, question here.
Yeah, I have a question. Who should ask? Can I ask? Yeah, so I have a question with Samir ji. Samir ji, in a couple of seasons of KBC, you replaced Bachchan Saab with other actors like Shah Rukh Khan. But perhaps the TRP went down and you brought Amit ji back in the next season, maybe. So I want to know your experience and what went in backstage in your office and about that era when you replaced Bachchan ji and then brought him back.
So the thing is that we didn't exactly replace Bachchan ji. We were shooting KBC season 2 at that time. And then he was hospitalized in the middle of the season. And then he was in hospital. So we obviously went off air. And then I think he was in hospital for about 2 or 3 months. Then he came out. And then we had to plan to either get back to getting KBC back get the show back, all of that. At that time, for whatever reason, he had already done, I think by that time, we had done about 300 episodes of KBC. It had been already 3-4 years. We had done season 1, we had started season 2. And he was, at that moment in time, he was not really wanting to do it. So we had a lot of discussions and back and forth and all of that. And then finally, his decision was that, I don't want to do any more KBC, right? And it just sort of ended there. I think in his head, maybe at the time he was thinking that if he doesn't want to do KBC, then no more KBC will happen. From our point of view, of course, it was a big shock and surprise because, it was difficult to think beyond, Mr. Bachchan to do KBC. Anyway, life has to move on as it always does. So we went and approached Shah Rukh. And Shah Rukh had only one question actually at that time. I remember I spoke to him and I said that, we'd not like you to do KBC. And he only asked, ki Amit ji nahi karenge? So I said, nahi, Amit ji ko nahi karna abhi. So he said, okay, I'm on. At that time, Shah Rukh was also making Dawn. It came around the same time. So Dawn released and then shortly after that, KBC came. So it was also in that sense, it was Shah Rukh's coronation occurring in that manner. That KBC did quite well, actually. Shah Rukh brought his own charm, his own magic, all of that. I left Star immediately after that. So that we bought Star never did KBC after that. After that, then Shah Rukh did one more season of something else. KBC, the format was not renewed by Star. It was picked up by Sony. And at that time, they went back to Amit ji, and he then got back to KBC on Sony, and he continues to do that. I think it's some season 18 or something going on, right? It's been now 22 years since he's been doing that. He still comes super energetically on the stage. He still does all of that. He still has that enthusiasm and energy. So yeah, I mean, they were exciting times. It's not every day that you get to, get a decline from Amitabh Bachchan and you sign up Shah Rukh Khan. So it happens.
So Samira, I have a question for you. We'll take your question also. You are a filmmaker, you do web series. You not thought of a web series with Mr. Bachchan?
No, not yet actually, because one is he's quite busy. So he's not exactly got the time for it. And I think for him to do something like this, it should be, something. I mean, he's got such a vast body of work that oftentimes when we are doing things, I think his name comes up in meetings. Like I think once a week it does come up in general that, oh, he would be perfect, he would be perfect. But I think he needs to do something significant and something really noteworthy.
But whenever he'll do something special on the web, it will be with you.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Any question?
My question to Mr. Nair. During the first season of KBC, what was the response to the first season in Southern India? Because that time the integration between Northern and Southern India in regard of movies was not as strong. And though Mr. Bachchan was a national superstar, but still he was a Bollywood star. So what was the initial response in the Southern state? Did you find the same popularity as in North and Central India or East India?
I wouldn't say it's the same popularity because obviously, it was Star Plus is a Hindi channel and it was a Hindi show, but I think it caught fire very quickly. I think, you're talking about internet is there, but not like internet as we know it. Mobile was there, but not mobile as we know it, and definitely a pre-social media age. So you're talking about, at that time it was chill. That's why at 9 o'clock in the night when the show came on, the streets used to be empty. And those days to answer questions, there was no Google to quickly check the answers. But I think the word of KBC and its success had spread everywhere. In the main metros in South India, they had all seen the show. Star Plus also was growing at that time. That time there were 25 million cable homes, and that grew to about 100 million by the end of the decade. So you're talking about a period in time when there was cable and satellite TV. It was in the metros, and Amitabh Bachchan, is a national star. So I mean, even in South India, Rajnikant, speaks very deferentially about Amitabh Bachchan. He is the big star of India. So I think it did well. May not be in exact ratings, but definitely in sort of awareness, imagery, brand.
Yeah, small follow-up question personally to you, being a Nair from must be from Kerala. So how did you adapt to the Hindi channel ecosystem and Hindi movie superstar? How did that at a personal level? How was your integration?
Well, honestly, I have been born and brought up in Bombay. So I am the Hindi ecosystem. My question, usually people ask me is, how do you adapt to Kerala?
No questions? Should we close it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I request CI to kindly present a token of appreciation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying back for the 11th CI Big Picture Summit. We do look forward for meeting all of you next year for the 12th Big Picture Summit. Thank you so much. And please, a round of applause for everybody who's come here, for speakers, for delegates, for the sponsors and all. A huge round of applause. Thank you.